So, I had this idea for a short video about North Korea. Most videos on North Korea focus on the country's human rights violations, nuclear weapons tests, extreme censorship, and of course, an authoritarian regime led by a fanatically worshipped supreme dictator. Those topics get a lot of attention because, well, they're really important. But in my video, I wanted to focus on things like, what kinds of movies do they watch? What kinds of music does the average North Korean listen to? What about video games, TV shows, cartoons? Just what kind of entertainment does North Korea have? Honestly, I figured there wouldn't be that much stuff, so I'd watch whatever North Korean entertainment I could find, write a quick script, and my whole video would be done in a few weeks. Right? That was 18 months ago, because it turns out North Korea's got a lot more entertainment than I expected. In the last year and a half, I've watched over 500 North Korean films, 300 cartoons, 10 full TV series, and lost I don't even know how many hours on North Korean sketch comedy shows, mobile games, fake Disney performances, fight dancing, accordion shows, cooking specials, AK-47 pole dancing, Dove magic on ice, military tap dances, Jesus animations, mass gymnastics, underground teenage rock bands, shiny farm girls, orphan talent shows, yes, orphan talent shows, plus so much more, and today, you're gonna have to hear about all of it. Hi, I'm Paper Will. I make videos about unusual media, and it doesn't get much more unusual than North Korean entertainment. Now, look, it'd be easy for us to just comb through their media, find the weirdest stuff, point and laugh at it for being weird, and be done, but we're not gonna do that. I want us to make a genuine effort to understand North Korean entertainment, and that means we gotta go back to the beginning. So suit up and strap in as we travel through history to watch and try to make sense of the entertainment made by North Korea. Before there was a North or South Korea, there was just Korea, which had been a single, unified kingdom until 1910, when Imperial Japan colonizes Korea as part of the Japanese Empire. Japan justifies this to Koreans, telling them, hey, we're not, colonizing you, we're protecting you from other foreign powers that want to take over your country, and in fact, from now on, you're all Japanese citizens too. And it's not optional. Because life under Imperial Japan is brutal for Koreans. Hundreds of thousands of men and women are put into forced labor and service, land is confiscated, resources are taken, Korean traditions are actively and sometimes violently suppressed, and anyone speaking out against this abuse is subject to beatings, arrest, or far worse by the Japanese authorities. Yeah, modern Japan, pretty chill place. Early 20th century Imperial Japanese military, not so chill. And the mistreatment of Koreans extends to every level of Korean society, including movies. By the 1920s, Korea is importing lots of Western movies. Not like Western movies, but like movies from the West. Robin Hood, Way Down East, Metropolis. These are all huge hits, drawing in gigantic crowds of Korean audiences. Japan's also screening some of their own movies, but those were slightly less popular in Korea. I wonder why. Hey guys, welcome to the show. Sorry about all the slavery stuff. Anyway, please enjoy another film about how amazing Japan is. But some Koreans don't want to watch foreign films. They want to make their own original Korean films. However, there's some disagreement over exactly what the first Korean movie is, because that label really depends on how you want to define the words first, and Korean, and movie. Some people argue that the first Korean movies are these things called kinodramas in the 1910s, but kinodramas were really just traditional theater performances that used projectors for background scenery. It's a very cool idea, fusing old art and new technology, but they're not really movies. Then we get some full feature films, like 1923's Vow Made Beneath the Moon. It's about a Korean man who loves his fiancée, but gets addicted to gambling and activities of ill repute, and he goes into massive debt. His faithful and loving fiancée spends all her life savings to pay off his loans, and then the end. That's that's the end of the movie. Not exactly a feel-good ending, but that should count as the first Korean movie, right? Absolutely, but also not at all. Movies like Vow Made Beneath the Moon were being paid for and produced by Japan to justify colonizing Korea. The message being, hey Korean people, you are inherently good, but you're easily corruptible, so maybe it's best if somebody steps in and helps you from making bad choices. What do you think? So I'd argue that the first real Korean movie doesn't come until 1926's Ari Wrong. Ari Wrong? Am I saying that right? Look, I'm a butcher some Korean pronunciation today, so let's all get real comfortable with that. So in the film Ari Wrong, we follow a young Korean student engaging in protest against Imperial Japan, but he's caught and he's brutalized by the authorities. The whole movie is an unabashed declaration of Korean independence and inspires lots of other Korean filmmakers to make their own pro-freedom works. Until Japan steps in and is like, no? And starts arresting Korean directors, writers, actors, and authors as the arts become just another casualty of the occupation. But I don't want to give you the impression that Korean people are taking all this mistreatment laying down, because they're not. Multiple factions of Korean resistance fighters start popping up, all attempting to free their country, and in one of those factions is a young man named Kim Il-sung. It's actually a nickname he gives himself, and it means Kim becomes the sun. And that sun thing is going to get real important today, so keep it in mind. Kim Il-sung likes two things. He likes the idea of a free and independent Korea, and he really likes the hot new trend of the 1930s, socialism. Kim Il-sung wasn't the major figure of the Korean liberation movement, but it's true that he got the attention of Japanese authorities, who chased him and his entire faction north out of Korea, into the Soviet Union led by Joseph Stalin. Anyway, World War II breaks out and it's a whole thing, but in Asia, Japan squares off against the United States and the Allied powers. The US drops some atomic bombs on Japan, the Soviets invade Japanese-occupied Korea, Japan surrenders, World War II ends, the world's at peace, and Korea is now finally free to rule itself. But not really. There are now two competing superpowers in the world, the pro-socialist Soviet Union and the pro-capitalist United States, and they don't like each other. This is known as the Cold War, and it was also a whole thing, but you don't have to understand everything about the Cold War to see that Soviet and US troops moving into Korea is bad news for Koreans. The two countries agree to sort of pull Korea in half, creating two new Koreas while installing governments and leaders aligned with their superpower papas. On the American side is South Korea, led by President Syngman Rhee, and on the Soviet side is the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, also known as the DPRK, or North Korea, led by, you guessed it, Kim brings the Sunny D Il-sung. He's back, he's ready to fight capitalism, and he's kind of an asshole. To be fair, both Syngman Rhee and Kim Il-sung are kind of assholes, each quickly becoming dictators, gathering as much power as possible, violently eliminating voices of protest, and imprisoning political opponents. Kim Il-sung also begins transforming North Korea into a socialist state. You know, let's end private ownership and give the public control of the economy to create a truly classless, equal society, that kind of socialism. Although by give the public control, Kim Il-sung really means give him control. Kim is also taking inspiration from Joseph Stalin, laying the... Okay, Stalin, turn it down, that's enough. Like Stalin, Kim is laying the groundwork for his own cult of personality in the DPRK, an image that Kim Il-sung is this heroic, perfect general / father figure / not supernatural, but like, a little supernatural, infallible leader. And he's rewriting history to say that he was the one that freed Korea from Japan, with some help from his good friends, the Soviets. That's not true, but who cares what's true? Kim gets to write what's true, and he's gonna write it with entertainment. Kim Il-sung forms the Propaganda and Agitation Department, or the PAD, remember that, which starts cranking out media, movies, music, and more to support his leadership and his teachings. From the moment the PAD is founded, with very few exceptions, all North Korean entertainment of every medium is under direct Kim control. It's a means for him and the leadership to dictate public opinion, revise history, and reinforce the Kim family cult of personality. North Korea does not make entertainment for the sake of entertainment. They don't. There's always a goal behind the art, and that's not my opinion, that's the official public stance held by Kim Il-sung and his successors. Now, it's going to take a couple of decades before Kim Il-sung really achieves that all-powerful, godlike supreme status that we associate with North Korean leaders now, but Kim and the PAD, they start here, with North Koreans' very first movie, the 1946 documentary, Our Construction. Although calling it a documentary might be a little charitable, it's really just some clips from a recent Kim Il-sung rally. Our Construction also shows the very first North Korean parade ever held. Yeah, what will one day turn into this started out like this. I don't know about you, but this parade looks a lot more fun to me. There are people dancing, people cheering, people doing something here. It really looks like a giant party. And there ain't no party like a North Korean party, because a North Korean party's got prisoners. Japanese POWs, some police, and one dude just getting pulled in a cage. He's probably fine, right? But after the Kim Il-sung speeches and the prison pity parade party, our construction turns to its main topic, industrial manufacturing. There's shots of factories, smelters, train yards, coal, steel, machinery ropes. Gotta have ropes. Gotta have ropes. Kim Il-sung believed that the key to building his socialist North Korean utopia wasn't through agriculture or consumer goods, but through heavy industry. There are some other documentaries we could look at, but let's fast forward to North Korea's first feature film, 1949's Our Home Village. Our Home Village, set back during the Japanese occupation of Korea, begins with a song about how the Korean people are suffering and praying for a savior to come rescue them. In a village, we see a greedy, capitalist landlord and his evil wife abusing the farmers on their land, collaborating with the Imperial Japanese forces. Boo! You suck! The greedy landlord demands that a farmer return some dead leaves because, he's greedy, but the farmer proudly refuses to comply and starts a fight. He's tossed into a prison by Japanese authorities and thinks about how the Korean people are suffering and praying for a savior to rescue them. Meanwhile, the jailed farmer's mother goes from one terrible scene of Koreans being mistreated to the next, unwanted advances, forced labor, and attacks. The mother is overwhelmed by how the Korean people are suffering and prays for a savior over and over. Oh, won't someone come and rescue us? Isn't there anyone, any wonderful, perfect, handsome man who can save us? Okay, cut. Before we go any further, you see what's happening, right? All these prayers from the opening songs to the jail scene to the mother, it's all to set up Kim Il-sung as the literal answer to the prayer of suffering Koreans. And it's definitely not a coincidence that during all of those moments of prayers and hope and despair, we see characters looking directly at the sun, which represents Kim brings the sun Il-sung. And in this all is lost moment, the jailed farmer meets a very special man, a freedom fighter who has been tirelessly fighting against the Imperial Japanese, a man who wants to free the village, a man who's got something to say, and that man is Kim Il-sung's friend. It's not Kim Il-sung, it's just one of his friends. Here's the thing. The PAD, remember the Propaganda and Agitation Department in charge of all North Korean entertainment, doesn't want movies to directly show Kim Il-sung. They believe it's better to keep him as this unseen, mysterious being, as more than a man, a near intangible force of nature and freedom. So we don't get to see Kim, but we do get to see his friends and comrades that appear and talk him up, kind of like a cult of personality hype man. He also talks about how Kim totally isn't hiding in the Soviet Union. What? Where'd you hear that? No, he's in a secret base on the nearby Mount Paektu, waiting for the right moment to strike. Inspired by this speech, the prisoners stage a breakout and try to retake their village. They are shooting at soldiers, they're blowing up model trains. Clearly, they are courageous and unrelenting, but it's not enough. They're not enough to save their country, not by themselves. Lightning strikes from the heavens, the ground rumbles, everyone dashes outside to see that Kim's army has come down from Mount Paektu, where they totally were this whole time, and he's here to save the town. Oh hell yeah! Finally, after an hour of melodrama and PowerPoint-esque slideshows of people suffering, we're about to get the greatest and most cathartic battlefield action scene in the— No, I'm just kidding, they skip it. The movie skips right over it. We just hard cut to the village being freed and everybody cheering for Kim Il-sung, which might seem like it'd be a heartwarming moment, except as they're cheering, they're ripping the Japanese army, the police, the landlord, and the landlord's wife apart. Literally ripping them apart. But as gruesome as that sounds, the way the scenes are shot makes them very, very funny. Like, all the freed villagers are tearing into somebody, and then one guy runs in front of the camera and is like, "All right, guys, to the police station!" And then they all run to the police station, and then another guy is like, "Okay," he's like, "Okay, to the landlords!" And then they attack the landlords, and then to the landlord's wife! It's all very, like, slapstick Three Stooges comedy. It's not supposed to be funny, but it's very funny. Then they, tie all the corpses to trees and leave them there forever. So that's less funny. Anyway, the movie ends with a big theatrical speech about how Kim Il-sung is the greatest and he's giving control of the farms back to the people, permanently and forever. No more landlords will tell them how to farm. So, Our Home Village is a very propaganda-heavy movie, but it is a very effective movie. It hits every talking point in Kim Il-sung's agenda. Capitalism and greed are the causes of suffering. Under socialism, Koreans will prosper and be free. Kim Il-sung is the savior of Korea who freed the country from Japan. Again, not true, that was the Soviets, and, America had a little something to do with Japan being defeated in World War II, but alright. And of course, the final point, Kim Il-sung is a little mystical, an answer to the very prayers of Koreans. That's why this movie is full of references to Kim being on Mount Paektu and coming down from the mountain to free Korea. That mountain has deep connections to Korean mythology that we'll explore later. And to make sure that message really sinks in, Our Home Village is being shown everywhere, not only cities like North Korea's capital, Pyongyang, but also in factories, post offices, farms, anywhere the PAD can set up a cheap projector. And that works! The film is a big hit with North Korean audiences and a powerful first step in Kim's march towards control. And the second step is going to be music. Much like with films, Kim declared that North Korean music would have to support his leadership, the Workers' Party of Korea, and the values of collective effort, a big part of socialism. Even the way that music is presented had to reflect those values. Solo performers, which glorify individuals, were played down, and collective performances like ensembles and orchestras are played up. You could enjoy some vocals with the state-merited chorus. You can tap your foot along with the marching band of the Korean People's Army. Or you could take in a show from the State Symphony Orchestra and help fight bourgeoisie class music with the Boys with Z classy music. Bourgeoisie class music? Boys with Z classy music? No? Okay. But anything you're listening to, it's all gonna sound like 1940s Soviet music because that's what early North Korean music is based on, especially in how it glorifies the leader. Like 1946's Song of General Kim Il-sung, the most played song in North Korea. It's a military song about how incredible Kim Il-sung is and how he saved the country. Right out the gate, there's some lyrics about blood and rivers of blood and bloody rocks, and I don't know, it feels like it's coming on a little strong, right? Personally, I like the North Korean Youth March a lot more. This one's about the explosive power of young people to work hard and build a prosperous utopia. It also takes almost 30 whole seconds before the Kim Il-sung worship kicks in, so that's not bad, unlike the Song of Women. The Song of Women is about how important women will be to the success of North Korea. Sounds very progressive until you realize most of the song is about how the women are all working really hard for a man, Kim Il-sung. I mean, yeah, who doesn't want to get together tightly with the general? Ugh. But it's basically a woman empowerment song that's about how great this guy is. We could do a few more songs, but I want to see what's happening over in parade music. While these early parades are smaller than the ones we see later, good God, that's a lot of pom-poms. That's like a lot of pom-poms. Do you think they have to buy the pom-poms, or do you think the pom-poms are like given out as you go? I'm saying pom-poms too much, I'm sorry. While all these parades are smaller than later ones, the core experience essentially never changes. It's all flaunting power while perfectly synchronized soldiers staring right to face the supreme leader, all showing their impressive skills by holding their sharpened bayonets right up against the neck of the guy in front of them. Alright guys, remember, nobody sneeze. I swear to God, we lost 50 men last time. Nobody sneeze. But for the parade music itself, well, take a listen to this parade's version of the North Korean national anthem and tell me if it sounds familiar. Wait for it, and there it is. In the 1940s, the North Korean national anthem was the very not North Korean melody, Auld Lang Syne, the Scottish folk song people sing on New Year's. See, years prior, a Korean composer had put some pro-Korean independence lyrics to the melody. So for like 2 or 3 years, both North and South Korea's national anthem was a Scottish folk song. But by 1950, North Korea has replaced that with an entirely new original composition titled Aguka. Look, I told you my Korean pronunciation in this video is gonna get straight up embarrassing, and you've been warned, so I'm going with Aguka. But some of you might be wondering, okay, so far we've only been talking about new North Korean songs, but what happened to old Korean music? What happened to traditional Korean music? Stuff produced before 1945? Like, take pansori. If you've never heard of pansori, it's a form of musical theater that's often described as Korean opera, which is accurate-ish, but a little misleading. There are no complex set pieces or crowded dance numbers like in Western opera. In pansori, there's usually one singer and one drummer on stage, equally telling a story. There are all these different schools of musical technique and other...
Excuse me, Paper Will. Sorry to interrupt, but my sensors indicate you've gone a bit off topic.
Oh, thanks. Sorry, everyone. I forgot to introduce you to Ivan. Ivan here has been programmed to monitor my commentary and help me from going a bit too off topic.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ivan, the robot.
Well, you're not really a robot. You're more of an AI program.
Well, you're not really a YouTuber since you haven't uploaded in like 2 years.
Alright, it doesn't matter. Just everybody, seriously, Google pansori. It's neat. Not that North Korea's government thinks so. Kim Il-sung believes that traditional arts like pansori had become a pastime only for the wealthy class of society, and since that doesn't jive well with revolutionary socialist classless struggles, plus, Kim's less concerned about reviving traditional art as he is with reuniting with South Korea. I admit I kinda skimmed over the North and South Korean split earlier, but you can imagine how horrible this was for Koreans, right? It's terrible. And both Koreas were making songs about the dream of reunification, with North Korea's most famous being Train of Reunification Runs. But Kim doesn't just want to sing about reuniting the two Koreas, he wants to actually do it. And he's gonna do it by force. Kim Il-sung travels to Moscow and asks Stalin for permission to invade South Korea and reunite the two sides under his rule. Stalin very reluctantly approves, figuring America just got out of World War II. They're not going to go back to war over Korea. Whoops. Kim also steps over to the Communist People's Republic of China and asks their leader, Mao Zedong, for help. Mao promises to provide a volunteer force of a few million soldiers, which could be used if necessary. Mao figures America just got out of World War II. They're not going to go back to war over Korea. Whoops. And so in 1950, Kim Il-sung marches his army across the line dividing North and South Korea and starts the Korean War. South Korea does their best to fight back, but they're just outnumbered and outgunned and get absolutely wrecked. It's not even a close fight. Seoul, the capital of South Korea, falls in like 3 days. There are some rumblings of an international military response, but Kim figures, hey, America just got out of World War II. They're not going to go back to war over... Okay, seriously? What was it about US history that convinced 3 different, presumably competent leaders to all think, oh yeah, America, no, they hate wars. They hate wars. They're totally fine with the spread of communism and socialism. Really? So, I guess to the surprise of nobody except those 3 guys, a United States-led multinational force enters the war and helps the South Koreans fight back against the North Korean army. The US command engages in an aggressive and devastating bombing campaign of the North. The majority of estimates say that the North Korean civilian casualties here, they start in the 6 digits. Over 80% of all North Korean infrastructure, that's hospitals, schools, houses, dams, are wiped out. Seoul may have been captured in 3 days, but North Korea's capital, Pyongyang, it's just gone. It's just not there anymore. And by the way, I'm not talking about the deadliness of the US bombing campaign just to bash America, just like I wasn't talking about the cruelness of Imperial Japan to bash Japan. I'm an American that lives in Japan, and I love both of those countries. But all of this context will be essential in understanding North Korea's entertainment. Anyway, Mao Zedong's Chinese volunteer army is deployed and pushes the US forces back down to the original division line, and the war is going to stay there for a couple of years. But while the war is happening, North Korea is still making movies. Now, the physical North Korean film studio isn't around anymore due to, various factors, but the studio's filmmakers are still out in the field producing movies as the Korean War is going on. For example, teen guerrilla fighters. A group of North Korean boys are frustrated that they're too young to join the Korean army and take out some of those dirty, filthy American bastards. Aw, that's me. So they decide that even if they can't be army soldiers, they'll be the next best thing. Child soldiers. The boys tell their idea to their school teacher, who loves the idea. He loves it. He's immediately 100% behind all this child soldier stuff. I guess the kids aren't old enough to enlist, but they are old enough to wage asymmetrical warfare against seasoned US Marines. As the American forces approach, the North Korean army soldiers tell everyone in the village not to worry, everything's gonna be fine, but also they're out. They're out. They're leaving. One of the villagers asks, "Hey, what about us? Aren't we going to get attacked now?" But another villager tells him, "Oh no, look how clever Kim Il-sung is, for instead of staying and protecting us, they know it is better to strategically retreat and come back later." Remember that, North Korean audience, if your village is under attack by Americans and the army abandons you, always know they are strategically abandoning you, so it's fine. So the North Korean army leaves, and predictably, in comes the Americans. USA, USA, USA. Look at them, they're beautiful. These are, as I'm sure you figured out, just North Korean actors using white makeup, wigs, sunglasses, hair dye, and plastic prosthetics to look like stereotypical Americans. Gotta give some credit, the prosthetic noses look decent, but check out this guy. He looks like the big boy hamburger boy. So after the Americans move in and remove half the village from the movie, they're warmly announcing to the other half, "Don't worry, we're here to help." The Americans are then baffled that the now significantly smaller village doesn't embrace them in open arms, well, except for this one traitor in the group. Ooh, you know he's getting ripped apart by a crowd later. Oh, and maybe you've noticed everyone in this movie is speaking in Mandarin Chinese and not Korean. That's because the only remaining copy of the film we have is the Chinese dub version, which, fun fact, won an international award at a film festival there. As for the original Korean copy, a lot of 1950s North Korean films have been lost to time, again due to various factors. Anyway, the teen guerrilla fighters agree to gain the Americans' trust and then sabotage their base from the inside, but one kid gets found out and interrogated by the big boy hamburger boy. This interrogation scene is one of the best North Korean scenes up until the 1950s. It's really intense and well directed. You know the kid's a goner, but you never know exactly when the Americans will take him out. Although it does have some clunky dialogue, like where the big boy hamburger boy says, "Hey boy, you should trust me. Us American men love young boys." What the f***? That's the most suspicious thing you could possibly say to a child. Finally, the kid declares he'd rather sacrifice his life for the greater good than betray his friends. So he's tied to a tree and, removed from the movie. But if these Americans seem a little over-the-top evil, just wait. Later they go full-on, laughing as they run down blind orphans with their car evil. But in the finale of Teen Guerrilla Fighters, we get a big all-is-lost moment. And you know what that means. Kim Il-sung's North Korean army returns and saves the town. Lots of cheering, lots of celebrations, and all topped off with that traitor from earlier getting the crowd pleaser squeezer of ripping a dude into pieces. But right before the crowd can get their hands on him, one soldier stands up and says, "My fellow North Korean countrymen, stop. This isn't how we practice revenge anymore. We have a justice system to handle him." It's a really modern and civil approach to dealing with captured prisoners, and I guess it shows that maybe North Korean's justice system isn't quite so... Oh, my mistake. They actually tied him to a train track and removed him from the... Nah, screw it. They shot him. They tied him to a train track and they shot him. Holy crap. I mean, that's better than having your arms ripped off, but it's still pretty cold. One of the teen guerrilla fighters announces, "Our village's win is good news, but children in North Korea should pick up the fight to free Korea, and that North Korean victory is assured because everyone is doing their part." Next up after that movie is the film Scouts. There's a North Korean recon team infiltrating enemy camps, confounding the Americans with their cunning and revolutionary skill, and okay, we gotta talk about the American costumes, man. First off, hey North Korea, I know you want to illustrate the gluttony of the capitalist Americans, and fine, but this is clearly just a dude with pillows up his shirt. And what happened to the facial prosthetics? Like I get it, it's probably really hard to do good plastic mold work during a war, but hey buddy, your forehead is physically peeling off and it's giving me the creepy jeepies. And it's not just this movie. There's another Korean War film where instead of getting a North Korean woman to dress up as an American nurse, they just stick a wig on this poor dude and call him Betsy. He looks miserable. I went to 9 years of acting school for this crap. What the hell, Kim? Anyway, the scouts move in for a night attack on the Americans, but they're soon pinned down by enemy fire. There's another big all is lost moment, so of course the North Korean army arrives and saves the day with stock footage, and victory is promised. Another film from the time is Miss Guerrilla Fighter, a movie about how women are also fighting and doing their part. And when I say doing their part, women aren't like waiting back, stitching up uniforms, or cooking dinner for the troops. No, they're pissed, they got guns, and they're using them. I'm not gonna lie, that's doing something for me. I don't know what it's doing, but it's working. I'd love to talk more about this movie, and actually a few more movies from the time, but unfortunately they simply haven't been archived very well. I mean, God, this one looks like it got video recorded on a flip phone from 1998 from inside a bottle of Windex. But maybe it's just as well we don't recap all of these, because all of them end the same way anyway. People fighting Americans, all is lost moment, a few sunshots, Kim Il-sung's forces arrive, boom boom boom, clack clack clack, the fake Americans get crushed by a tank or something, and victory is assured because everyone is doing their part. So what do we make of these movies that were made as the Korean War was happening? Well, for starters, the quality is a little touch and go, not because of bad film preservation, but just due to the fact that they're movies being shot in the middle of a war. It's actually astounding that these movies were made at all, considering the limited resources filmmakers had. I respect that. Yet, that doesn't change the fact that these movies are generally awful. The camera sometimes goes in and out of focus, the acting's poor, they're skipping action scenes, probably to save money, and I'm less than happy with movies telling kids to get themselves blown up for the glory of Kim Il-sung. That's not great. Like, there's this scene in Scouts that we didn't even talk about where all the guys are discussing who they miss back home. But you know who they miss? It's not their family. It's not their kids. It's not like a girlfriend or something. It's Kim Il-sung. They all just take turns caressing this picture of Kim Il-sung. What is this? I know that manipulative wartime media is not unique to North Korea. It's not. But even in that genre, the false worldview presented in these movies is absurdly one-sided. And we're really lucky to live in a country where we have access to good information, but there is a concerning trend in modern media where algorithms are working behind the scenes to reinforce our worldview and limit our perspective on important events, which is why I'm happy to introduce today's sponsor, Ground News. I'm legitimately thrilled to have Ground News as this video sponsor. A couple of months ago, I asked my audience to recommend a service or a company from a YouTube sponsor that they'd tried and could vouch for, and the number one response I got back was Ground News. That's what inspired me to check them out in the first place. Ground News is a website and mobile app that consolidates news stories from various sources into one place and lets you compare how those stories are reported. Here's a really good example. A few weeks ago, Russian President Vladimir Putin sent the current North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un, a brand new limousine as a gift. Pretty straightforward news story, right? Putin gave Kim Jong-un a fancy car. And on first glance, you can see that among the over 100 articles that Ground News collected for the story, Putin's gift to Kim was covered almost equally among left-leaning, center, and right-leaning sources. But, and here's the cool part, you can quickly look through each source's headline and see their country of origin. By the way, you can check this out at ground.news/paper. The link is below. So, while headlines and the first few sentences from Russian sources may focus more on Putin and Kim Jong-un's political bromantic relationship, headlines from other countries are more likely to cover if the gift was a violation of UN sanctions and the tensions that violations might cause. Cool, right? I mean, violating UN sanctions isn't cool. I mean, the Ground News feature is cool. And if you go to ground.news/paper, you'll get 40% off the Unlimited Access Vantage plan. Link in the description. I really think their platform is a game changer, and I hope you'll check them out. Now, let's get back to the North Korean entertainment video. Where were we? 1950s, Korean War, grown men caressing a picture of Kim Il-sung. Okay, yeah. So we covered North Korea's films during the Korean War, but how about their music from the war? Unfortunately, every tune and melody is named something like Song of Defending the Motherland, Song of Defending the Fatherland, My Song in the Battlefield, My Song in the Trench. Pick whatever song you want, they're almost all saying the same things. Kim Il-sung is great, sacrifice yourself, do your part, victory is assured. And even if you find the occasional song that's not about the war, it's still about the war. Like there's this love song called Nobody Knows. Here's the problem with writing a love song in North Korea in the 1950s. Kim Il-sung hated the idea of personal or romantic love in media, or really in society. He wanted people to love the country, to love the socialist movement, to love him, but not love other people in a romantic sense. So, in this quote-unquote love song, a young woman gets a letter from a handsome young soldier she knows. But the letter doesn't say anything about how he misses the girl or wants to see her. He's just telling her, "I've killed 100 Americans, and I would like to kill some more." But for all these songs and movies of defeating Americans with ease, of inevitable, ever closer victory being assured as everyone does their part, the Korean War was not going very well for Kim Il-sung. It's not really going well for anybody, but it definitely wasn't going well for Kim, and he wanted out. This leads to the signing of the 1953 Korean Armistice Agreement, which brings hostilities to a stop. The agreement has a bunch of rules, but the most important is that it sets up the Korean Demilitarized Zone, or the DMZ, a well-guarded buffer zone between the North and the South. So, let's recap. Kim Il-sung began the Korean War to, in his words, reunify Korea under his rule, save Koreans from oppression, and kick out all Western powers from the peninsula. Instead, he actually lost a bit of land. 4 million Koreans have lost their lives, and now there's a guaranteed American military presence in South Korea for the next century. And for all his trouble, all he did was get North Korea burned to the ground. Our beloved Kim Il-sung, everybody. The average North Korean at the time may have been forgiven for asking, if all these movies and songs were telling us that Kim Il-sung is an ever-victorious, iron-willed, unbeatable leader who promised to reunite the peninsula and win the war, how the hell did he lose? Well, Kim's response was, he didn't lose because his invasion didn't fail, because North Korea didn't invade South Korea. Of course, yes, Kim claims that it was actually South Korea that invaded the North, all under pressure from the evil American bastard dog people. Yeah, never mind all the Soviet and Chinese documents showing Kim Il-sung going to their countries and asking permission to invade South Korea. I guess we're just not going to talk about that. All right, cool. Furthermore, it was only thanks to Kim's skill and intellect and some help from China that North Korea survived this totally unprovoked attack from the South, and he would have done even better if not for all these damn traitors? Yeah, that's good. Traitors! All these traitors in the country. As Kim Il-sung's official biographer wrote, to have successfully fought U.S. imperialism while spy cliques were entrenched in the party and carrying out their intrigues. How great is Comrade Kim Il-sung? Little brown-noser. And while it's a complicated issue, basically Kim's PR strategy of, nuh-uh, totally works. It works. I don't know how, but it works. And now, having completely averted blame, Kim shifts his attention away from the war to rebuilding North Korea. Which wasn't going to be easy because North Korea was now a giant pile of ash. But Kim gets a break. Both Communist China and the Soviet Union really want North Korea to be a socialist success story on the world stage, especially compared to South Korea. So the two countries pick up the North Korean Reconstruction tab and offer lots and lots of financial aid. Thanks to this help, North Korea's economy was able to recover pretty quickly. Pyongyang in particular is rebuilt as North Korea's shining capital city of culture and opportunity. In fact, for roughly 15 to 20 years, North Korea would outpace South Korea in economic growth. But there's a problem. Food. North Korea has very little arable land and a bunch of other problems, so there's not enough food. To make up for this issue, North Korea starts relying heavily on fertilizer and machinery to help stabilize food production, which makes their farming system critically reliant on oil, which makes North Korea critically reliant on oil imports from the Soviets and China. That'll be tragically important later, but at least for now, North Korea was mostly fine. And with this post-war bustling economy, their Korean film studio is rebuilt with a much wider diversity in content. Don't get me wrong, the PAD never stops making anti-Japanese occupation movies and Korean war films, but they're also delivering new kinds of propaganda in fresher ways. We get movies about things like families separated by the Korean division or the DMZ. We see espionage films warning citizens to be ever vigilant of South Korean spies. There are even a couple of adaptations of Korean folktales like The Tale of Shimchong. Unfortunately, that original film has been lost to time due to... No, not this time. I think that movie was actually just lost. Hell, sometimes old North Korean movies get wiped by North Korea. If an old movie's message is in conflict with new policies, the PAD just goes back and wipes the dialogue, the scenes, or the entire film from the record. But there's still a lot of interesting new kinds of movies coming out. You want spy films? We got spy films with circuses now. And yes, North Korea has a circus now with a lot of bears. A lot of bears. North Korea circus, like even today, really likes circus bear shows. It's actually super depressing. The first time I saw these clips, I actually thought they were like people in bear suits. Like, doesn't that look like a dude in a bear suit? He's sitting down like an old guy at the park, but nope, real bears. It just keeps getting worse and worse and... Okay, yeah, this is actually bumming me out, so let's get back to the post-Korean War films, huh? Now, sure, these new kinds of films are still propaganda. Separated family films are designed to show how terrible life is in South Korea. Spy films are really about breeding paranoia against foreign influence, and folktale adaptations are about modifying the original tales with more anti-capitalist sentiment. But even as propaganda, they're much more watchable thanks to the introduction of the flawed protagonist. Until now, the main characters in North Korean films were always these insufferably perfect, doll-like figures that never make mistakes and do everything in service of the country and love Kim, blah. But now, the PAD is letting filmmakers write characters that change over the movie and grow into better versions of themselves. You know, like a human being, like a human. For instance, the 1955 film, The Newlyweds. After a long day of work at the factory, a group of women are walking home and decide to check in on their former coworker, An-sil. An-sil used to be one of the best factory workers, but now that she's married, she stays home and takes care of the cleaning and the cooking for her husband. An-sil enjoys the stories of life back at the factory and later sees the town with all her comrades performing their duties for rebuilding the country. She's overtaken by shame, seeing that she hasn't been contributing enough and is too focused on her own family, so she goes back to work at the factory. But her husband is furious, wanting his wife to be a traditional Korean wife and to take care of the home like his generation before him. He storms out of the house, saying he's gonna go sleep at his workplace instead tonight, to get some peace and quiet, goddammit. Yeah, he's not gonna get that. Hey guys, it's really late. I had a big fight with my wife. I'm really tired. I want to get some sleep. Can we cut the accordions? Can we play? For the love of God, it's 4 a.m. Stop playing accordions. Man, I know that feeling, bud. North Korean music really likes accordions. They're in stage shows, movies, children's dances, mass games. They got cartoon friggin' light bulbs playing them in the 2000s. Accordions are everywhere. And that's great if you like accordions, but I don't. I don't like the way that they sound, and honestly, what's up with all the buttons, right? Like has no one ever talked about this? That's too many buttons, and I don't think they do anything. I've seen the science, and I don't buy it. The husband finally gets some relief from the accordions, but the next day his train breaks down, and it's a big emergency. Until he sees his hard-working wife helping to fix it with her factory magic, and he learns how important it is for women to work too. Obligatory sunshot to represent Kim Il-sung, and the couple embraces. Oh, y'all better leave room for Kim's. Even this embrace was considered too romantic for the PAD, so future films cut these hugs out. Now, it'd be very easy to watch this movie and think, what a progressive attitude about equal partnerships in marriage and empowering women to work if they want to. But while women are being encouraged to work and help rebuild North Korea, the movie makes it very clear they're still expected to clean the house and raise the kids while the husband relaxes. That's not progressive, it's just saying women have to do both now. That hypocrisy aside, North Korea's post-war films were still a small step up in quality thanks to these changes in character growth. But there are other less visible changes in films happening too. For example, film credits disappear. They're gone. And can you guess why? Well, the talentless dimwits at the wise and creative people at the PAD thought credits in movies celebrated individual directors or actors too much. Putting their names on the big screen gave those names and those people power. And if one of those people became too famous or too beloved by the public, they may be able to influence and shape public opinion. So credits go poof. But something way more unusual is vanishing from movies. Pictures of Joseph Stalin and Mao Zedong. Until this point, North Korean media was putting Kim Il-sung, Stalin, and Mao Zedong roughly on equal levels, although maybe with Kim as the first among equals. But when Joseph Stalin dies in 1953, he's replaced by this guy, Nikita Khrushchev, and Khrushchev is about as far from Stalin as a 1950s Soviet leader could possibly be. He hates cults of personalities like Joseph Stalin had, and is working to reverse many of those policies. So, he summons Kim Il-sung to Moscow and tells him, hey, stop purging people, stop this cult of personality crap, it's a total betrayal of true equal socialist values, and we're getting back on track now. By the way, thank you! Finally somebody says it! You got North Korean farmers working 20 hours a day in the field, while Kim Il-sung is driving around in convertible limousines and building giant statues of himself. How is this an equal society? And some North Koreans agree. When Kim is in Moscow getting the verbal beatdown of his life, other factions back in Pyongyang are trying to remove Kim from power entirely. This is known as the August Faction Incident, and for its perpetrators, it goes about as badly as possible. Kim finds out what they're up to and puts them all in jail. This time, Khrushchev gets really angry, and he's joined by Mao Zedong. Even Mao thinks Kim is over the line here. The Soviet Union and China both demand that Kim release those political prisoners and maybe try going 5 minutes without purging people, huh? Kim gives in because he knows he can't stand up to a united front. But as fate would have it, relations between the Soviets and China soon begin deteriorating over other issues, which is a whole thing. This is a godsend for Kim Il-sung. It's the luckiest break in history because now that unified front is gone. And furthermore, the Soviets and China start competing for influence in North Korea. They get into a decades-long bidding war, offering Kim Il-sung generous trade deals, aid agreements, and massive amounts of money. And with the Soviet-Chinese unified front gone, Kim Il-sung can go back to gathering power and purging anybody he wants. He's also rewriting history. In this new reality, not only was he the one who freed Korea from Japan with even less help from the Soviets, but that it was entirely his leadership that saved the country during the Korean War, and not so much the million Chinese soldiers. So, there's no room on the wall for Chinese or Soviet leaders in North Korean movies anymore. And that tension between North Korea and the Soviet Union is likely what ruins the next movie we'll look at, Brothers. Brothers was a 1957 movie, filmed together by the North Korean and Soviet Union film studios, conceived as a way to rebuild relations between the two countries after all the hubbub of the previous year. It was made to show that the Soviets and the DPRK, sure, they have their problems, but at the end of the day, they're comrades, they're friends, they are brothers. Naturally, the film was immediately banned in North Korea, but hold that thought. 2 Korean brothers have been divided by the DMZ. Remember, the DMZ is that demilitarized zone, the line dividing the North and the South. One brother, Song, lives in the North. He's a zealous power plant worker dedicated to rebuilding the beautiful and glorious DPRK after its senseless and unprovoked attack by America. The other brother, Chol, lives in South Korea as a scientist. Now, Chol is a good man who wants the best for the Korean people, but he's conflicted about socialism and capitalism. He doesn't know which is better for his country. One night, Chol is invited to this opulent, gorgeous party full of corrupt South Korean businessmen and real foreigners. No more terrible prosthetics or wigs or uncomfortable questions about the ethics of whiteface. Actual, real Russian actors pretending to be actual, real American Mr. Monopolies. And they're really enjoying their experience of women in scantily clad outfits, and oh my. Don't forget, this was going to get shown to a North Korean audience. Couples aren't even supposed to hug too much there. This is new territory. This Great Gatsby-esque party fills Chol with disgust. The obscene consumption, the wasteful spending, the objectification of women's bodies, and yeah, that one's fair. No argument on that, you're right. So Chol runs out. Outside, he's confronted with the true reality of South Korea under US control. Kids are fighting for scraps, homeless people are walking around in tatters. It's a gloomy abyss of capitalist degeneracy. Chol decides to smuggle himself into North Korea and see if things are any better in a socialist country. He reunites with his brother Song. He sees that Koreans in North Korea are happier, healthier, and freer. He meets up with an old love interest, and the film ends with a long series of infrastructure development shots of the country. You might be thinking, why the hell would this movie get banned in North Korea? It's pro-socialist, it emphasizes the terribleness of the South, it shows all of North Korea's industrial works. Where's the problem? Well, it wasn't really one problem, it was, like 5. 1, Kim Il-sung was still furious about the whole Khrushchev thing, and the movie has a lot of positive references to the Soviet Union. 2, the very idea of a protagonist who is internally debating if socialism is good or not, that's a kind of free-thinking attitude the PAD really didn't like. 3. There are slight hints of an intimate romance between a Russian man and a North Korean woman, but North Korea's got some, ethnic purity stuff that we'll tackle at a different part of the video, but basically this, not okay. 4. The South Korean scenes are just too hot to handle for North Korean society. Having this same actress play both the dancer here and Cho's love interest, while an interesting directorial decision, didn't really do them any favor with the DPRK censors. Oh, and 5, the greatest offense of all, the movie has no references to Kim Il-sung. None. Zero. No portraits, no big speeches, no nothing. He is utterly non-existent in this movie. That alone was probably enough to get it all banned. So, North Korea never sees the movie Brothers. It will, however, see a new kind of media appear. So far, we've seen North Korea's music and films have mostly been aimed at adults or general family audiences, but Kim Il-sung and the PAD need to make something that can more directly connect with children. Something flashy, something playful, something animated. They need cartoons. North Korea's animation history starts with the Pyongyang Animation Studio way back in 1948. North Korean illustrators and painters from all over the country were brought in and told to create cartoons that would support Kim and his government's ideas. Good plan. Great plan. One small problem, though. They didn't know how to make cartoons. That wasn't the fault of the illustrators or painters or anything. Animation is just a highly specialized skill set. It's a medium that lives and dies on experience and learning from previous animators. In the 1950s, Disney was making animation as good as Peter Pan and Alice in Wonderland because the studio had experienced animators from older productions teaching the next generation. North Korean artists simply didn't have any animation experience to draw on. If the managers of the Pyongyang Animation Studio wanted to make some cartoons, and also not get fired, they were going to need some veteran, competent animation teachers. So, the studio artists were put on a plane and flown halfway across the world to go learn from some of the best in the industry, to Czechoslovakia. When I first heard about this story, my reaction was, Czechoslovakia? They don't make cartoons. But it turns out, I'm a huge moron, because in the 1940s and 50s, Czech animation was considered some of the best cutting-edge work in the world. They were crafting masterpieces like Inspiration, a reimagining of 16th century Italian comedies made entirely with glass figurines. Or Invention for Destruction, which combined live action, animation, and stop motion to tell a mixture of Jules Verne's collective works. Or The Poorly Drawn Hen, which was about, it's a cartoon about drawing chickens. Look, it's not all artsy-smartsy, but it looks really good, right? And Pyongyang animation artists are learning as much as they can while there. And in 1957, they returned to North Korea as qualified, certifiable animators, refounding their animation studio as the 426 Children's Film Studio. Quick tangent, the studio will get renamed like 8 times over the years. Here's all the names, but I'm going to keep calling them 426 Studios for now. Okay. You might anticipate that 426 Studios would be making animated cartoons about how cool Kim Il-sung is and how smart he is and how he has a 9-foot vertical leap or whatever, but they didn't do that. Instead, 426 Studios introduces a unique take on propaganda, totally unheard of in previous North Korean entertainment. Being subtle with your messaging. Here is 1959's Our Garden. Set in an empty rural village, a brother and sister are taking care of a little tree so it can grow up to be big and strong. They spend time with it, water it, read to it. Weird. And then the cartoon's over. That's the whole story. Kids, tree, kids and tree. The end. Nobody's living under Japanese oppression, no one's fighting Americans, neither of the kids make any speeches about, only thanks to our fastidious application of the invincible revolutionary thoughts of Kim Il-sung have we achieved the most glorious victory in tree raising. No, it's just kids and tree. At least, that's the message children would take away from the cartoon, but let's run the tape back and this time pay a little more attention to the background. At the beginning of the cartoon, behind the kids in the tree, there's almost zero infrastructure, sort of a shabby farm or two, right? It's practically feudal. Yet over the course of the story, as the kids carefully nurture and raise and protect their society tree, more and more buildings and urban sites can be seen appearing. It's a subtle message, but it's there. Kids, North Korea has to be rebuilt through hard work and effort, but it will lead to the country's prosperity. These are the same ideas we've seen in music and films, but now the message is cleared up to be more palatable for kids. One thing of note are the decorations on the tree, making it look like a Christmas tree, which seems very out of place in North Korea. The country has very few real religious freedoms and frequently portrays Christianity negatively, so at first I couldn't figure out why they had a Christmas tree. But this isn't a Christmas tree. It's actually called a New Year's tree. It's an idea from the Soviet Union to keep Christmas trees but take away all the religious connections. It's even got a little red star of communism at the top. North Korea's next animation was a 2D paper stop-motion cartoon called The Lazy Pig. 4 animal characters are off to hike on a mountain and gather some fruits. There's Mr. Goat, Rabbit, what I think is a deer. I don't know, its mouth is all weird and tentacly, it's gross. And Lazy Pig, who is a lazy pig. The pig slows them down, eats their food, and refuses to work together, preferring a more individualist approach to picking fruit. But because he works alone, he fails, and he falls, and he busts his bacon as an animator physically spins the illustration panel and everybody laughs at him. In the end, the lazy pig learns the value of teamwork, they all walk off into the sunset, check the sun box off there, while kids at home learn that collective efforts are better than doing things by yourself. We see that in other cartoons from the time too, like in Little Red Star, The Three Swallows, just cartoons about kids and animals working together to succeed at something. But even if the theme is the same, the quality of these cartoons is improving dramatically with each new release. And pretty soon, 426 Studios would release their first fully hand-drawn animation, Small Flower Pot. Can we start by recognizing Small Flower Pot looks amazing? 426 animators went from this all the way to this in less than 5 years. That's crazy. In Small Flower Pot, the main character is given a flower and told to bring it straight to school. He starts off doing his best, ignoring distractions like a dog, a goat, some birds. But it all goes sideways when he's unable to resist the sweet muse-like call of a crab. I'm sorry. I've been working on this video for almost 2 years, and it might have had some effect on my brain and what I find funny, because I find this very, very funny. Anyway, the kid realizes he should work harder, he delivers the flowers, and he gets a round of applause from some sliding children. Small Flower Pot is a simple tale about being responsible, and a few animation wrinkles aside, a completely respectable first step into hand-drawn cartoons. Another medium where North Korean skill is really on full display are magazines. North Korea launches a monthly cartoon pictorial called The Arrow, full of drawings, strips, and informative illustrations, and I really, really like the art in The Arrow. You and I don't have to be socialist comrades to recognize this is pretty cool. I would buy some merch with this. Their comic strips aren't quite as good though. Sometimes I can't even tell if they're trying to be funny. Like in this one, an alien is looking through a telescope trying to figure out what this thing surrounding Earth was, and the other alien is like, ha ha ha, it's of course the amount of cotton fabric North Korea has produced recently. Get it? Seriously, do you get it? I don't get it. Is the joke that North Korea makes a lot of cotton? It's not a joke, it's an observation, it's cotton. But high production quotas do fit with North Korea's word of the 1960s, growth. Entering the 1960s, everything for the DPRK was all about growth. Kim Il-sung's growing unchecked power, growing military investment, more growing industrialization, and above all else, a growing economy. The country still had a lot of problems, especially with food, but the general direction North Korea was moving in at least seemed good. Kim Il-sung was also implementing new mass labor programs, intending to push or sustain the economic development through strong propaganda. Some sources say these labor programs were based on Mao Zedong's Great Leap Forward, where Mao would use posters, slogans, radio, and symbols to help motivate workers. Usually the symbols were really cool and inspiring, there's a lot of dragons. Other times the symbols could be as simple as a man paddling in a giant hollowed-out peanut on a river. Who looks at this picture and is like, I should work harder. It's a dude in a peanut. And now it's time for Kim's program, the Chalama movement. A Chalama, as everybody knows, is an ancient mythological winged horse famous for flying quickly, something Kim Il-sung was hoping North Korea's economy would be able to do. Posters and slogans of the Chalama were plastered everywhere, newspapers, posters, statues, billboards, pushing people to push themselves. If you worked in a factory, you were expected to hit record levels of productivity or discover new methods of processing materials, and if you were on a farm, well, Little context. Remember this line from Our Home Village?
놀아주셨어요.
영원히 농민들의 것이 되었어.
Yeah, that's not happening anymore, because in 1958 the government takes back control of the land from the farmers and, what's worse, forces them to work on cooperative farming plots, whether they want to or not. Crops grown on cooperative farms are taken by the North Korean government, then passed out among the entire country via their public food distribution system. This distribution system requires a lot of oil to power trucks to carry the food around, and that's also going to be tragically important later. But not everyone in North Korea was on board for this cooperative farming stuff and back-breaking work demanded of them. So the PAD needed ways to motivate people, and one way they did that was through films. There are endless Chalma films about farming or industry like The Red Frontier, Seagull Island, The Spinner, Red Azalea, Square Ball, Orchard in Full Bloom, Labor College Student on a Farm, but of all the films that I watched, I think the most standard benchmark experience for a Chalma film would be Endless My Hope. This movie is about a hard-working woman named Park Kim-sil living in a village of lazy farmers who spend all their time complaining. But the worst job that nobody wants is pig farming, so Park dedicates her life to caring for the pigs. Decades later, she's invited to Pyongyang to present her research on pig feed, the emotional impact of which is a tiny bit diminished because she does it in front of a Kim Il-sung statue whose head is like obviously 10% too small for the body. Like, I'm not the only one who thinks this, right? It looks like one of those Koopa Troopas from the 1990s Mario movie. Tiny-headed Kim Il-sung statues aside, Park Kim-sil is declared a true Chalma rider, someone willing to go the extra 10,000 miles for the country, who succeeds in the impossible with willpower alone. And a Chalma rider wasn't always a farmer or a factory worker. It was anyone who surpassed expectations in order to benefit the country. Take the movie Flowering Time. The main character is a highly skilled and well-known surgeon, and his work-related dilemma isn't hitting production quotas, it's helping impossible-to-treat patients. Like this young man with a severe leg injury, forcing him to walk on crutches. I love this guy because when the other patients try to cheer him up with an accordion, he's like, yeah, I don't want a fucking accordion. I want to walk, goddammit. Yeah, I'm glad it hurts, you jerk. I hope you broke your other hand. Interestingly enough, Flowering Time was actually condemned by many North Korean film critics, perhaps the least important job ever, because they believe it didn't glorify Kim Il-sung enough. Which is ridiculous, because every time the Doctor has a powerful moment or an epiphany, there's a Kim Il-sung portrait literally above his head, like a double-chinned light bulb of bad ideas. This is actually something I've been confused about ever since I started this project. If you're a North Korean who actually buys into the Kim worship, how do you reconcile a food shortage in your neighborhood while Captain Cheesecake here is looking plumper by the portrait? Like, am I missing something here?
Paper Will! Sorry to interrupt again, but I believe you're going off topic.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any... Okay, sorry, you're right. There's lots more Chalma films of hard worker achieves some goal, the end, but there were a few cases where a film writer took that obligatory message and conveyed it through more original means. Like through traditional Korean fairy tales, by taking old fairy tales and infusing the perfect combination of Chalma herbs and spices, they could produce something fun and ideologically on brand. Like 1962's The Tale of Hongbu and Nolbu. There were two brothers, Hongbu and Nolbu, who each received half of their father's inheritance, but the corrupt Nolbu steals Hongbu's half and kicks him out of the house. Bye-bye. Nolbu becomes a greedy landlord with his evil wife. Oh, hey, there's that trope again. While Hongbu and his family leave to build a new farm for themselves. They work on the land together, they harvest together, they sleep huddled together, and while they suffer difficulties, they do so with a smile. One day, Hongbu saves a baby swallow from a sneak attack, and the bird rewards him with magic pumpkin seeds. The seeds grow to be gigantic, and when finally cracked open, a sick-ass house appears, full of expensive and beautiful garments, and then magical women appear, offering valuables. The family celebrates knowing that their hard work paid off, but they won't become lazy aristocrats, instead sharing their money with the community while continuing to plow the fields. Nobu also wants a magic pumpkin house, and, who can blame him, but he doesn't get one by saving a bird. He throws a bird on the ground and then pretends to save it. In return, he too gets some pumpkin seeds, but when his open... They blew up his house! Not the new house, they blew up his old house. They blew up his house! I think his kid was still in there. But like I said, film adaptations of folktales like this were getting changed a bit and infused with more North Korean-friendly messages. In the original tale, Hongbu didn't give all his stuff away to the community and keep farming, he kept the money and became wealthy. But in North Korean stories, wealth can't be the reward. That's too capitalist. So, in North Korea's version, Hongbu's reward is getting to return to the fields and live a life of dreary farming till he dies. But it's still nice to see a North Korean film playing with allegories, which makes the propaganda more interesting. And that comes with the benefit of boosting the film's appeal to international audiences. That's something weighing heavily on the mind of a new figure in the PAD, who is encouraging these changes and improvements from behind the scenes. Someone with a deep interest in film, who wanted North Korean movies and media to get critical international acclaim. You may know him as the chairman. You may know him as the presidium leader. You may even know him as the guy who's gonna kidnap a South Korean director and force him to make a Godzilla knockoff film. It's time for the one, the only. Let's hear it for Kim Jong-il! Okay, let's cut the music. That's enough. Yes, to the uninitiated, this is Kim Jong-il, the son of Kim Il-sung and the next leader of North Korea. Kim Jong-il will become, without a doubt, the single most influential figure in North Koreans' entertainment. But all of that is later. Let's talk about his birth. According to his official biography, Kim Jong-il's arrival was foretold by the song of a bird, and in 1942, he was born atop Mount Paektu. Both a rainbow and a new star appeared in the sky. The son of the great leader was here. The young Kim Jong-il would move to Pyongyang with his father and begin school. There, his teachers were shocked to discover that the boy was, would you believe it, a once-in-a-generation gifted prodigy. His biography is full of these stories of how he deduced why rivers flow and why rocks fall and how he solved all the many problems of philosophy. All of them. Nailed them. Just took them out. And mastered horse riding and never broke a promise, and how he was ambidextrous, because of course he was ambidextrous. And he deeply understood film and art. And almost everything I just said was a lie. And I don't mean just the double rainbows or swan prophecies or magic thunderstorm shouts. No, all of it. Kim Jong-il wasn't born on Mount Paektu. Kim Jong-il wasn't even born in Korea. Kim Jong-il wasn't even born Kim Jong-il. He was born in the Soviet Union when Kim Il-sung was still hiding from Japan. His birth name was Kim Yurei Ilsonovich, although he would change it in his 20s. But the one thing from his biography that is true is that Kim Jong-il was passionate about arts and entertainment, film most of all, and not just North Korean films. He'd smuggle in British comedies, French romances, American spy thrillers. He didn't care what country the film was from, he only cared if the film was good. Once he became an adult, Kim Jong-il joined the Workers' Party of Korea in 1961 and quickly ascended to a high position in the propaganda and agitation department. Now, he's not running the PAD, at least not yet, but he's getting involved with their creative output, like with Chalama Music. So, as we covered, Chalama films are being produced to motivate workers, but they have a blind spot. You can't exactly set up a film projector in a field all day, every day to get farmers to work harder. But music and getting people to sing while they work? You can definitely do that. The leadership sends a bunch of musicians and singers to go to farms and perform. There they'd be responsible for singing cheerful Chalama music that invigorated workers and reminded them what they're really working so hard for. Giant golden statues of Kim Il-sung. That's a joke, I'm sorry. Kim Il-sung doesn't have any golden statues in the 1960s. He gets those in the 1970s. But after that run-in with Khrushchev, Kim is trying to get rid of Soviet influences in North Korean music. He's going to replace that music with more songs that are more authentically Korean, traditional Korean folk music. You'll remember that originally Kim Il-sung was trying to downplay traditional music, but now he's bringing it back. But before he can, Kim wants some, what he calls, improvements to be made. Updating songs to be more in line with his teachings and adding lyrics about the Korean War or the importance of strong, singular leadership. They're also, once again in quotes here, improving traditional instruments, adding additional strings, changing their tuning, increasing their range, and so on. Changes like these let traditional Korean instruments be combined with Western orchestras, giving North Korean classical music performances a very unique and authentically Korean sound. Do these musical changes make any impact on the Chalama labor movement? Hard to say. In fact, how's that movement going? While the Chalama labor campaign does lead to a short-term rise in North Korea's productivity, the long-term results are a little mixed. But for any criticisms there are of North Korea's economy in the 1960s, well, it's not like things are going a lot better in South Korea. after the Korean War, South Korea was one of the poorest countries in the world, trailing North Korea by a huge distance and struggling with all sorts of domestic issues, economic slip-ups, and political chaos, which is in large part due to South Korea's leader, Syngman Rhee. Remember him? Yeah, he's still a dictator, he's still an asshole, and he's still somehow getting worse, like ordering soldiers to open fire in crowds of protesters worse. But in 1960, South Koreans had had enough, leading to the April 19th revolution, which forces Rhee to step down. Which is good, but it actually plunges the country into more political chaos, which is bad. Not for Kim Il-sung, though. He had never given up hopes of taking South Korea, and now it seemed like only a matter of time before the South collapses, letting Kim move in. He would finally rule over the entire Korean peninsula. And the PAD is setting the table for this potential reunification in their media. There are comic strips and films emphasizing how terrible life is in the South now, and how reunification under Kim is inevitable. I mean, that's what they said back in the 1950s, but this time's for realsies. One of the movies showing how bad life is in South Korea was The Road to Growth, which is a buck wild movie. It is a treat. It's that film we talked about earlier where a bunch of those US soldiers are laughing as they run over a blind orphan with their Jeep. And that's not even like the top 10 worst things done in the movie. There are these South Korean spies dressed up as Catholic nuns wiretapping crucifixes to spy on the prayers of starving children. This is wow. But as evil as those scenes are, they're the only good parts of the movie. This is a big problem with 1960s DPRK films. It's like somebody told their filmmakers that the trick to making good movies is obnoxiously loud, emotional music and long, uncut moments of people staring at each other. Here, watch this scene. I'll set the timer. Ready, go. Yeah. See, it's too long. That's too long. This is, oh, great. Female lead dramatic stare, followed by male lead dramatic turn, female lead dramatic stare, male lead's dramatic stare. Somebody say something. I'm getting secondhand social anxiety from this. Somebody has to say something. You're not allowed to do this. This is a crime. Oh, okay. There we go. Thank you. And there's so many scenes like this from The Road to Growth and other 1960s films as South Korean political chaos happens in the background. They're all the same. Unfortunately for Kim, his hope that South Korea was actually going to collapse is ended when a new figure appears, a South Korean army general named Park Chung-hee. Park Chung-hee installs himself as a military dictator of South Korea. He suspends the constitution, he dissolves the National Assembly, he censors the press and the media, and he restricts civil liberties. But he also normalizes trade with Japan and makes sweeping farming reforms, and he introduces a series of beneficial economic policies. Park is an asshole, but it's undeniable that under him, the South Korean economy begins rapidly expanding and growing. He signs an agreement with the United States, which renegotiated the U.S. Armed Forces presence in South Korea on more equal terms, which is good. Not for Kim Il-sung, of course. This new, more stable South Korea sends Kim into panic mode. But he's got an idea on how to throw a wrench into all of this. He knows the United States is busy in the war in Vietnam, which was a whole thing. So Kim starts sending small groups of infiltration agents past the DMZ into South Korea. The plan is by causing just enough trouble for America, who is focusing on Vietnam, maybe the US will just leave Korea? Once again, betting on America not going to war. Very smart. But how does Kim justify this new conflict to the people of North Korea and to his socialist allies around the world? Easy. He claims that the United States had broken a condition of the Korean Armistice Agreement. And he's completely right. In the original Armistice Agreement, everybody promised not to introduce nuclear weapons into the Korean peninsula. But 5 years after that, America decides, we're just gonna do that anyway, and we put nuclear weapons in South Korea. Kim Il-sung tells America, hey, you can't put nukes in South Korea. You promised not to do that. And America's like, what are you going to do about it? Spend decades of your country's budget, get a bunch of foreign loans, smuggle in imported weapons technology and develop your own nukes? I don't think so. I'm sure that won't come back and bite us in the ass or anything. But Kim's now got his justification for sending in agents to attack South Korea. This begins what's known as the Korean DMZ conflict, sometimes called the Second Korean War. There are no massive battles, but it's got a huge focus on spies and infiltration, a focus that sneaks its way into North Korean entertainment. North Korean spy thrillers become much more common, as are films made to warn the populace about staying vigilant of foreign agents and spies. North Korean movies get titles like Suspicious Radio Waves and Operation Document, or Ooh, that's some classic sneaking music. But not even Star Trek original series levels of fight scenes can save all these movies from the greatest enemy of all: boredom. DMZ conflict movies are boring. They're long, they're repetitive, and they're very boring. They take a genre, the spy genre, and they make it boring somehow. The only good spy film I saw from this entire batch is a comedy called Boasting Too Much. In Boasting Too Much, we follow a newly engaged couple and their parents and parents-in-law going through a series of unlikely misunderstandings. It's less lighthearted misunderstandings like, "Oh, I thought you were gonna bring the tickets." No, it's more like, "Are you a spy? Are you a fucking spy? Oh my god, he's got a gun!" It's a toy gun, just so you know. There aren't actually any spies in this movie, just one of the characters was bragging too much about his local factory's new amazing secret weapons project, and the rumor spread and people thought there was a spy somewhere. By the way, have you noticed that the dialogue in these movies always seems slightly off time with the actors' mouths? Like they're just out of sync? Well, that's not an issue of audio sync-up. North Korean film studios didn't have on-set microphones, so all the actors would have to go back and re-record their lines in over themselves later. That's why everything is just off. Anyway, Boasting Too Much, pretty good movie. It's a shame that fun films like this are really the exception in the 1960s. North Korean filmmakers show a lot of promise and talent whenever they're allowed to display it, but the restrictions on them make that hard to see. Although it's a bit more complicated with their animators. Up until this point, the animators at 426 Studios had worked exclusively on projects that taught kids basic, socialist-friendly lessons. Don't be lazy, work as a collective team, goats are jerks, all the important stuff. But as the DMZ conflict builds up, they're told to make more anti-American work. Welcome to Time Bomb. Set during the Korean War, Time Bomb stars a young North Korean boy living in a village occupied by US forces. The boy is taking care of his ambiguously sick sister while passing out socialist reading material around the town, but as he's painting the town red... Come on, that's clever. Red? He's painting the town red like communism? That's funny, damn it.
Paper, I'm limiting you to 3 puns for the rest of the video. That was the first. Also, I'm going to beep cut you back to the script.
Wait, what's a beep? The local US commander orders his men to plant bombs all over the village. One soldier even trying to blow up ambiguously sick sister, but when the boy returns home to save her, the American commander sends his dog after the kids. But the young boy is smart and agile and a bloodthirsty monster, so after tiring the dog out with a chase, he sort of vomit comets the poor dog into a telephone pole, ties a bomb to the dog's neck, and kicks his ass home. Jesus Christ, kid. I know the dog was trying to kill you, but the telephone pole was enough. The telephone pole was enough. After the dog has the chalama beaten out of him, he races back to his owner for consolatory scratchies and treats and maybe a walkie or two with the... No, they shot him in the face. They shot the dog in the face. His little leg is twitching. But since shooting an ass-whipped dog doesn't magically disarm any explosives on his neck, the time bomb blows up and the whole US base is destroyed. The boy and his now ambiguously cured sister look on with a look that can only be described as pure satisfaction. And the young boy wept, for there were no more dogs to conquer. Only a few short months after Time Bomb came Burned Squad of Flies. This one was more about the United States' alleged, but probably untrue, use of biological weapons in the Korean War. For the record, we got into some messed up stuff during that war, but I don't think bug bombs were part of it. The cartoon opens on some American leaders looking at their laboratory bugs that are absorbing deadly viruses. These bugs are fiercely loyal to their American masters, with one mosquito in particular running drills to get them all in tip-top shape. The infected bugs are flown into North Korea, while the pilot imagines all the riches and gold he'll be rewarded with one day, and, Okay, just really fast, there's a quick and very, uncomfortable note that I'd like to make. Some researchers have suggested that early depictions of foreign villains in North Korean cartoons intentionally use some really ugly anti-Semitic stereotypes. Exaggerated facial features, they're seen as scheming and untrustworthy. I mean, good God, their motivations are outright shown to be piles of gold. Like, does the evil boat need a nose? Does the American missile need a fucking nose? Come on. There are lots of theories as to why anti-Semitic stereotypes appear in North Korean cartoons. Some of it is connected to hateful cliches about Jewish capitalism and other dumb crap like that, but let's just get back to the cartoon. The pilot and bugs are shot down, but the insects start spreading out everywhere. Luckily for North Korea, they are defended by a team of flamethrower-wielding automatons or something? Seriously, what the hell are these things? We've already established the world has people. What are they supposed to be? But the super patriotic mosquito spots the fallen pilot and tries to drag him to safety, but the pilot takes a couple of pot shots at him, afraid of getting sick, causing the mosquito to realize he's been manipulated as they all burn to death. On the surface, Time Bomb and Burn Squad of Flies have a lot of similarities, but the more I rewatch these two animations, the more differences I notice. Like, Time Bomb is, if you were judging it purely on the merits as an animated story, functionally, it's a really well-made cartoon. And I'm not just talking about the dramatic bump in quality of animation. Like, without a single line of dialogue, we understand who this character is, that he's kind, responsible, and despite being smaller and weaker, he can overcome any challenge. That's a very good use of show, don't tell. Burn Squad of Flies is a little more shoddily made and it's more lecture-heavy, but it does contribute something important to the North Korean animated zeitgeist. The way the flies and mosquitoes are portrayed. They aren't just bugs, they're depicted as soldiers. Soldiers that have been used and subjugated by the evil Americans. They're stand-ins for South Korean soldiers. Big American animal allegory controlling small, weak South Korean animal allegory is a trope that we'll see repeat a lot today, so Burn Squad of Flies is at least an important cartoon, if not a very good one. It's also the last 426 animation to directly show the Korean War or American soldiers ever. That's really strange, right? In the DPRK's 70-year history of animation, as far as I know, only these two cartoons ever do that. They are the only two that ever really show the Korean War. Why these kinds of propaganda cartoons came and went so quickly is a mystery, but I think it boils down to a couple of things. First is effectiveness. In these cartoons, the Americans are portrayed as evil, but they're also hella stupid. Like, for a kid growing up in the 1960s who wasn't even alive during the Korean War, their takeaway might be, look, a little kid defeated a whole US Army base. Look, Americans aren't a threat to me. That's the total opposite impact the PAD wanted. The other, maybe more important reason Korean War cartoons vanished might have been Kim Jong-il. Remember the son of Kim Il-sung who now works in the PAD. Kim Jong-il understands that while cartoons like this may be okay for domestic audiences, they really don't lend themselves very well to foreign film awards or international acclaim, things that Kim Jong-il desperately wants when he becomes the leader of the PAD, which might be sooner than he expected. Outside of entertainment, outside of North Korean movies, outside the DMZ conflict, something big is about to happen inside North Korea that will forever change the country's trajectory. Think back to that August faction incident where Kim Il-sung purged most of the factions that opposed his leadership. By 1967, only one of these factions still remained, the Capson faction. The Capson faction wants to get rid of Kim Il-sung, but they don't have nearly enough power to do that, so they're going to do the next best thing. They want to pick the next leader, whoever comes after Kim Il-sung, and the Capson faction has a pretty big ace up their sleeve. They just so happen to run the entire propaganda and agitation department. How the Capson faction got control of the PAD is a long story, lots of political maneuvering and intrigue, but the point is, they run the department now, and these figures decide to use their influence over North Korean entertainment to support their preferred successor, Park Kum-chol, another veteran of the liberation movement. In 1967, they release a film about Park titled An Act of Sincerity, the last North Korean film ever made that intentionally, even if quietly, questions Kim Il-sung's singular authority. But Kim Il-sung and his son, Kim Jong-il, who is a part of the PAD, quickly sniff out what's happening, have the movie erased from existence, and purge the entire Capson faction. Kim Il-sung also condemns the group, not for questioning his leadership, but for committing one of the filthiest blasphemies of all, glorifying individual heroism. Really, Kim? Really, Kim? Really, Kim? Really, Kim? Really, Kim? Kim? Really? Kim? Really? Kim? Kim? Kim, you got your name scratched into a mountain, Kim. You don't think that's glorifying individual heroism a little? And here's the thing, he's just getting started. After the capstan faction incident, Kim Il-sung decides that no threat to his authority can ever be permitted to fester in the country again. And here, right here in 1967, is the moment where he turns North Korea into, well, North Korea. A monarchy run by the supreme leader, the only man with the wisdom and will to lead, who demands worship by the population at a level not even Stalin or Mao ever dreamed of. It's the most pervasive cult of personality ever created, now with more ties to Mount Paektu, more historical revisionism, more mystical properties, stifling dogma, purges, jailings, reality warping, and controlling the truth. And while many North Koreans then, and even now, don't believe all this nonsense, they still have to act like they do. And to ensure that Kim's new reality can be sustained, he has to keep the country quarantined. Border security is heightened to prevent information from getting in, travel permits to other countries are banned, and most non-North Korean media is prohibited. And the canvas on which Kim is going to paint all of this new reality is Juche. At its base level, Juche is a belief system that North Korea should be completely self-reliant and self-sustaining. Politically self-reliant, making their own decisions without foreign influence, financially self-reliant, producing their own goods and foods, and militarily self-reliant, strong enough to resist any foreign interference. And no, you would not be the first person to point out that Juche is completely at odds with North Korea's entire existence. Their political structure was installed by a foreign power, their economy and agriculture is held together by foreign aid, and the country only exists, again, because foreign armies have come in to fight for them. But Juche isn't really meant to make sense. It's meant to be a tool for Kim Il-sung and his descendants to demand fealty while removing threats to his control. So we're moving into the 1970s, where the DMZ conflict has mostly wound down, but now Kim Il-sung's got a much bigger issue on his plate. North Korea's economy is not doing so hot. They're finding it harder and harder to hit economic goals, they're taking on piles of debt from other countries to make up for shortcomings, and all the while, South Korea's economy continues to catch up. Kim Il-sung needs help to reach his people in ways unimaginable before, so he takes a walk down to the Korean film studio and has the filmmakers all gathered into a single room. Which, if you were one of the North Korean film guys, would probably be the most pants-poopingly scariest thing imaginable. Kim Il-sung had just purged a lot of these guys' bosses for making a film he disliked in the capstan faction incident, and now he's here shouting at them. He's asking them, why are our citizens growing tired of our movies? Why aren't our films capturing the hearts of our countrymen? Completely oblivious that this is all his fault, what's new, Kim Il-sung goes on and says, doesn't anyone here have the courage to guide the North Korean film studio back in the right direction in accordance with Juche values? The room goes dead quiet until a single man's voice rings out. I, father, will take on this responsibility. Yes, it's Kim Jong-il, and now he's put in charge of the entire propaganda and agitation department. From here on out, he's responsible for ensuring that all music, all films, parades, and propaganda sufficiently put his father and Juche center stage with an authentic Korean nationalistic style. So naturally, he just steals an idea from China. In the 1960s, China had begun releasing what are called the 8 Revolutionary Operas, big, spectacular, state-sponsored works combining opera, ballets, and stories of the working class defeating larger, tougher, often foreign enemies, with a lot of Mao Zedong's teachings in the mix. Kim Jong-il recognizes the potential in this idea, so he takes it and makes 5 of his own operas, and he humbly titles them the Immortal Classics. There are 5 of these operas in total, but Kim's focusing a little bit more on the opera's movie adaptations than the stage plays, starting with the first Immortal Classic film, Sea of Blood. Allegedly written by Kim Il-sung during his guerrilla fighting days, which, yeah, okay, Kim Jong-il, sure, your dad wrote an opera while he was freezing on top of a mountain, sure. Sea of Blood is set in the 1930s during the Japanese occupation of Korea, surprise, and follows Sun-yo, a villager living near Mount Paektu. After most of her family is killed in a fire, bummer, Sun-yo joins Kim Il-sung's Korean independence movement, smuggling weapons and explosives for his war effort. She gets caught though, but thanks to her juche and willpower, she never gives up any information. But Kim Il-sung's forces and the villagers manage to free her while wiping out all the Japanese soldiers. But although Kim Jong-il produces Sea of Blood, he is not the director. That was Chae Ik-gyu. The second of Kim's immortal classics is True Daughter of the Party, about a medic during the Korean War who takes care of the troops. In the end, she sacrifices her life to save other soldiers. Very juche. And with her dying wish, she asked for the only thing she ever really wanted in life: to be admitted to the Workers' Party of Korea after she dies. Yeah, I know, it sucks. Even the two Kims dislike this movie, despite overseeing its production and having absolute, total creative control to change anything he wanted. Kim Jong-il publicly vented disappointment about the project. See, this is what drives me crazy about Kim Jong-il. Sometimes he'll work on a film or something, and it's not bad, so people credit him as a respectable, artistic visionary. Then he'll work on something and it's terrible, so he blames the film crew and actors as though it's only thanks to him that the film isn't worse than it actually was. I mean, it's very on brand for Kims to turn failures into bragging, but it's still really annoying. So, Kim Jong-il, once again joined by Chae Ik-gyu, is coming to the plate with an unsteady film batting record when he releases his third revolutionary opera adaptation, 1973's The Flower Girl. And oh good, we're in color, great. The Flower Girl stars a young woman named Kot-pun, who is living under Japanese rule and evil Korean landlords, and she has pretty much the worst life ever. Her father has worked himself into an early grave due to a pair of evil landlords. Her sister is blinded by the landlords with boiling water for touching a pot. Her brother is put into prison for attacking the landlord for blinding the sister for touching the pot. And her mother is sick and dying from overworking under the landlord because she couldn't get help from the brother who is in prison for attacking the landlord for blinding the sister, and there's a hole in the bottom of the sea. Kot-pun spends her days selling flowers in town to provide for her family, no matter how shameful she feels practically begging for money. One day, her young blind sister heads into town to help raise money, singing as she sells flowers. Kot-pun freaks out when she spots this, chastising her sister for shaming herself the same way that Kot-pun does. Anyway, their mom dies, it's a very big scene, lots of crying. Kot-pun goes to see the brother in prison, but he's dead, very big scene, lots of crying. Returning to the village, Kot-pun learns that her sister's probably dead, maybe killed by the landlords or got lost in the snow, big scene, lots of crying. Kot-pun, now enraged and with nothing left to lose, confronts the landlords. No longer bound by concern or fear, she goes full Super Jucheon 2 and is here to self-reliantly kick some landlord ass. Y'all ready to die, motherfuckers? The understandably confused landlords think she's nuts because they actually didn't have anything to do with the sisters vanishing. But Kot-pun's here for revenge, so she whips some boiling oil on them, and she's about to chase them into the house, but she gets sucker punched by another guy and gets jailed. This enrages the town, who start a big riot. Kot-pun is reunited not only with her sister, who was actually still alive, but also her brother, who was actually still alive too and escaped prison to join Kim Il-sung's forces. Although, he looks different. I know Imperial Japanese prison's rough, man, but you look 30 years older. It's only been like 2 years. What happened? The brother gives a big speech about the evils of landlords and capitalism and how Kim Il-sung will save the country. The movie ends, and North Korean audiences lose their minds. The Flower Girl was the biggest movie success in North Korea's history. It was epic, it was fresh, it was in color. Even today, Flower Girl is often said to be the most iconic North Korean movie of all time, at least domestically. Oh yeah, we'll get to you, Pulgasari. We'll get to you. China and other countries in the communist sphere love The Flower Girl too. Kim Jong-il finally had his first globally recognized success. And now's the part of the video where I anger some fans of North Korean operatic cinema. I don't think The Flower Girl is that great of a movie. Look. It's a cultural media landmark with high production values. It sounds good, it looks good, and that stuff is great. But, and I say this as someone who has seen every North Korean movie building up to The Flower Girl, the movie is just as rigid and overpowering and mediocre as all the films that came before it. The impact of almost every scene is totally dictated by how loud the music can get while an actor scream cries for the 30th time. Like, jailed main character suffering unbelievable tragedies and dealing with a greedy landlord, repetitive scenes of injustices, shots of characters looking up at beams of sunlight to represent Kim Il-sung, and everything ending with a big speech about how great he is. We've seen all of this. We literally saw all of this in the very first North Korean film. Remember Our Home Village? Flower Girl is just Our Home Village in color with better music. It's the same movie. I'm not saying The Flower Girl is a bad movie, because it's not. I'm not even saying that the immortal classics are all bad films, although they mostly are, yeah. But they at least mark a point in time where you can start seeing a slight positive trend in quality thanks to Kim Jong-il's additional funding and support for the arts. I don't think The Flower Girl is a leapfrog in quality people think it is. But that's just my opinion. Lots of North Korean media fans disagree with me. Jesse over at North Korean Uncovered, which is a very, very good channel that does in-depth, long-form analysis of North Korean films and topics, has a completely different view on the film, and I highly recommend you check it out. It'll be linked in the description. And the Immortal Classics are, if nothing else, a spectacle. But for now, the director Chae Gyu had his sights on a very different kind of spectacle. He's helping to design North Korea's new mass games. Okay, we're not there yet. That comes later. Back it up. The idea of mass games or mass gymnastics originally started in Europe in the 1800s, but the Soviet Union adopted these events and began holding their own mass games in Moscow as a means of encouraging Soviet loyalty and youth participation. Stalin loved that kind of crap, and Kim used to love the crap that Stalin loved, so in 1948, we see the first North Korean mass games. They were relatively small-scale affairs until the 1970s, where Chae Ik-gyu pushes for them to be turned into big extravaganzas, colossal displays of adults and children performing dances, gymnastics, and salutes to the great leader. And while North Koreans were the main audience, a small number of the people watching are foreign tourists. A lot of people have this idea that no one is allowed into North Korea, but that's not true at all. Visitors from other countries have been welcome since the 1950s. After all, tourism offers a great chance to showcase the DPRK's accomplishments, spread some of its ideology, and make some money in the process. It's a win-win-win. While Chae Ik-gyu is upgrading the mass games, Kim Jong-il is fine-tuning the country's animation. But Kim Jong-il doesn't want propaganda cartoons to be as transparent as DMZ conflict content was. Instead, he wants to blend the subtlety of earlier animations with juche, encouraging animators to incorporate more allegories, folktales, and Korean legends. For instance, 1975's Dog and Cat. On a farm, there's a dog and a cat standing guard carefully each day to ensure that none of the little cut-out paper chickens are harmed. But one little chicken is really interested in what's outside the farm, so he sneaks through the wired fence divider and escapes, the little scamp. However, as soon as he gets past the fence and leaves the safety of the farm, he's attacked by a series of dangerous predators. Dog and cat save him and return him to the farm, and Baby Chick learns his lesson that life is better and safer back home. Yeah, it's not a coincidence that this cartoon comes out the same year that the South Korean economy officially passes North Korea's and never looks back. And it isn't just a financial thing. The basic standards of living are also improving in South Korea, with people getting better education, they're living longer, they've got improved healthcare, and they have access to cheaper, high-quality consumer goods. Compare that to what's happening in North Korea's sluggish economy. Kim Il-sung's unending focus on heavy industry, his poor resource management, ill-informed trade policies, and let's not forget trying to make your country self-reliant even though your country physically can't do that, has left the country uncompetitive and faltering. Even all the aid from the Soviets and China, which is substantial, is barely enough to keep the country afloat. And North Koreans were starting to see this. You can lie to your population about record growth and soaring industrial output all you want. North Koreans aren't stupid. They can see deteriorating infrastructure. They can feel hunger in food shortages, and word will get out that South Korea is doing better. So in 1975, while it's still rare for North Koreans to try and defect from the country, it is happening more, and the leadership is painfully aware of this growing problem. Hence, cartoons like Dog and Cat, which are very early attempts to instill this subconscious idea into kids that while the grass might look greener over there, it's an illusion, so stay on this side of the fence where it's safe. And this sort of allegorical warning cartoon can be used for any social issue or idea the PAD or Kim wants to push. For example, let's say they want to promote the importance of remaining vigilant of attacks from foreign enemies. How do you do that? Well, 426 will make something like the Proud Rooster. Also set on a farm, this cartoon centers on Rooster, a bird who isn't really concerned about predators or dangers thanks to his high perch in a tree. But soon, Fox appears, who coaxes the Proud Rooster down from his perch. Fox snatches Rooster up, but she's stopped by Dog and the entire farm, who chase Fox into some water where the dog very methodically drowns her. Aw. Okay, so that's an easy allegory for kids. Be vigilant, spies are sneaky. But here's a real challenge. How do you teach kids the evils of capitalism through animation? That's a really tall order, right? To show how corrupt an economic system can be through allegorical animal farms like these cartoons? Nobody could do that. So in those cases, 426 Studios likes to break out some Korean folktales, swap some bits out to be more in line with Juche, and release cartoons like the Golden Lump and the Gang. Screw it, we'll use the translation. The Golden Lump and the special kind of rice made out of a particular kind of corn. In the Golden Lump and the special kind of rice cake made out of a particular kind of corn, we see a very unhappy feudal village, under the thumb of a greedy landlord and his evil wife, of course. But one day, a terrible rainstorm comes and drowns the entire land. The poor farmers, who don't have very much, are able to pack up their belongings and meager rice cakes made out of a particular kind of corn and escape to the safety of the trees. But the landlord and his wife are so weighed down by their treasures that they... yikes. The now single landlord is so weighed down by his treasures that it's hard for him to escape, but he does manage to hide in one of the trees. Soon enough, the landlord grows hungry, begging a nearby servant to trade some of his rice cakes made out of a particular type of corn for his gold. The servant says, no, food is the true treasure of life, and the landlord is reaping what he, I guess, didn't sow. It does seem a little harsh to let a man starve in a tree, but we get a flashback of the landlord whipping the servant's sister for a while, so I get it. I get it. Finally, the landlord and all his treasures fall into the water as a beam of Kim Il-sunny D hits the village. The flood vanishes, and the servants go back to farming. So, you get it. Greed is bad. Don't give up what you have for the allure of gold and treasures. Oh, and in case you're thinking that I'm cherry-picking or ascribing meanings to these cartoons that weren't intentional, I'm basing all of this off Kim Jong-il's own writings about media. He's publishing books and literary works by the dozens, openly saying that art and media without ideological meaning or messaging should not be made by North Korea. His most famous book, On the Art of the Cinema, is written with all the undeserved confidence of a self-taught amateur whose dad plays God on TV. It offers chunks of wisdoms like, the best dialogue in movies is full of meaning and is easy to understand. Originality is the essence of creation. The actors are the face of the film. I consider makeup to be a noble art. Okay, actually, I like that one. You know what? I like that one. Makeup is a noble art. And the rest of Kim Jong-il's writings are all equally hard to get through. On the art of opera, on the art of the drama, on the art of the dance, on the art of music, on fine art, on Juche literature, on the theory of circuses, on architecture, on developing forestry, on improving land management, on chicken farming. What the f*** do you know about chicken farming, Kim Jong-il? The only chicken you ever see comes with a side of barbecue sauce. And talking about a subject without the slightest hint of expertise is something both Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il do. They have these on-the-spot guidance events where they go to a farm or a factory and tell the experts everything they're doing wrong. I keep tapping on the pudding cup, but it doesn't open. You should make them open when I tap it. That way I can roll the pudding in my hands and pop it into my mouth with much revolutionary zeal. What a good idea, sir. Also, this glass bottle line is too slow. You should throw them like bowling balls. We'll get our best men on it, sir. And these bicycles you design, you say they have brakes to slow them down? It seems our citizens could be going much faster without the brakes. Oh, we'll look right into that, sir. I would pay anything for one of the experts to put Kim on the spot and be like, hey, do me a small favor. Could you identify a single object on this table? Like anything here on the table. Just tell me what it's called. Seriously, just tell me the name.
Paper, I think you're going.
Yeah, off topic. I know, thank you. So, Kim Jong-il cartoons, right. This is Squirrel and Hedgehog. Originally airing as a 4-part series, Squirrel and Hedgehog was set in the fictional region of Flower Hill. One night, the squirrels of Squirrel Village see that Bird Village has been attacked by the evil armies of the weasels from Black Rock Mountain, along with their subordinates/slaves, maybe? The mice. Squirrel Village is terrified, but a mighty bear lives in their village, and he tells them they shouldn't worry, he'll protect them with his big bear arms. The squirrels agree to rely on him for protection, and perhaps only to mock the god of narrative irony, they host a big feast to celebrate how safe they are. We're never gonna die! But one hedgehog warns the squirrels that they shouldn't depend on stronger animals for protection. Hedgehog Village builds their own defenses, and they spend their time training for war. One squirrel, Gold Squirrel, wonders if his village too should follow their example, but the rest don't seem that worried. Never ever gonna die! Back at Black Rock Mountain, a weasel officer hatches a plan to send a bottle of poisoned alcohol to Bear in order to incapacitate him, allowing the weasels to sack Squirrel Village. As the village gets attacked, Gold Squirrel tries to wake Bear up to save everyone, but he can't do it. Luckily, he's rescued by hedgehogs who decide that now is the right time to serve him up a dozen hot plates of "we told you so's." While everyone Gold Squirrel has ever loved is being cooked to a crisp in the background. Thanks, hedgehogs. Later on, the weasels try to send some of their mice to disguise themselves as squirrels and sneak into Flower Hill. The hedgehogs, not being blind, immediately notice what's happening because squirrels don't look like mice. They're going to recognize you and beat you up. See? That's exactly what happens. A lot more stuff happens over the first few episodes, but basically, the squirrels, the hedgehogs, and the ducks, they launch a counteroffensive that cripples the Weasel Empire. And the 4-part series ends with a warning directly to the audience that even though we've won the war, always be wary of foreign evils and be prepared to lay down your life to fight. I think you picked up on all the big headline messages here, right? The Juche message of don't rely on other groups for self-defense, always be self-reliant, etc., etc. But beyond that, there's a very popular interpretation of this cartoon that each type of animal is a representation of a real-world country. The squirrels, hedgehogs, and ducks represent 3 aspects of North Korea. Squirrels are civilians who only want to farm, hedgehogs are the military who understand the value and justification for using resources for self-defense, even in peacetime, and the ducks are the navy, protecting the seas with mines and patrols. Then you've got the bear, who is the Soviet Union, undeniably strong, but flaky and unreliable. The weasels represent maybe Japan, but probably America and UN forces. And the most interesting characters are the mice. They, according to this theory, represent South Korean soldiers. They're small and weak too, but instead of fighting for themselves like the squirrels do, they let the big American weasels boss them around. Earlier cartoons, like Burn Squad of Flies, presented South Korean soldiers as brave but misguided. Now they're cowardly and submissive. It's an important distinction. So this is the often repeated interpretation of Squirrel and Hedgehog, and while it is a fun theory, there's some skepticism around it in North Korean academic studies. Nobody questions that the show's message to kids is, hey, trust the military, self-defense, foreign influence is bad. Wink. Those ideas are definitely in play here, but how directly should these metaphors and allegories be applied? Do the weasels represent America, or more of a general idea of foreign threats? Does the bear represent the Soviet Union? Or is he just a metaphor for the poor choice of relying on strong people to defend you? You see what I'm saying here? You could interpret this very, very directly, but I don't know if that was necessarily the outward intention of the animators. But what do I know? Oh, and by the way, if you'd like to watch this entire series in English, you can. In 2015, an Italian children's animation producer named Mondo TV licensed Squirrel and Hedgehog from North Korea, cut out all the propaganda, dubbed the whole thing in English, and released the series.
Go call the magpies!
So the series is at least kind of popular internationally, but that's nothing compared to its popularity inside North Korea. Squirrel and Hedgehog is the first of the big 3 North Korean animated franchises, and the reason for its widespread popularity is television. By the 1970s, only a few people could afford to get televisions in North Korea, but if you were lucky enough to live in Pyongyang, there was a decent chance you at least knew somebody who had one. We know that there were 3 channels: the general all-purpose KCTV, Monsadai TV on the weekends with films and entertainment, and the Korean Educational and Cultural Network with educational content. And this slowly growing TV audience enables shows like Squirrel and Hedgehog to take off with reruns in a way it just couldn't have in theaters. Other TV shows are launching too, like North Korea's first comedy series, That's So Funny. Imagine a sketch comedy show, but the sketches are like 15 to 20 minutes long, they're full of dialogue about how great Kim Il-sung is, and like any good comedy, they stop the show every so often to interview the guy who wrote the joke to explain the joke. Which always ends the same way. But really, it's only thanks to Kim Il-sung's revolutionary zeal I was able to write the joke. He's such a funny guy. Also, I'm in no way saying these performers lack talent. I'm sure they're funny. This woman, her delivery, her acting, it's funny. It's just the writing that's bad. One of my favorite videos I've seen on this project was this clip of a North Korean street magician, just some guy getting a girl to laugh this hard. Any impression you have that North Koreans are mirthless, stone-faced, brainwashed zombies who only laugh or smile on cue, that's totally false. North Koreans love to laugh. The comedy is just not great. But let's change gears a bit, because there's a much better TV show airing in the 1970s. Unsung Heroes. Inspired by many of the popular 1970s Cold War spy films, the 20-hour-long Unsung Heroes was North Korea's own attempt at a televised spy drama set in South Korea during the last year of the Korean War. The plot isn't easy to keep track of, so stick with me here. With Kim Il-sung leading the North and Syngman Rhee, hey, remember him, leading the South, things are, according to the series, going very well for North Korea. Sure. And Kim Il-sung is ready to graciously end the violence with the signing of the Korean Armistice Agreement. All he wants is peace. Kim Il-sung thinks the weak and old Syngman Rhee will be easy to negotiate terms with, but there are rumors of a coup in South Korea. So Kim Il-sung sends a spy named Yoo-rim into South Korea to stop this coup from taking place. Yoo-rim does a bunch of spy stuff, stops the coup, and Kim Il-sung is able to cleverly trick the American bastards into signing the Korean Armistice Agreement. What North Korea always wanted all along. Obviously, there's a lot wrong with the history of this series, the most outrageous claim being that Syngman Rhee was a peace-seeking wimpy dude that wanted to end the war. No, he wasn't. Syngman Rhee completely opposed making any peace with the North. In fact, he refused to sign the Korean Armistice Agreement. Only North Korea, China, and the US did. I don't really care, though, because thanks to Unsung Heroes, we get to have some more of those fake foreign guys, and they look weird. Jesus, he doesn't even look like a person. He doesn't even look like a human being. But what really makes Unsung Heroes a strange watch is that some of the white guys are played by actual white guys. Look at that. A real white guy. Another real white guy. Another real white guy. Come and get your white guy. Lots of white guys. And these white guys aren't Russians acting. They are real Americans who defected into North Korea. In the last 70 years, there have been 4 or 5 or 6 or maybe 7 American soldiers who were stationed in South Korea after the Korean War that crossed the DMZ to defect into North Korea. I say 4, 5, 6, or 7 because while the first 4 definitely defected on purpose, the 5th, Roy Chung, may have been kidnapped, the 6th, Joseph T. White, has very little information on him, and the 7th, no joke, as of the day that I'm writing this script, like today, like this morning, the 7th was reported to have run into North Korea. I don't know what the situation is with him, so let's just stick with the first 4 guys. And I know what you're thinking. What would possess somebody to run into North Korea? Because once you're there, it's very unlikely you're coming back out. But whatever their original motivations were, all 4 of these soldiers quickly regretted their decision, and they attempted to seek asylum in the Pyongyang Soviet Embassy in 1966. The embassy said no, and they were all returned to some pretty angry North Korean officials. During their time in North Korea, they were beaten, tortured, forced to study the ideological teachings of Kim Il-sung and later Kim Jong-il, and were being incorporated into North Korean English propaganda. Big publications showing how happy all of them were for finally escaping capitalism. The papers even had a section called Letters from Abshire and Dresnok with such natural and unsuspicious quotes like, "Dear old fellow friends." Here we go. "Enjoying warm welcome from the North Korean people. To tell the truth, the people of North Korea are enjoying freedom and happiness inaccessible to the working people of the United States. P.S. We definitely didn't write this at gunpoint or anything. Thanks for asking." But the worst injustice pressed on these 4 guys was, well, it was probably the torture. That was I bet that was the worst part. And then the beatings and the starvings. But the ninth worst injustice pressed on these 4 guys was that they had to act in North Korean spy soap operas like Unsung Heroes. The poor bastards. But all the involuntary acting and historical accuracy issues aside, the camera work is great. There's all these up-close personal shots that add to spy tension, but then they open it up for more interesting angles and wider shots. The acting seems better. The writing seems a little more natural. It's an overall better experience, and I think these are the kinds of impacts Kim Jong-il is having. It's not overnight artistic leaps and bounds like people think The Flower Girl was. It's Kim providing more funding and more training opportunities for his filmmakers, which in turn lets them make better stuff. And although the entire series was shot in the North Korean film studio, they did a terrific job designing sets for these foreign countries with shots of desolate South Korean streets, seedy music bars, dark rides through evil enemy American-controlled territory. It's great imagery. And it's really important imagery. The PAD can't present the North as economically ahead anymore, so instead, they have to present the South as, yes, maybe wealthier, but the quality of life is terrible. Like in the movie The Fate of Kyumhyui and Eunhyui, this movie compares the lives of two sisters separated at birth, with Kyumhyui ending up in the north and Eunhyui in the south. Kyumhyui's life is wonderful, healthy, bright, and happy, and she becomes a very successful drum player in the sparkling city of Pyongyang. Eunhyui's life, in comparison, is less wonderful. She's singing in this horrible hole-in-the-wall bar surrounded by drunks and floozies. She's in debt. She gets hit by a car. I'm sorry for laughing. It's a lot to take in. And everyone she knows is getting beaten or stabbed. It's cartoonishly awful. And all the people in the South look like sickly. Their healthcare is portrayed as incompetent and greedy. There's barbed wire imagery everywhere. Shots of the North, constant march towards utopia, are cut between shots of the miserable South Korean life. It's like the director is taking your hand and racing you back and forth to nail this point in. Good, bad, here good, there bad, here good, there bad. There's another film kind of like this one called Yongsui and Yeongguk Return to Their Socialist Homeland, great title, starring a young actress named Kim Hyun-hui. Be sure to remember that name because in like an hour, she's gonna blow up a plane. We'll get there. But first, I want to look at a different movie, A Day at the Amusement Park. In the film, A Day at the Amusement Park, there are two families trying to arrange a marriage, and they've decided to hammer out all the final details at where else? A recently state-renovated amusement park. I guess, like, what better place to decide your daughter's future life partner than while getting crushed to death between bumper cars or reliving your Korean War trauma? Real talk, the whole story is just a big, flimsy excuse to fill a 48-minute movie with 46 minutes of advertisement for a brand new amusement park. Look at the colors! Look at the fun that people are having! Look, they have an amusement park! Look how much better life is here! Look at how much better life is here! Audience. The film also might be a light critique of the concept of arranged marriages. At the end of the movie, the outdated, traditional parents realize that in this new, modern Korea, people should get married with the people that they love working with. The people that they love working with. Hardworking, loyal, humble workers are a good marriage choice. You shouldn't pick someone's marriage partner because they would be a good match for your family. They should do it based on who works hard. In fact, there's another major film genre about hard workers that starts in the 1970s. It's called Hidden Heroes. Hidden hero movies, at a glance, are easy to confuse with those old Chalama Rider films, and there is a lot of overlap. People triumphing over some sort of farming or factory or work problem by pushing themselves to their absolute limits. You see that in both types of films. But in hidden hero films, the hero is supposed to be, well, hidden. You shouldn't work hard for applause or flowers or glory. You should do it for the nation and never seek out appreciation or thanks. Do it for Kim. Just do it for Kim. And hidden hero films tend to be a little more flexible than Chalama films were, at least in their subject matter. Sure, there's lots of hidden hero farming or industrial films, but there's also reunification films, spy films. There's a whole subgenre of hidden hero apple harvesting films. My favorite hidden hero apple harvesting film is, of course, When We Pick Apples, because the protagonist in this movie is the smuggest apple picker in the world. All she does is passive-aggressively judge people for how they handle apples. You should be more careful with your apples, miss. You should handle them like an egg. Mm-hmm. Oh, look, Chief, look at all the apples on the ground. Maybe somebody should do their job better. Mm-hmm. Which one of you rotten little poop stains bruised my precious and thankful apples? Mm-hmm. The movie's also got the DPRK equivalent of like a hot car wash scene where the girls joke around spraying each other with they spray each other with like dangerous insecticides. But not every hidden hero film is as positive as When We Pick Apples. Some take the reverse approach, showing a former hidden hero that's lost their way. Like this comedy, Our Family's Problems. Here's a hardworking, selfless post office chief who's doing everything he can for the country and the collective good with no expectation of personal rewards. He's a classic hidden hero, but his wife is greedy and selfish, wanting her husband to use his position as a leader to get them special treatment. The chief lets her behavior slide until one night he snaps. He rolls up his sleeve and he prepares to hit his... What? Ivan, are we sure this is a comedy?
Oh, definitely.
All right, so the husband's about to hurt his wife, but she gets so terrified of him that she passes out in shock. The chief is horrified by what he almost did to his wife and begins giving in to all of her demands, as well as learning to partake in the finer things in life himself. This former hidden hero, whose only goal in life was to contribute to society out of the spotlight, is corrupted. But one day, he and his wife's antics cause a critical delivery failure, and he's dragged in front of a self-criticism meeting. These are very real things in North Korea, and in the meetings, people are accused of or admit to wrongdoings in front of their community. The post office chief is hit with overwhelming shame of his actions, and he realizes that he's allowed his pursuit of material rewards to steer him to evil. He resigns his job, and it's kind of implied that he throws himself off a bridge at the end. Ivan?
Alright, so it's a little dark, but it is a comedy.
I mean, it does have some really funny moments. Kim Jong-il even thought that Our Family's Problems put too much emphasis on comedy. This is comedy, I guess, and not enough about his father, of course. But don't you worry, he made sure to rectify that by producing 12 sequels to this movie, all with less jokes and more Kim Il-sung imagery. But Kim Jong-il doesn't want to just put more references to Kim Il-sung in movies. He wants to put Kim Il-sung into movies. So far, Kim Il-sung's only appearances in movies were as paintings and statues, sometimes that unseen force of nature, right? Things would look dire, all is lost, a character would be hit by a beam of metaphorical Kim Il-sung light, there's some lightning or something, and the day is saved, without Kim showing up in person. The idea was to make Kim Il-sung mysterious and a bit supernatural, but it also left him a little unrelatable, impersonable, maybe distant. And so in 1977, Kim Il-sung makes his cinematic debut. He's usually not the protagonist of the movie, though. That might humanize him too much. So in most films, he'll do like a quick Stan Lee cameo at the end of the film, just to give a quick speech, an awkward, non-committal wave. Yes, hello there, yes, good work, people. And then vanish to wherever he came from. That's like 99% of these Kim appearances. But there are exceptions, though, like Star of Korea, a 10-part retelling of Kim Il-sung's life as a guerrilla fighter. The filmmakers play it real safe, though. Kim's always hit with perfect lighting and camera framing as his comrades listen to everything he says, like Jesus and the apostles. But these Kim appearance films serve a wider purpose than glorifying Kim Il-sung. They're also glorifying Kim's bloodline. We see movies starring Kim Il-sung's mother, his father, his uncle, his grandfather, his ancestors, the whole family line they come from is shown to have a long history of Juche-loving, visionary thinkers and warriors, and the implication is continuing forward. Kim Jong-il is using his control of the PAD to very coyly suggest that, after Kim Il-sung is gone, it only makes sense to replace him with another Kim, with his blood, right? The thing is, lines of succession after a cult of personality leader dies have historically ended, messy. So to even have a fighting chance of taking power after his father dies, Kim Jong-il is pouring the concrete for his ascension now, in the late 1970s, with films that hitch his legacy to his father's legacy. But it isn't working. Despite his early successes, Kim Jong-il's new age of North Korean films was starting to fall right back into the same cliché patterns from before. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-il is seeing his worst enemies, Japan, the US, South Korea, sweeping international film contests and awards. Kim Jong-il wanted those wins. He wanted those awards. He wanted to build North Korea's relevancy in the world stage, so he does the only reasonable thing there is to do. He decides to kidnap a South Korean director. So, say you're Kim Jong-il, and you want to kidnap a South Korean director to improve the qualities of your North Korean films. Well, how do you choose who to kidnap? Actually, hold on. Hey, Ivan, can you do me a favor and make a list of some of Kim Jong-il's favorite foods?
His favorite foods?
Yeah. It's going to be super important for a movie we talk about. I promise.
Oh, okay. I'll be back in a few minutes then. Be sure not to go off topic while I'm gone.
You got it, buddy. Okay, he's going, welcome to Who Should Kim Jong-il Kidnap? Hi folks, I'm Paper Will, and this is Who Should Kim Jong-il Kidnap, the extraordinary game show where Kim Jong-il decides which South Korean director to kidnap and force to make movies. Mr. Kim, tell me what you're looking for in a director tonight.
Paper Will!
Ah,
This is exactly what you said you wanted to avoid. Big, long, off-topic tangents. Also, how long did it take you to make this game show set?
like a week. The set was really easy, but this little bow tie was really hard to draw. It kept coming out too big, and then it was too small, and it was...
Okay, that's all I needed to hear. Beep cut!
Not the beep cut, not the beep! So there are lots of South Korean directors Kim Jong-il could trap, but Kim also needs someone he could actually trap. Someone that could be baited out of South Korea. Someone desperate for work. Someone like Shin Sang-ok. During the 1950s and 60s, Shin Sang-ok had been a key figure in South Korea's golden age of film. He opened his own production studio, Shin Films, and he married the very talented actress Choi An-hee. For years, Shin and Choi were the Sollywood power couple, producing hundreds of South Korean movies. However, in the mid-1970s, Shin's life takes a pretty hard turn for the worse. His marriage ends as some of his extramarital affairs become public. Then he found himself at odds with President Park Chung-hee. You remember him, he's the military dictator that's running South Korea now. While the economy may be improving under Park, his government is becoming increasingly conservative and restrictive with their media. And if there's anything you need to know about Shin Sang-ok, it's that he hates restrictions. So, after breaking the government's media rules a few dozen too many times, Shin has his film license revoked, bringing his career to a complete halt. It also ruins Choi An-hee's career just out of association with Shin, until 1978. Choi An-hee receives an invitation to direct her own film in Hong Kong. She travels there, excited to get started. She meets the staff, and then she disappears without a trace. Shin Sang-ok hears about this and, despite their separation, travels to Hong Kong to search for clues about her vanishing, and then he vanishes too. Which wasn't that uncommon. During the 1970s and 80s, North Korea operated an abduction program, kidnapping people from various countries and forcing them into training North Korean spies in customs and languages. We don't know how many victims there were, and North Korea has since only admitted to a handful of cases. The stories of those victims are tragic and important, so if it feels like I'm weighing the value of Shin Sang-ok and Choi An-hee's cases above other victims, I'm sorry. That's not my intention, but this is a video about North Korean entertainment, and in a few years, Shin and Choi are going to resurface in North Korea and change the country's entertainment forever. As the 1980s begin, North Korea is not okay. Internally, resources are slimmer and poorly managed. The systems for producing and distributing food, which, remember, need foreign oil to work, are becoming vulnerable to collapse. Food is starting to slightly thin out. Minor electrical blackouts are becoming common. Hospitals are having trouble keeping their lights on. Factory supplies are dwindling. They're spending way too much on military expenditures. And while the economy isn't in a free fall, it's hanging on by a few fragile threads. And that's all in direct contrast with what's happening only a few miles down from them. South Korea's pursuit of foreign investment and high-tech production play a pivotal role in accelerating their economic growth. For anyone paying attention, South Korea is looking like the Korean success story. But the thing is, most countries aren't paying attention. Not yet. South Korea still hadn't been able to shake that image of that barely recovered, war-torn, destroyed country from some American war. But that's all about to change with 5 rings. President Park Chung-hee is preparing South Korea for a bid to host an upcoming Olympic Games. He's hoping it'll be an opportunity to show the world that his country is a prosperous, developing nation, deserving of respect and relevance, the same things North Korea has been desperate for. Sadly for Park Chung-hee, he'll never see his Olympic plan come to fruition. He's killed and later replaced by another military dictator, Chun Doo-hwan. But Chun liked Park's Olympic idea, so he makes a bid for South Korea to host the 1988 Summer Olympics, and wins. And North Korea hates that. South Korea being chosen for these Olympics is deeply upsetting. It's a great big nail in the coffin of hopes that North Korea would gain international respect and relevancy over the South. They are supposed to be the legitimate Korea. They are supposed to be prosperous. They are supposed to be marching to victory. So why is Seoul getting the Olympics? Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il know that now more than ever, North Korea needs some very visible wins. That means even more money for the already bloated military, for a new batch of absurdly large statues for the Kims, and for some new media to re-strengthen their grip on the population. And what better way to do that than with a brand new music craze? Let's do this thing! What's this? Shiny outfits? Pretty women in giant 80s hair? A team of electric violinists? Guitars? What the hell is this? Well, in the 1980s, Kim Jong-il has noticed that North Korea's kind of fallen behind on the music scene. While his country is still focusing on military orchestras and marching bands, the rest of the world is entering the age of electronica music. Synthesizers, drum machines, chart-topping, catchy, synth-centered songs. The younger Kim sees an opportunity to continue making propaganda-packed melodies, but actually making music that doesn't suck. Huh? Won't that be fun? Music that doesn't suck? Yeah, we can do that. Kim orders the formation of two new electronica bands, the Pachambo Electronic Ensemble, or P, and the Wangjae-san Light Music Band. So while old music sounded like this, their new stuff sounds like this. Damn, Kim, I know it's not him writing this, but he paid for it, so damn, Kim. This song is called Play with Flowers, and man, that's smooth. So smooth, I'm slipping. See, once again, this proves that as long as you give North Korean artists a fraction of freedom to do something fun, they will deliver. This is wonderful. Okay, no, we don't need any horn in our electronic song. Thanks. Thank you. We don't need any. Thank you. Yes, have a nice day, you weirdo. There we go. Back to the good. I especially like our next track, Bellows Ballad. Ooh, it's kind of rappy, huh? The song's about a peasant village trying to farm rice and, yeah, see, there it is. Let's unleash our hatred of 10,000 years with spears and swords and beating landlords. Whatever, I still like it. Okay, so Pachambo and Wangjae-san might be changing up the music game, but they're still vehicles to deliver social messaging and propaganda. Want to remind people to work faster? Hit them with that new Pachambo tune about being efficient at your job. Think people aren't being patriotic enough? Drop a Wangjae-san on the scene. And there's always room for more crowd-pleasing military songs. Both bands' song lists are full of glorifying the North Korean armed forces. What is Life is a song about soldiers who get killed during the Korean War, which is like, there's nothing wrong with making a song about respecting soldiers, that's fine, but they make it really weird when one of the dead soldiers starts haunting the song from beyond the grave, asking what life is and remembering his last moments. That's too much. That's too dark for me, thanks. Thank you, Kim. While Wangjae-san is mostly a musical performance group, their shows often have big dance numbers as well, and I don't know about you, but I love me some big shiny overalls. Look at that. Look at that bejeweled, rustic, socialist realism realness, baby. I love it. But if sparkling farm girls aren't really your thing, something's wrong with you. But even so, you might prefer a more electronic, traditional Korean music fusion, like Our Rhythm is Pleasing to the Ear. That right there, that is two great tastes that taste great together. I can get into this. Then there's something called shoulder dance, which is right what it says it is. And while the old rules about love songs not focusing directly on romantic love are still in play, they've been relaxed ever so slightly, like I'll Give You Red Flowers. This song follows two regular people in love with one another in their first relationship. Neither are soldiers, neither are dying for their country, they're just a regular, normal, first date couple. I mean, relatively normal. And this is the point you know the PAD stuck their big stupid noses in. The song finishes asking when the couple will take their relationship to the next level by picking up a gun themselves and fighting for the country. Imagine somebody inviting you on a date being like, "Hey baby, Want to pledge your life to militant Duce socialism? That would be, well, okay, if somebody did that to me, I'd be like, I'd probably be down because that person sounds amazing. But for normal people, that's weird. The song was still popular, though, with adults and kids. Because Patambo and Wangjae-san aren't only being played on radio and television, these songs are being taught and performed in schools all over the country. Like, here's that same song from earlier, Play with Flowers, being performed by obscenely skilled North Korean kindergartners. Hyper-talented North Korean children performances are one of its most well-known cultural displays, which begs the question, how are they doing this? Ideological education in North Korea starts early, like really early, and one of the most effective ways of instilling respect and loyalty is through music. In the 50s and 60s and 70s, kids that showed great musical potential would be given special training at their school. Under Kim Il-sung, the funding for these music programs was a bit limited, but in the 1980s, and with Kim Jong-il in charge, all that changes. Way more money is diverted into young arts programs, and the most talented kids are put into specialized performance schools to better cultivate and foster their talent. The best of these students will spend the rest of their lives involved in the music scene of the country, and if you're anything like me, your knee-jerk gut reaction is sympathy for these kids, right? But while these schools are incredibly stressful and put way too much pressure on children, getting into the North Korean musical world offers kids and their families opportunities in life they could never have imagined, sometimes even raising their family's songbun. Songbun. God, I should have talked about this in like the 1960s. Songbun is a class system Kim Il-sung began, which categorized all citizens into 3 groups: loyal, wavering, and disloyal. To put it very, very simply, and maybe oversimply, being in a higher songbun, like state musicians, can improve your access to better rations, work opportunities, marriages, housing, and more. If I was a parent in North Korea, I'd much rather have my kid forced to play the violin and be well-fed than forced to work on a farm during a food shortage, right? And I've talked about this before, but I'm gonna keep saying it. North Koreans are people. They're not soulless. They have hopes and dreams and want what most of us want. They want a good life and a good life for their family. They love their kids. In an ideal world, their kids would be free to live comfortably, pursuing any interest they wanted, but they aren't in an ideal world. They're in North Korea. And hey, if you're the son of a witless dictator with a god complex that really doesn't care about the welfare of kids, I guess you can't argue with Kim Jong-il's results. North Korea's factory-efficient art programs will begin to produce some of the most impressive youth performances on the planet. But for now, instead of looking at what kids are performing, let's look at what kids are watching. In the 1980s, the 2 big forms of entertainment aimed at kids were comic books and cartoons. Unfortunately, even though millions of these 1980s comic books were printed, very, very few of them would survive to the 1990s for very, very sad reasons that we'll get into later. If you want a hint, the comics were printed on rice paper. Yeah. Although there's one really weird comic I found that I don't understand, and no one has been able to explain this to me. This is a North Korean comic from the 1980s called Of Course You Realize This Means War. Nothing out of place so far, except if you look up here, it says one of the artists in the series is Steve Ditko, the comic book legend known for creating the greatest superhero of all time, The Question, and Spider-Man or whatever. I would really like to know what the deal is here. Is this a labeling mistake? Is it some outsourced work? Is it fake? Seriously, if anybody knows, leave a comment. This drove me crazy. As for animation, though, 1980s cartoons continue to embrace animal allegories, fables, and folktales. They remained a simple but effective way to carry political messages in digestible forms for kids. A good example of one of these animations is The Bear is Back. Way up in the mountains, Bear lives in a poorly constructed log cabin. It's full of smoke due to him cutting corners in the ventilation system, and also not opening the damn chimney. Where did my design go wrong? Instead of making the right changes and fixing up his house, Bear keeps trying to take the easy way out. Rabbit, his neighbor, encourages him to work harder and do better for the community, but gets undercut when Fox shows up. Fox tells him, don't worry about all that, just come live with me in my house log. You ever want to live in a log? Now you can. Fox ends up betraying Bear, gasp, and Bear almost freezes to death until Rabbit saves him. Together, they rebuild Bear's house, with Bear learning the importance of being a self-reliant and juche boy. The end. Lots of familiar parts here. Don't sit around and wait for your problems to get solved. Be self-reliant, be juche. Nothing unique, but as a cartoon, it's not bad. Then there's the classic cartoon, A Hedgehog Defeats a Tiger. Deep in the forest, all the animals are holding a strength contest until Tiger and Fox crash the party. Tiger starts pushing everybody around and taking the prize medal without even competing, but no one is brave enough to stand up to him. Oh, and take special notice of the fox here, acting as a little minion for the tiger. We've seen that before, right? But soon, the little hedgehog, braver than all the other animals, challenges the tiger to a fight.
I will defeat you, tiger, and you will know pain.
While physically outmatched, the hedgehog uses his brains to beat the tiger, and it quickly devolves into, outright bullying very quickly. After a few minutes of this, the tiger is begging to be let go and that he's sorry and that he'll never do it again, but the hedgehog is like,
No. Now I poke you in the eye and pull out your whiskers.
Please God, please somebody save me!
There is no God here. Only hedge. Only hog.
Hedgehog is declared the best of all the creatures, not because they were the mightiest, but because they alone were willing to stand up. This genre of big, strong animal is stupid, small animals are smart cartoon repeats a lot in the 1980s. Frog Guard, The Rabbit and the Lion, Stupid Bear, plus 20 more identical cartoons that are all variations on the same idea here. Stupid Bear is a real bummer, too. The bear keeps forgetting his own strength, causing problems for this old man who took him in, and in the end, when the bear sees a fly on the grandpa's head, he, bludgeons the grandpa to death. That's the end of the story. I don't know what we... I don't know what we learned here today. But while all of those cartoons are hitting the same checkboxes of juche and self-reliance, they're missing something. Where's the Kim? Where's the Il? Where's the Sung? You will never, ever, ever, ever see one of the Kims in an animation. Not a direct portrayal, not a background statue, not even a portrait. They are non-existent in animation. Kim Jong-il tries to rectify this a little bit by introducing more stories that feature strong village leaders in Korean history, usually those with some hints of hereditary succession, like North Korea's very first full-length animated film, Swift Chalama. This animated movie depicts a coastal farming town in feudal Korea, constantly under attack by Japanese pirates. But the town is kept safe thanks to the wise village elder and his magical drumstick, marking him as chosen by the heavens to lead. Whenever the Japanese pirates attack, he just bangs his drumstick against a rock and it scares them away. But one night, the pirates sneak in and break the drumstick. The village leader orders his son to the land of drumsticks to get a new one by flying on a Chalima horse. There, things get RPG fetch questy very quickly. He has to first pick up a flower, then use the flower's dew to awaken a stone owl, then use the stone owl to get a brass key, and then use the brass key to open a sliding door in an old wooden tree, which reveals a world full of crystals. Among these crystals is a new drumstick with even greater power than the last one had. The son returns to the village, whacks a rock, and sends all the Japanese pirates back to the sea as their ships burn. The village leader and the rest of the town declare that the young son will be the next village leader. Big shot of the Kim Il-sung, the end. One interpretation of Swift Chalama is that the protagonist represents Kim Il-sung wielding authority decreed by the gods and having cleared out the foreign enemies, but I don't think Kim Il-sung is the protagonist here. I think he's the village elder. Yeah, in the past, he used his abilities to drive out foreign forces, but one day a successor will be necessary. And it can't be anybody. It has to be his son, and someone who will continue to protect the country even after the father passes. And if all this interpretation sounds like a stretch, Swift Chalama and the other cartoons like it went into production the same year that Kim Jong-il was officially declared the future leader of the country after Kim Il-sung. The same year he began openly establishing his own cult of personality. This is not a coincidence. I mean, there's a literal baton passing in this cartoon. This is all intentional, especially considering Swift Chalama is a precursor to a much bigger series, the second of the big three North Korean animated franchises, The Young General. The Young General revolves around a boy named So-mei living in the Korean kingdom of Goguryeo in the 6th century. Somei dutifully listens to his mother, values his village over himself, and looks up to the soldiers who protect the town from foreign threats. Soldiers like his highly respected father, who has just been killed, but nobody tells Somei that. Meanwhile, a new figure appears in town, Ho Bi, who is actually a spy from an enemy kingdom and the guy that killed Somei's dad. Ho Bi also, for reasons I still don't understand, beats the crap out of Somei for a while. Somei's mom finds him tied up and finally tells So the news of his father, which he handles well. Drama queen. Somei takes his father's sword and swears to defend the village from all the foreign devils. After some training, Somei and Hobi face off in a hunting competition, and although Hobi tries to cheat, he's ultimately outmatched by Somei, who wins the event, earns the respect from the army leader, and enlists to fight. He is a young general. And that catches you up to episode 2. There are 98 more episodes of the show, released over like 40 years, and we're not going to cover all of them, but you can probably guess how they go. Somei defeating foreign invaders and evil village chiefs, ultimately becoming an amazing general like his father. Aren't hereditary leadership roles wonderful? Hint, hint, hint. Wink, wink, wink. That's layer 1. But the young general and most cartoons set in the Goguryeo kingdom have a second layer behind the idea of promoting hereditary leadership. They're also working pretty hard to tie North Korea all the way back to the original Korean kingdom from thousands of years ago. As part of the Korean mythology, there's a god named Hwanung who has a son named Tangun. Tangun was born on Mount Paektu. Yes, that's where all the Paektu stuff comes from. And Tangun founds the first Korean kingdom, Gojoseon. Later, Gojoseon breaks up into 3 smaller pieces, Bakja, Silla, and Goguryeo. I think I got at least one of those. But North Korea claims that only Goguryeo was the legitimate successor to Gojoseon. North Korea claims to be the rightful successor to Goguryeo and therefore the successor to Gojoseon, which directly connects them to the divinely ordained and rightful Korea. North Korea being seen as the real Korea is a critical part of their narrative versus South Korea, going all the way back to the 1940s. And then there's a third layer to the young general in that Ho Bi, the main antagonist of the show, well, he isn't American or Japanese or a corrupted Korean general. Ho Bi is from China. Why would they make China the enemy in a cartoon? And not just any cartoon, a 100-episode mega franchise, the biggest North Korean cartoon ever. Obviously, you could argue the show is just set in Korea's history, and China has historically had some conflict with them. But as we've seen, North Korean media is very deliberate with its messaging. And by the 1980s, China's changed, man. China's been engaging in a series of economic financial reforms that North Korea doesn't like. More Western trade, more autonomy and enterprise, wage changes, banking regulations. These are big policy changes, and they make North Korea nervous. There are some very real strains on the North Korean-Chinese relationship in the 1980s, and I suspect those strains explain Ho Bi and other media painting China in a more negative light. It's a calculated response to remind kids, hey, China's our friend, but not always. For now, we'll back away from cartoons about complex geopolitical relationships, and instead, let's talk about something a little less complicated. Religion. A stone Buddhist statue spends all his time cooped up in his temple, reading old religious texts. Meanwhile, some young animals warn the stone Buddha about an old, dead tree that poses a danger to the temple, as it could fall over or catch fire. But the stone Buddha stops them, saying, yes, it's an old tree, but it's been here for so long, removing it now would be breaking with tradition. Sure enough, one night a lightning bolt hits the dead tree outside, setting it on fire, and the fire jumps to the temple. The stone Buddha desperately looks for solutions in his ancient texts and books as the flames rise higher, until the animals arrive right on time and put the fire out. This is kind of a unique message. The stone Buddha is only interested in learning from the past and from his old texts, so he's stuck in this dogmatic mentality that prevents him from using new ideas. When the temple catches fire, he can't even think for himself on how to combat it. The cartoon is saying, look, old texts and religions may have had some value in the past, but now it's time to leave back those old dusty ideas and look forward to a more modern thinking. Not that all books or learning is portrayed as bad in North Korea, far from it. In the 1980s, North Korea's school system is adding a heightened emphasis on scientific education so that students will one day grow up and discover new, jujerific ways to make the country more self-sufficient. And that new emphasis on science enters animation. with the third and final member of the big three North Korean cartoons, Clever Raccoon Dog. And yes, a raccoon dog is a real thing. It looks like a normal raccoon, but it is cute as hell. It's got a charming little bushy tail and okay, it sounds like screaming monsters, but it's cute, right? At any rate, shut up, you little monsters, shut up! At any rate, Clever Raccoon Dog shakes off traditional messages of Korean War allegories and strong leadership and demonizing foreign influences, and instead tries to just be educational. Each episode depicts Raccoon Dog and his two best friends, Cat and Bear, as they're confronted with some daily challenge. Cat usually tries to solve her problems with speed and agility, while Bear uses his strength. But Raccoon Dog? Well, he's kind of husky and slow, but he wins those challenges by applying science and critical thinking skills. This is the pattern most of the first episodes of the show take, but soon I think the writers started running out of ideas, so stories get weirder and weirder as the show progresses. Like when the kids are getting chased by drunk tigers, or they have an episode where they have to figure out how Bear can ice skate with an elephant. Okay, but weird plots aside, Clever Raccoon Dog is a good show, and it really is educational. I am not too proud to admit I didn't know you could start a fire with a small cone of ice. That's cool. I'd be thrilled if all North Korean cartoons from the 80s was education-centric light propaganda like this show, but a lot of it isn't. Let's talk about Pencil Missile. It features a modern-day kid named Sopal who's out hunting rabbits and doing sweet flip kicks on bushes. He heads home to study, but he doesn't want to deal with all this book stuff. He's more interested in imagining shooting US soldiers than learning how to use a protractor. While studying, Sopal drifts off to sleep, and he dreams that he's firing artillery shots at some enemy, except all the missiles and guns are made out of pencils and school supplies. Since he doesn't know how to use a protractor, his shots continue to miss, and he fails to protect North Korea as he's blown to smithereens. Pencil Missile is just the kind of animation you'd expect from North Korea in 1983. It's got some levels of educational content, but there's a huge twist of lemon militarism. Still, 1983 is a very important year in North Korean media for a whole other reason. It's the year Shin Sang-ok returns. Like we talked about earlier, North Korean films under Kim Jong-il are getting stale again, and they're simply not keeping pace with South Korean cinema. Even North Koreans felt things had gotten a little flat, and movie attendance was failing. This is something I haven't talked about nearly enough, but North Korean audiences, they can be a lot pickier than you'd think. They get bored of certain topics, and they stop showing up in large numbers. There's occasionally an interesting movie like Notes of a War Correspondent or Wolmy Island, which are both fine. I enjoyed them, and I love a good explosion or two, but even if North Korean audiences saw them, the propaganda is still so over the top that they've got no chance at winning international awards. Kim Jong-il wanted those awards, yet he didn't know how to leave the propaganda behind. Kim Jong-il needed that Shin Sang shock to the system. The last time we saw Shin and Jae-on-hee was in the late 70s, being kidnapped in Hong Kong and smuggled into North Korea. But that was 4 or 5 years back. Where had they been all this time? Upon their arrival in North Korea, they were kept apart and placed in small residences under the watchful eye of bodyguards. Shin Sang-ok was made to watch several North Korean films a day and write notes about how each movie could have been improved. This movie sucks! But Shin does something far more gutsy and stupid than give his kidnappers' movies 1-star reviews. Shin tries to escape. A lot. Like a comedic amount of times. The first time, he does it by simply jumping out of his house window, busting his leg, and getting caught by a guard, immediately. Not a solid plan, but you do have to admire the attempt, right? It's very on brand for the guy who hates restrictions to just jump out of a window. Shin's not chastised too badly for this escape, but he ups the ante in his second breakout, stealing one of the party officials' cars and driving off, hoping he can drive through the DMZ. But since there aren't that many 1980s Mercedes-Benz 450 SLs zooming around North Korea's countryside, they find him pretty easily. As punishment, he's temporarily sent to a low-level North Korean re-education center, but he's released back out after a couple of months. So the guards tell him, look, just buckle down, just get your Juche study on. Oh my god! Oh my god, he escaped again! Guys, he's running! Guys, goddammit, Shin! Goddammit! With all the confidence of an escape artist, but none of the skills of an escape artist, Shin tries to break out one more time, and fails. But this time, he's sent to a North Korean prison camp. And that's when this story gets dark. I mean, he was already a kidnapped victim, so it was already pretty dark, but it gets darker. In North Korean prison camps, you'll be forced to confess to any crimes they think you're guilty of. You'll be beaten for not following a command. You'll be starved regardless of if you follow a command, and you'll be tortured. And if you're very, very lucky, you won't die there. Prisons have an estimated 30 to 40% mortality rate, and that's where Shin Sang-ok will stay for almost 3 years. But in 1983, he's let out. He's given a nice suit, he's driven to downtown Pyongyang, and he's brought to a fancy party of North Korean socialites. And among them were both Kim Jong-il and Chae An-hee. Kim Jong-il confidently announces to the crowd that together, he, Chae, and Shin were now ready to build a new film industry for North Korea, an industry that would shape the nation's image on a global stage as a formidable cinematic juggernaut. Not that Chae and Shin had any choice in the matter. Later, the two of them would finally be able to speak in private, and they decided they'll make their escape someday. But that's going to be tricky because even if the two of them escaped, they knew there'd be some suspicion over whether they'd been kidnapped or had actually chosen to defect to North Korea. So Chae An-hee quietly purchases a cheap tape recorder and begins secretly recording every conversation they have with Kim Jong-il. There are quite a few of these recordings, but my favorite is the one where Kim Jong-il apologizes to Shin for all the kidnapping and the torturing, saying it was a big misunderstanding. Nice save there, Kim. The recordings also have Kim criticizing his country's movies, saying North Korea had the world's worst film industry. Naturally, he never blames himself, even though he ran the film industry, but he asks Shin and Chae to make some movies with huge budgets, full set authority, and access to anything they need. But this is quite a pickle, huh? How can Shin make a movie that pleases foreign critics and delivers DPRK propaganda? Shin's, I think, brilliant answer, though, was 1984's Emissary of No Return. An adaptation of one of those stories Kim Il-sung pretends he wrote, Emissary of No Return is the true-ish story of Ri Jun, a Korean emissary in 1907 who is sent to an international peace conference in the Netherlands. There, he pleads for help against the oncoming Japanese occupation against the Korean people with a big, melodramatic, powerfully emotional, and very long speech. Ri Jun's call for help is ignored, though, so in a last-ditch effort of protest, he takes a sword and ends his own life. Heavy stuff, folks. Heavy, heavy stuff. Didn't actually ever happen, but heavy stuff. But it doesn't matter that it never actually happened. I'm sure Shin Sang-ok knew it didn't happen. He doesn't care. He's here to not go back to prison by making a good movie. And he succeeds. Emissary of No Return is a big hit abroad, winning a prize at the Great, another language I'm beating up with my stupid mouth. The film wins a big prize at a big film festival, okay? And it shows the world that the DPRK wasn't a one-hit, one-flower girl wonder. They're back on the cinema scene. It's also a big hit in North Korea. North Koreans loved Shin's fresh directing style, especially compared to these stiff and lifeless shots that have become the standard for North Korean films. Shin's camera work is dynamic, the storytelling is visual, scenes look expansive and expensive, and most of all, the films just feel different. Right out of the gate, you can feel Shin Sang-ok's influence. First, credits are back. And in the front of the movie now, Shin Sang-ok convinced Kim Jong-il that credits had given cast and crew a little moment in the sun, which would help motivate them to work harder and create better films. But way more important than that, it's that the film isn't being filmed in North Korea. It's shot on location in the Netherlands, or in Czechoslovakia, pretending to be the Netherlands, but still, they're filming outside North Korea. Shin Sang-ok and Chae had gotten permission from Kim Jong-il to leave the country to get some footage, under heavily armed guards, of course, and it makes the films so much more visually exciting. Emissary of No Return's use of these authentic international filming locations are letting North Koreans see the outside world for the first time in such high quality. The world likes this movie, North Koreans like this movie, and most importantly, the Kims like this movie. By using a story written by Kim Il-sung, Shin Sang-ok checks the propaganda boxes, but since the story is set in 1907, before Kim Il-sung was even born, he's never mentioned or seen. Like I said, brilliant. For his next works, Runaway and Salt, Shin Sang-ok takes a crack in a more traditional North Korean story, set back in Korea under Japanese rule and greedy landlords. But despite being designed around those worn-out ideas, he finds ways to keep these films interesting. And he puts a bunch of ABBA music in Runaway, ABBA, the Swedish pop group, and doing that gives Runaway's soundtrack an anachronistic but kind of exciting vibe. Anyway, Salt and Runaway, like Emissary of No Return, are well received by audiences domestic and abroad, at least in socialist countries. Really, I think everyone is happy with these movies, except for one guy, Chae Ik-kyu, the director of The Flower Girl and Sea of Blood. He was put in charge of overseeing Shin Sang-ok's productions, and on paper, he was Shin's boss. But since Shin couldn't stand the guy, mostly because Chae would complain about things like, "You're using too many camera angles and too many cuts. You should use one long, rigid cut," which is exactly the kind of thing you'd expect from a North Korean director. So Shin Sang-ok just ignores him. Shin Sang-ok may be a prisoner, but he's got way more power than Chae does now, and most importantly, he's got the trust of Kim Jong-il. After all, from Kim Jong-il's warped point of view, he saved Shin Sang-ok and Chae On-hee from obscurity. He gave them back everything they'd lost in South Korea. They had a film production studio again, the right to make movies, status as media darlings, a large state-provided house. Kim thought it was only natural that they were loyal to him now, grateful even. After Runaway and Salt, Shin takes his work in a very different direction with film versions of Korean folktales, the most important being an adaptation of the tale of Chun-hyung, arguably the most famous love story in Korean folk literature, with a romance comparable to something like Romeo and Juliet, Lancelot and Guinevere, Wesley and Princess Buttercup. Set in feudal Korea, the low-born girl named Chun-hyung and the high-born son of an important magistrate, Yi, hard to say last name, fall in love. Due to the difference in their social hierarchy, that love is forbidden, but they get married in secret anyway. Soon, Yi and his father have to move to Seoul, leaving Chun-hyung behind and promising to return one day. Yi's father is replaced by a new, evil magistrate, Byeon the Vicious. Byeon falls in love with Chun-hyung and tries to take her as his own, but Chun-hyung is faithful to Yi, refusing even when threatened with death. Right before Chun-hyung is executed, Yi returns, now a very important royal inspector, and saves her. Yi punishes the evil magistrate, the two lovers are reunited, and they live happily ever after. Shin Sang-ok's adaptation of this story won't be the first time anyone's tried to bring the tale to film. It'll be the 16th. The first 3 Chun-hyung films were made when Imperial Japan controlled Korea's media output, so they're all lost media, and that's to be expected since they're movies from the 1920s and 30s stored on nitrate film, a material that would sometimes just up and explode in the wrong conditions. Like, for example, when it's exposed to light that...
Paper!
Come on, this is interesting. Nitrate film used to just explode sometimes. I promise, this is the only tangent, okay?
Fine.
Great. So this nitrate stuff wasn't only an issue with Korean or Japanese films, it was such a big problem that it led to the creation of projector booths, which would close off in the event of a fire and seal in the worker to just, I guess, just die. One November 1936 issue of International Projectionist, while making a defense of this practice, was proud to say that only one projectionist was dying every 18 days. This is a quote, "Not a bad average. Oh my God." It wouldn't be until the 1950s, after the North and South Korean split, where Korean filmmakers were able to adapt Chun-hyung entirely on their own, now without the restrictions and rules of Japanese censorship. Okay, let me do one more tangent.
Paper, you promised to stick to the bullet points.
I swear. It's important.
All right, keep it short, or I'm beep gutting you.
Okay, I'll make it quick. So there was a 1960 North Korean semi-adaptation of the tale called Moranbong. It's directed in North Korea, but by a French socialist film director named Claude Jean Bernardo, who works with the North Korean film studio to adapt Chun-hyung. But he doesn't want to do some simple, straightforward retelling of the story. No. Bernardo is an artiste. He wants his film to challenge the conventional narrative norms of imperialist cinematic agenda, because he's a douchebag. So he sets Chun-hyung's movie in the Korean War, and it's actually a film about filming a performance of Chun-hyung. Presumably, he had a point to doing all of that, but it's lost on me and apparently also lost on French censors who banned Moranbong for its gratuitous pro-socialist elements. But the movie also gets banned in North Korea, not because of its content, but I think because of the way the movie is shot, which was unintentionally subversive. Since it's a film about filming a film, the fiction of the movie is constantly bringing attention to the fact that it's a movie, with the camera pulling out to remind the audience that what's on screen, it's all a production, that what they're seeing is fake, that it's not reality. This is a very useful filming style that pushes an audience to question the nature of film and then in turn question the nature of their own lives and the reality that they accept. It's the kind of Brechtian meta-epic theater commentary that's great if you're trying to win Smuggest Movie of the Year award, and not so great if you want to get a film past North Korean censors who ban the movie. I fully support all of these bans because I think the whole movie is horribly pretentious and it's so far up its own butt that it's coughing up farts. There's a scene where a theater gets blown up, which you know, Bernardo was so goddamn smugly pleased with.
Yes, you see, the destruction of the movie theater is important in establishing the fleeting nature.
You're the worst, Bernardo. You're the worst. North Korea has another try at a Chung-hyung movie in 1980, which is a great film, but it's kind of romanceless. The film's much more interested in demonstrating the evils of classes and non-socialist societies. That said, again, pretty good film. And that catches us up to Shin Sang-uk's 1985 adaptation, which he titles Love, Love, My Love. This adaptation by Shin Sang-ok is a total heel turn on how North Korean media handles romance. The main character is more physically engaged than anything I've ever seen in any North Korean film. Look at this. This happens the first time Yi and Chung-hyung meet. It's unbelievable that Shin got permission to do this. I can't even imagine how North Korean audiences responded. This is the hottest thing I've ever seen. Oh my god, I can see her clavicle! I'm about to f***ing juche! And look, here's the two leads after their first night together who proceed to do a downright gorgeous dance number, running through their own storybook. And Love, Love, My Love is not only one of North Korea's earliest real romance films, it's one of their best musicals with sharp choreography, upbeat music, even Disney-esque villain songs. In the end, Yi and Chung-hyung reunite, get married, and then, as every book about North Korea will tell you, share the first on-screen kiss in North Korean cinema. But not really. There's a movie called 10,000 Miles Along the Railroad from a year prior that had a brief on-screen kiss. Still, Love, Love, My Love was another milestone for Shin Sang-ok's career, being so popular in the country that movie theaters kept running out of physical ticket stubs to sell. People were no longer going to theaters just for something to do. People were going to see films because films were incredible now. Kim Jong-il must have been very happy about all of this. But maybe he shouldn't have been. Shin's films were doing their job as North Korean propaganda, but they had some side effects that nobody saw at the time. Until this point, North Korean movies, and really all media, had portrayed foreign countries as crumbling, frayed, and scary places. But Shin's films didn't depict them like that. His movies showed foreign people with fun experiences, high quality of life. Nobody's farming all day, nobody's working in factories, and look at all these beautiful shots of abroad, while Pyongyang looks like a hot gray dump in comparison. A number of North Korean defectors cite these films as the tiny seeds of doubt that made them question why North Korean life was the way it was, why life looked better in other countries on screen, and also, what's this ABBA thing and how can I get more of it? They'd been told life was happiest in North Korea. That was very important propaganda. So if that was a lie, what else are they being lied to about? Shin's films also had a second side effect as well. He had shown North Korean audiences how good film can be, how good film should be, and he raised their expectations for all directors in the country. So how did the more traditional North Korean filmmakers handle this new, challenging film environment? Mostly, they totally failed. I mean, yeah, these boring films will occasionally stumble into being enjoyable, but it's almost always unintentional. Like, there's this one scene in a movie called My Happiness. In the scene, a soldier returns to his home village, but his girlfriend's like, "Wait, I thought your legs got blown off." And he's like, "Yes, my legs were blown off, but the doctors fixed me right up." And she's like, how did the doctors reattach blown up legs? And then he cuts to a bunch of limping doctors and nurses, and the soldier says, "Oh, my doctors and nurses donated their own bones and tendons and muscles. They gave me their legs." North Korea, doctors don't do that. North Korea, doctors can't do that. But fun moments like that are really rare in North Korean films from this time. It's mostly retreading old plots. You get films like My Commander's Former Superior, or Through the Ordeal, Forging the Yalu River, What I Must Do, Echo in the Jungle, Tenzan, Ultimate Mission. Alright, that's a different thing. We'll get to that. But the rest of these films are the same 5 plots over and over and over. Spy film, hidden hero farming, factory, war. Go around, collect 200 juche. But every now and then, you'll find movies where, even if the film itself isn't very good, it's different enough from what came before it to be enjoyable. Great example, The Tale of 15 Children. Set in the early 1800s, this story features 15 kids who decide they'd rather go live on a deserted island than stay and be oppressed by local landlords and class-based discrimination. But once the kids arrive in their new deserted island home, they realize how difficult life is going to be. Most of the film shows them struggling, not against some evil foreign power, but the challenges of surviving in the wild. Also, the island is vaguely implied to be cursed. That's not going to get brought up ever again in the movie, but hey, island curse. It's different. And it's all going really well until another boat appears. And things take a slightly racially uncomfortable turn.
Hey.
The kids are horrified to find that the other boat is run by Americans. I honestly cannot tell if this guy's one of those US defector soldiers they're forcing to be in North Korean media, or if it's a North Korean guy in makeup, because the whole face looks like a plastic mold. Also on the boat is a North Korean actor playing a black slave. And yeah. But to make things even trickier to get into, this slave character isn't a villain. In fact, he's a hero. He helps the kids escape the Americans, and they thank him for being a good guy. See, North Korea has a tricky relationship with race. Internally, the leadership, the government, and the media promote racial pristineness, Korean ethnic supremacy, and blood purity. Gross. Racial mixing isn't merely discouraged, but immoral. It's one of the reasons that 1957 Russian-North Korean joint project, Brothers, was banned, with its vague hints towards a Russian and a North Korean relationship. But that's the internal messaging. Externally, in propaganda, North Korea claims their country is the final bastion of true racial equality, unlike the way minorities are persecuted in the United States. But don't be fooled, it's talk, and sometimes the mask slips. In 2014, the North Korean state news agency published a report saying that then US President Barack Obama, and I'm quoting here, looks like an African native monkey with a black face. The final bastion of true racial equality, ladies and gentlemen. And in The Tale of 15 Children, we see that racial hypocrisy on full display. Yes, this character helps the kids, but he's also played as oafish, as barely capable of speech, as practically an animal. It's disgusting, and it's far worse than any of those white-faced characters ever got portrayed as. Okay, maybe not those guys that were running over blind orphans and laughing about it. That's a high bar. That's a high bar. Anyway, the 15 kids escape from the evil Americans and agree that trying to rely on help from others was wrong. Very juche. And the film reaches its ending as the kids prepare to go home. Before they head out, one kid has a dream of everyone being reunited with their families and living happily ever after, and also firing flaming arrows into the evil landlord's chest. The end. But not really. As the kid wakes up from his dream, the movie leaves it kind of ambiguous as to whether or not the kids will ever make it back to their homeland or sink and die in the ocean, which is dark, but again, it's different. Ambiguous endings like that, they don't happen very much in North Korea. And if you want to talk about really different, let's talk about Hong Kil-dong. In the original fable, Hong Kil-dong was the illegitimate, and therefore lowborn, son of a noble father. He learns martial arts from this old, mysterious guru in the mountains, comes to lead a band of outlaws, and overthrows the corrupt monarch and takes his place. North Korea's film follows those basic beats, but with some classic Kim Jong-il changes. First, the final boss of this film isn't a corrupt king. The real final boss is a bunch of Japanese ninjas. Why are there ninjas invading Korea? Who knows? And frankly, who cares? The fight choreography is great. In fairness, the way they eventually defeat the ninjas gets a little brutal. We're gonna throw a mosaic on that, and that, and that. But if you don't mind a little blood on your camera lens, it's a great scene. The second big change is that even after Hong Kil-dong saves the country from beach ninjas, the king refuses to let him marry his daughter because of their differences in class. Hong Kil-dong decides to dramatically leave the country to search of a place that has no class, a place where peasants and the wealthy are equal. And I get why they made some of these changes. I get why the king can't be fully evil and be overthrown like in the original story, because the idea of encouraging the population to overcome an evil dictator, it's a little too close to home. But the movie still has a protagonist that, in the face of an oppressive government, chooses to escape the country. In a period of time where North Korean defector numbers are on the rise, I wonder if North Korean filmmakers really didn't think this one through. They do something similar in another martial arts movie, Order 027, but again, they don't really think these things through because they set this martial arts movie during the Korean War. There's a reason that you don't usually set kung fu films in modern war movies. It's 'cause gun beat hand. Gun beat hand, Kim Jong-il. Poor premise aside, I will fully admit the martial arts are so over the top and vicious that you can't help but love it. And look at all the flips and jumps and stuff of the... Wait, hold on. Wait, back it up. Yeah, where did this guy go? Where did this guy just go? He just flipped into outer space. Oh, or this guy rolling around. They can't hit me if I don't stop twirling. Despite these savage kill shots, Hong Kil-dong and Order 027 were really big successes with kids, inspiring a whole generation of North Korean children, mostly boys, to get interested in fighting. And North Korean martial artists ain't no joke. I was watching some clips of them earlier, and it's like look at this. Holy shit! That dude's God! And like, Jesus Christ! Oh my God! But in comparison to boys hoping to one day have their arms destroyed by a sledgehammer, many young girls had a different dream job. They wanted to be directors of traffic. Because automatic traffic lights were expensive and vulnerable to electricity blackouts in the 1980s, North Korea relied on traffic directors, young women standing at the center of intersections in sharp white or blue uniforms. These traffic director jobs were considered highly respectable and prestigious and critical to the city's moderately growing traffic. Naturally, it was only a matter of time until somebody made a comedy about them, giving us Traffic Directors on Crossroads. In the film, a traffic director named Eun-suk has a run-in with a truck driver named Kyung who is speeding. Eun-suk comes down pretty hard on Kyung, but later discovers that his blatant disregard for the safety of others was motivated by him trying to deliver a washing machine to her house. She hides in her room as Kyung complains about how strict traffic directors are. Kyung, you were going 50 miles an hour down Main Street to deliver a laundry machine. Cut the attitude, huh? Over the movie, Eun-suk and Kyung come to better understand each other, that Eun-suk isn't a cold, vindictive person, she's simply trying to keep people safe. Kyung, on the other hand, isn't... Lady, get out of the street! You got a kid, for God's sake! Yeah, the film is just a tight 58-minute PSA about telling people the importance of driving safety, but you know what it's not about? Kim Il-sung, or Kim Jong-il. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Beer Guts are never mentioned or seen ever. No statues, no portraits, no speeches, no nothing. Okay, yeah, everyone's wearing little pins with Kim Il-sung on their clothes, but everybody wears those anyway. That's not part of the film. This lack of Kim mentions may be a response to the Sing-Sang blockbusters of making films with lighter propaganda to open up space for more interesting stories, while still encouraging audiences to listen to authorities. That, or Kim Jong-il just wanted to make space for a scene where kids sing about a zebra getting splattered by a car. Another film clearly influenced by Shin Sang-ok's impact is After a Long Separation, another spy circus film, mercifully without the bears this time. The story itself isn't really worth diving into. A North Korean circus travels abroad where all the people who watch it are moved and impressed by North Korea's groundbreaking acrobatics. The whole film goes circus, circus, spies, spies, Korean war memories, circus, spies, reunited family ripped apart by, I think it was South Korean spies this time. But what makes this movie interesting is even though Shin Sang-ok wasn't the director, the movie's being filmed in Paris. Well, actually, Czechoslovakia with stock footage of Paris, but it's set in Paris. Like, one of the bad guys in the movie goes to a French nightclub, but acts like someone who has never been in a nightclub in his life. Ooh, you know that's Juche, 'cause jam don't shake like that. And really, why wouldn't everyone in this club be breaking down some sick moves to, yes, another ABBA song? North Korea, the West has other music than ABBA. It's not always ABBA. This isn't even the original version of the ABBA song either. They didn't have a tape lying around. They didn't choose to buy that CD. They recorded a cover of an ABBA song. All right, you know what? Forget this movie. So, in review, North Korean 80s movies aren't always great, but there are some interesting films being made. Even so, I think you could say that the directors of those films aren't breaking any rules, they're just following Shin Sang-ok and bending old genres. But Shin Sang-ok's next film, it's not just gonna bend the rules. It's gonna snap them. Smash them. Pulverize them. It is finally time for Shin Sang-ok's Pulgasari. Opening on a small feudal village of farmers, we see they're being forced to give up all their metal to a local evil lord. Without that metal, the village can't farm or harvest and they're gonna die, so a few peasants attempt to speak out against this oppression. One of them is a blacksmith, but he gets thrown in jail without any food or water. The blacksmith's children throw a rice ball into his cell, but instead of eating it, he shapes the rice ball into a rice doll, representing a legend he once heard, the spirit of Pulgasari. After the blacksmith dies, because he didn't eat the rice ball, his daughter gets a hold of the tiny action figure, and after some accidental blood magic, Pulgasari comes to life, and he is adorable. Look at him in the little box. Look at him. Hey there, little guy. Hey there, little Pulgasari. Oh, who's a good spirit? Who's a good spirit eating a needle? Eating a lot of needles. Okay, he's eating a lot of needles. He's eating a lot of needles. After a few days, Pulgasari's grown to the size of a particularly threatening baby who begins fighting back against the feudal lord's forces. He's eating their metal swords and attack— No, Pulgasari, no, not the face! No eating faces! No eating faces! Somebody get his spray bottle! As Pulgasari grows, he inspires the villagers to take up arms and fight back against the feudal lord's troops. The feudal lord tries to blow Pulgasari up with artillery, which doesn't work. After that, they try to burn him in a cage. That doesn't work. Their dumbest plan is to throw him down a hole. Yeah, we'll throw the giant monster down a hole, defeating him forever. Also doesn't work. Finally, Pulgasari reaches the Lord's palace, and in some of the best practical special effects of any North Korean movie, he smashes the palace up. Now they were truly Pulgasari.
That's 2 puns, Paper. You only get 1 more.
Yeah, but I think it was worth it. Had the film ended here, it'd be a pretty easy movie to analyze. Pulgasari is the undying, dedicated spirit of the working class, but Pulgasari doesn't end here. There's still 10 minutes left of plot. And those last 10 minutes are the most important of the entire film, because Pulgasari is still hungry. He begins eating all the iron in the now freed country, becoming more dangerous to the villagers than the feudal lord ever was. Left with no other choice, the blacksmith's daughter hides in a big metal bell and tricks Pulgasari into eating her. Consuming her blood breaks the spell that brought Pulgasari to life, causing him to peacefully and calmly pass on to the next world. That'll work too. From Pulgasari's ashes, a new baby Sari appears, turning into energy and, I think, bringing the girl back to life, maybe? It's kind of ambiguous, but she starts crying, so I think she's alive. Pulgasari's ending, where even after the evil feudal lord is defeated, he remains a threat, well, it can be a little puzzling, and numerous interpretations have been set forth. The most common interpretation is that the film is criticizing feudalism's abuse of the working class, which is solved by capitalism or Pulgasari. But capitalism can only be a temporary solution because its insatiable growth and materialism ends up becoming destructive and has to be replaced with another system. Socialism. But a very different theory says the movie was a way for Shin Sang-ok to mock his North Korean captors. In this theory, Pulgasari is not capitalism, he's the Kim dynasty, who once did fight against an oppressive government, but has now become worse than what was there before. But I don't really buy either of these theories. I don't think it's really about capitalism or socialism or feudalism or hating on the Kims. I think Kim Jong-il just saw the international success that Japan's Godzilla series had and was hoping to copy it. Kim, as a big fan of international films, knew that Godzilla movies are about more than their big rubber suit fights. Godzilla movies are about something. Early 1950s Godzilla films were critiques of nuclear weaponry. 1970s films were about pollution and environmentalism. So Kim, who was involved with this film's writing, wanted to insert the illusion of some deeper meaning into Pulgasari because that's what he thought would make it into an international blockbuster. Now, domestically, Pulgasari did great. It was Shin Sang-ok's most popular film inside North Korea. There are defector accounts from the time talking about how people would see this movie 5, 10, 20 times. Internationally, the world responded with more of a, and it didn't make a splash. Pulgasari would eventually get some popularity with kaiju fans in the late 1990s, a decade after its release, but it's hard to tell if Pulgasari really deserves that cult classic status. It's just a C- Godzilla knockoff that's only popular due to the scandalous, kidnappy circumstances of its creation. In fairness to Shin Sang-ok and Cheon-hee, they had more important stuff on their mind than writing a perfect giant monster movie. They were getting ready to escape North Korea. In 1986, as part of their film creation duties, Shin Sang-ok and Cheon-hee traveled to the neutral city of Vienna with their 3 bodyguards/minders. Upon arrival at the hotel, Shin and Che slip a note to the hotel staff explaining who they are, that they were kidnapped victims of North Korea, and that they needed asylum in the nearby US embassy. Originally, I had a whole 8 or 9 minute breakdown of how they escaped, then I'd finish the section with a big retelling of how they burst into tears as the US embassy took them into protection. They were free. Happy endings all around. But this isn't a movie. It's real life, and happy endings are messy. Shin and Che's life never returned to normalcy. They're given asylum in the United States in exchange for those recordings of Kim Jong-il. They get to reunite with their kids, and they do end up remarrying each other, so all that's good. But after that, the two of them rode a slow descent into awkward obscurity. Shin Sang-ok made a few movies of note in America, most famously the Three Ninja series, as well as the movie Galgameth, which was a low-budget knockoff of his own movie Pulgasari, which was a high-budget knockoff of Godzilla, but neither project was the mega success that producers were hoping for. For years, the couple battled with protest and condemnations from some groups, accusing them of having purposefully defected to North Korea and then changing their mind and leaving, which I don't know how anybody can believe that since we have Kim Jong-il on tape apologizing for kidnapping them, but okay, I guess. It's almost cruel to say this, but Shin Sang-ok's career as a successful director died the day he escaped from Kim Jong-il. So I don't know if I call that a happy ending, but it's better than the alternative. Incidentally, Kim Jong-il does not take their escape very well. Go figure. He orders their names to be stripped from all film credits. He forbids filmmakers from talking about the traitors, as he called them. He even sets up nationwide re-education lectures designed to inform the country that Shin Sang-ok had betrayed the country and was not to be praised for his work. And part of me can't help but feel a little bad for Kim Jong-il, because the way Shin Sang-ok and Cheon-hee talked about their relationship, it feels like they were some of the only people, the only friends that Kim could openly speak with. And their accounts of what he was like are way less damning than you'd expect. Shin and Che said he was genuinely embarrassed by the cheering and leader worship and crying, treating it as this unpleasant role he had to play, a performance that he was required to take on. In Kim Jong-il's words, it's all bogus. It's all pretense. But any drops of sympathy I have for Kim vanish when I remember he also oversaw a totalitarian hellscape with some of the worst human rights abuses on the planet, atrocities against his own people, and the most heinous things he does haven't even happened yet. So yeah, f that guy, and I'm glad the post-Shin Sang-ok period for North Koreans' films never, ever hit the heights it had in the 80s. But Kim Jong-il doesn't have time to cry over losing his kidnapped best friends, since their escape is the least of his problems. In a time where Kim Jong-il is granted more and more power ruling the government from his father, North Korea is starting to come apart at the seams. But let's go ahead and put a pin in that for a second, because in the 1980s, there's something else happening in North Korean media over in Japan. Do you remember way back at the beginning of this video when I said that one of the ways Koreans were mistreated under Imperial Japan was through forced labor? No, I'm seriously asking, do you remember that? Because that was hours ago. Even I barely remember saying it, and I recorded that this morning. While forced Korean labor was mostly focused in Korea, hundreds of thousands of Koreans were also made to relocate to Japan and do difficult jobs: farming, mining, and factory work. After World War II ends in 1945, most Koreans returned home to Korea, but some chose to stay in Japan. Those that did are known as Zainichi Koreans, and unfortunately they often suffered various forms of discrimination from the Japanese government, which led Zainichi Koreans to form two support groups for themselves: the pro-South Korean group, Mindan, and the pro-North Korean group, Changryeon. Both groups were dedicated to promoting better treatment for their members, but they differed a lot in their approach. Mindan wanted Zainichi Koreans to maintain their Korean identities while also engaging in Japanese society. They fought for equal rights under the law and were instrumental in getting Zainichi Koreans the right to vote. The much larger Changryeon, on the other hand, was fiercely anti-assimilation, and I mean the hardcore, don't dirty your pure Korean blood with Japanese blood levels of anti-assimilation. Barf, by the way. Changryeon did everything they could to keep members isolated from engaging with Japanese society, even setting up special, insular Changryeon schools, all funded directly by North Korea. Their students would even take special trips to the DPRK to touch on their cultural roots. In the 1960s, Changryeon even had a repatriation campaign to get Zainichi Koreans to move to North Korea on a one-way, no-return boat trip, promising a life of equality and prosperity. They usually went on this boat, the Mongyeongbong. But once we catch up to the 1980s, Changryeon's heyday is long over. News had gotten back from Zainichi Koreans that had moved to North Korea that, well, it sucked, and they were receiving worse discrimination in North Korea than they were in Japan. And it didn't help Changryeon when stories of abductions of Japanese citizens by North Korea became public, causing their membership numbers to plummet. They start tweaking the propaganda from "Japan sucks, go live in North Korea," to their official slogan of "Japan is where we live, but North Korea is where our minds reside." And they would use movies to help deliver that message and keep members. Changryeon Film Studio starts getting funds from North Korea to produce their own full-length feature movies using borrowed North Korean actors and directors. The movies tend to act like parables for Zainichi Koreans living in Japan, reminding them of the daily discrimination in their lives while trying to reinforce two big ideas. 1, don't leave Changryeon, and 2, don't assimilate to Japan even if you've decided to stay here for the rest of your life. We can see those two messages all over their first movie, 1985's A Silver Hairpin. A Silver Hairpin stars an aging but devoted Changryeon member, Rim Jin-sok, who, rain or shine, never fails to deliver the Changryeon newspaper to its members. He raises his daughter to be a model girl who's in a happy relationship with another Changryeon member. The two even kiss on screen. One day, Jin's neighbor asks for his help in saving her daughter, Okcha. Okcha was once also a good kid, but has recently decided she hates being Korean. Boo! She's wearing sexy clothes. Boo! And worst of all, you might want to sit down for this, she's dating a Japanese guy. Boo! What about the bloodline? Jin eventually tracks the girl down to a late 1980s disco bar, which has to be one of the saddest locations on the planet. There, he tries to confront the girl about her recent decision to... Hold on, is that f***ing ABBA again? North Korea, ABBA isn't countercultural degenerate music. It's what they play at Christian youth parties for preteens. It's just like... You know what? Whatever. So, Jin confronts Okcha and... No, I'm not done with this. ABBA isn't even like contemporary music in 1985. Bang a Boomerang came out in the 70s. Why are they... Jin-seok confronts Okcha and her evil Japanese boyfriend. He almost gets a little hero moment where he stops the boyfriend from taking a swing at her, which would be a pretty dope scene, except right after, Jin then smacks the hell out of her for not listening to him. That'll show just for getting hit by a non-Korean, you dumb broad. After knocking her out, Jin takes her home and sobers her up, delivering a speech about how Korean and Japanese blood just shouldn't be mixed. Blech. Okcha, after getting punched, takes this skin-crawlingly horrible monologue to heart and returns to being a good Changryeon girl. A Silver Hairpin was quickly followed up by Changryeon's second film, Thaw. This film opens up in the 1930s as a group of Koreans are being forcefully rounded up to work in Japan, including a man named Hyung Chae. After being brought to Japan, Hyung teams up with another Korean to fight a guard and flee. The other Korean is shot in the legs and seemingly dies, but Hyung escapes. However, he never forgets the selfless deed of the other man, and all of this is premature setup for a plot twist coming 140 minutes later in the movie as we hard cut to modern-day New York City. A Korean college professor is giving dumb revisionist history about how North Korea is great and America sucks, but one of his college students stands up and one of his college students said, hello, yes, I am 19-year-old American student. I like beer, feetball, and imperialism. Christ, look at this whole circus. The film is being shot in Japan, so do you think they just went out and grabbed some tourists off the street and offered them some money? Look at that dude. That's a homeless dude. That's just a homeless dude. The college professor wrecks the 35-year-old North Korean guy pretending to be a young white kid, all to thunderous applause. But later, he receives a letter from his friend, Hyung. Hyung has become a wealthy Zainichi Korean in Japan, and his daughter's about to get married, so he wants the college professor to come to the wedding. But when the professor arrives in Tokyo, he hears from Hyun that the marriage is actually canceled. Hyun, who is in the Mindan group, remember that's the South Korean group, has found that his daughter's fiancé is in Cheonggyeong, and he cannot have that. The reason Hyung has a problem with Cheonggyeong is that he thinks it's a harmful organization to modern Zainichi Korean's image. It's the kidnapping. I think we can all agree, whatever the politics involved, this is going to be a hard and delicate conversation to have. You're telling your daughter that she cannot get married to the person she loves. So it's essential that you pick somewhere that will allow you to have a private and safe place to discuss. Okay, no, he takes her to a strip club. Hyung's daughter, who has now, again, been taken to a strip club with her father to hear about her marriage getting canceled, runs away. She takes some illegal substance for her grief, almost kicks the bucket, and gets brought to the ER. There, Hyung and the girl's ex-fiance's family race to see her. Hyung recognizes the father as, plot twist in the last 5 minutes of the movie, the same man who helped him escape all those years ago. He has a big overacted moment of, if the man who saved my life all those years ago is in Cheonggyeong, well then it's okay for his son to marry my daughter. A Silver Hairpin and Thaw were made by Cheonggyeong to be relatable stories for Zainichi Koreans living in modern Japan, and to make sure those films are relatable to that audience, the Japanese setting has to be kind of realistic, right? I mean, they live there, they know what it looks like. So, unlike a lot of North Korean movies, Cheonggyeong movies don't depict Japan as dark and miserable. It's depicted as a bright, modern country with bullet trains and parties and lots of food, and nobody's farming constantly. They're going on romantic motorcycle rides, they surf, they have fancy giant screen televisions for the time. These movies make Japan look downright lovely. Here's the problem with that. Some wonderful, beautiful moron in North Korea's propaganda and agitation department made the decision to also release these Cheonggyeong films in North Korea with very few edits and censorship. You can see why that's going to be an issue, right? Imagine being a 20-something-year-old North Korean in 1985. Your whole life, you've been told that your country is better than anywhere else in the world, that Japan is, like South Korea, a morose, cruel, joyless purgatory for lost Koreans who only wish to return to the motherland. Sure, there's some trouble in North Korea. The economy isn't doing that great, I guess. Daily life's a little harder than it used to be. Food is sparser, there are more power outages. A lot more, actually. Like a lot? But still, life for you is better than those poor Zainichi Koreans. Oh, how that situation breaks your heart. And then you go to the theater and see this, and this, and this. What the hell? That city looks great! And why do all these Zainichi Koreans have big, beautiful houses? They have so much food. Their world is practically electrified in neon. Cars are everywhere. Anybody can get a car? Anybody can get a car or a motorcycle? People can go on romantic motorcycle escapade road trips to play on the beach whenever they want? What the hell? These two movies, which were ostensibly screened to remind North Koreans how they're so much better off than Zainichi Koreans in Japan, are instead directly showing them how much worse their lives are. How can the PID be this bad at their job? Pretty soon, they realized what they'd done, and in a fit of textbook damage control media, quickly released another movie called The Nation I Saw. This film is literally just about a journalist who travels to North Korea and finds how amazing life is and how the whole world should learn about their utopian society. But it's also not nearly enough. Because in the late 1980s in North Korea, news about the quality of life and forms of recreation available outside the country, it's all seeping in. There's even a very small number of people who are smuggling in some foreign media. Possession of this media was inexpressibly illegal, so it's a big risk, but even so, some people are getting a little taste of what's outside North Korea, and they like it. See? What did I tell you about the importance of getting more than one side of the story? Which again, you can do with ground news. Okay, that was not a clean segue. I will admit that. But honestly, thank you again to today's sponsor, Ground News. My videos tend to be, clearly, very long-form, deep-dive content that takes a long time to make, so I go long stretches of time without any uploads. One of the best ways you can support me is by using that link, ground.news/paper, getting yourself 40% off Advantage plan, link in the description. Read the news while thinking critically about the news you read. That's kind of catchy. Now back to how absolutely fucked Kim Jong-il and Kim Il-sung are. What's going on with North Korea? North Korea's more dependent on foreign aid than it has been in decades. Agricultural mismanagement continues to cause food shortages. Countries are hearing about North Korea's human rights violations. South Korea continues to widen their economic gap, and damn it, those Seoul Olympics, they're on their way. So Kim Jong-il and Kim Il-sung build a 1-2 punch plan. One, they do what they could to undermine the upcoming 1988 Seoul Olympics. Then they opened North Korea up to more tourism. Now anybody could go, unless you were from Taiwan, Japan, South Africa, the United States, or Israel. And one of the things they highly recommend their tourists see is their brand new International Film Festival. Welcome to the PFFO. NAAODC, the Pyongyang Film Festival of the Non-Aligned and Other Developing Countries, the only film festival whose name is easier to say than its own acronym. That's a guarantee. Pro-socialist and neutral countries from all over the world are welcome to come watch some films, and if your movie is deemed ideologically acceptable, it can even be shown to a real North Korean audience and compete for North Korea's grand film prize, the Golden Torch Award. Between screenings, you'll stay at the luxurious 4-star Yanggakdo International Hotel, conveniently isolated only a single mile offshore from Pyongyang. Come and enjoy a night of bowling, relax in the massage parlor, or how about a swim? Just be sure not to go to the 5th floor. Instead, why not go for a spin on our revolving restaurant at the top? That's much better than time at the 5th floor. Personally, I recommend taking a... Look, don't go to the 5th floor, okay? Not that there is a 5th floor, because there's no 5th floor button on the elevator. And if there was a 5th floor, it'd have a button on the elevator. Wouldn't it, stupid? That's why you shouldn't believe rumors of guests who use the service stairs to investigate and reported that there's surveillance systems keeping eyes on all the guests, you silly goose. Now, let's resume the action at the film festival. And the Grand Prix winner of the first Golden Torch Award goes to... Oh my Kim, it's North Korea! North Korea wins the Golden Torch! Woo! They did it! Nobody believed they could win! North Korean squeaks out a win with 1987's Abroad Bellflower! Abroad Bellflower is the tale of an old man who abandoned his home village decades ago, looking for a better life in the city. But now he's returned to ask for forgiveness, and joined by his son. Other than a really fun scene where the son wrestles a cow off a bridge, a Broad Bellflower story is a bit on the bland side, but its message is really worth exploring because it can tell us a lot about the state of North Korea in the late 1980s. The movie portrays this old man's choice to depart his home village all those years ago, not as a young man seeking adventure in the world, but as a portrayal of his roots and comrades. And the film really hits you over the head with this over and over and over about how wrong he was to leave his hometown, how selfish he was for going to the city, and how you, the audience, should also stay where you're from or you'll regret it too. So why would they go with a message like this? At the time, North Korea was suffering food shortages, worse than what had come before, although not as bad as it's going to get soon, and they needed people to be farming and keeping agricultural output high. So they began pressuring farmers in the countryside to stay where they were born. Don't leave for better, greener grass, stay where you're born. And maybe a deeper message here is, stay where you're born. In North Korea. Defections are still not a severe issue, but the numbers are on the rise, and the Kims, as always, are very aware of it. But the Pyongyang Film Festival isn't the only way North Korea is trying to build some cinematic credibility abroad while making some dough on the side. Kim Jong-il also cracks the country's window just a smidge by allowing for more internationally co-produced films to be made. That's big news. The last time North Korea was doing co-productions with foreign countries was back in the 60s with that Soviet project Brothers and the terrible French film Moranbong, both of which were banned from screenings in the country. Although, strictly speaking, that's not true. There were also some films directed by a former Cambodian and pro-socialist king who was living in exile in North Korea named Norodom Sihanouk. But those aren't really international co-productions, they're just basically home movies of a bored Cambodian king. So let's talk about the real international co-productions of the 1980s. The first three are joint projects created by North Korea and the Soviet Union. In the mid-80s, there was some tension between the two countries, which, I know, what's new? But this time, it was due to Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev. Gorbachev has been engaging in some capitalist economic market reforms, which North Korea decried as abandoning the socialist cause. Which, yeah, that's fair. So these co-production films presented a great opportunity for the Soviets to smooth things over with Kim, and as such, all three movies are written around one single theme: the friendship between the Soviets and the DPRK. Their first co-production would be 1985's Eternal Comrades. This movie depicts the life of Yakov Novichenko, a real Soviet soldier who actually once saved Kim Il-sung's life. Someone threw a grenade at the stage Kim was giving a speech on, but Yakov here dived on it, covering its explosions with his body to protect Kim and the crowd of people around him. Yakov's story makes a ton of sense as a good starter film. It's a reminder of a time gone by where Soviets and North Koreans were so close that a Soviet soldier would give his life to protect Kim Il-sung. After Eternal Comrades came a more traditional war film, From Spring to Summer. In 1945, 3 Soviet soldiers and a Kim Il-sung guerrilla fighter arrive in Korea on a submarine. One of the soldiers is a girl named Marcia who bonds with the Korean guerrilla fighter over her interest in Korean culture. Marcia and the team are sent on a mission to investigate Japanese biological weapons being transferred to a secret base, but things go south really quick and only Marcia survives. Later, Ri-chae, the son of the guerrilla soldier from the submarine that had died, saves Marcia's life and ooh, that's painful on the elbows. That's rock. That's gonna scrape those elbows. That's gonna hurt. Ri-chae and Marcia bond, and while their relationship was almost certainly intended as two friends fighting the threat of Imperial Japan, the movie is filmed in a way where it's very hard not to see their relationship as a little romantic. Luckily, everyone manages to avoid this uncomfortable topic when Marcia blows herself up to destroy a base. Leading to the final Mosfilms joint project, Shore of Redemption. In the story, set in 1905, a group of Russian Navy soldiers and a priest get marooned on a Korean coastal area after a fight with Imperial Japanese battleships. At the time, Russia and Japan were in a war, which was a whole thing. Then, some Japanese bandits who are looking to plunder an ancient Korean burial ground, because they're evil or whatever, kill some local villagers. But the villagers think that the marooned Russians did it. You with me so far? Okay, so while all of that is happening, there's also a forbidden romance between a Korean girl in exile and a guy she loves, and they both do taekwondo. Everything gets wrapped up in the end where the Russians and the Korean villagers team up and it's a big fighting spectacle. Yay, Russian-Korean friendship, roll credits. Ultimately, it's hard to say whether these films succeeded in their goals of fostering better relations between North Korea and the Soviet Union, but at least we know the films did get screened in both countries and can still sometimes be seen on North Korean television, so they didn't get banned. What wasn't aired in North Korea was Tinzan, Ultimate Mission. I told you we'd get to this. Okay, so this is director Ferdinando Baldi. He was a big name in Italian cinema, working with Orson Welles, Ben Gazzara, even the Beatles. Well, some of the Beatles. Well, one of the Beatles. Well, okay. It was Ringo Starr, all right? It was Ringo. That's still a big deal. He was very good at organizing and producing international co-productions. He worked on collaborations with countries all over the world, so when North Korean filmmakers contacted him in 1987 to make a movie, he was excited. Ferdinando Baldi's a straight-up capitalist, but here he is in North Korea making a movie, giving us Tinzan, the Ultimate Mission. In the near future, a mad scientist named Professor Larson is running genetic experiments on kidnapped girls, and it's up to 2 rude dudes with tudes, Lou and Ricky, to stop him and his plan to rule the world. And this movie's in English.
Think for as long as it takes to have a long pee, and then decide.
The super soldier duo managed to stop the bad guys with guts, uncomfortably slow-paced car chases, and as many explosions as humanly possible in a low-budget 84-minute action film. There's sexy betrayal with guns, helicopter escapes with guns, train fights with guns, and shockingly tranquil, peaceful shrine prayer scenes with guns. There's even a woman who gives us the only crossbow kill in North Korean cinematic history. So, was Tintin Ultimate Mission a good movie? No. Did the story make any sense? No. Was it visually striking? Did it do anything new? Did it have any artistic value? Is there anything at all interesting about the movie other than the fact that it was filmed in North Korea? No. But the important question for Baldy in North Korea was, did it make a bunch of money? And no, it didn't. It was a giant money pit. North Korea and Baldy's company couldn't agree on negotiation rights, so it didn't get released in many places. It never had a shot at release in North Korea, and the film probably finished off the career of half the people in it, while doing nothing for North Korea's standing in the film world. And as all of this is happening, we're getting closer and closer to South Korea's 1988 Olympics. Don't forget, Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il know that a successful Olympics by South Korea could show the entire world how modernized and successful that country had become, especially in comparison to North Korea. This was an existential threat. North Korea demands that the International Olympic Committee make the 1988 Olympics a co-hosted event, held equally between the two Koreas. North Korea pulls the Mafia Don Godfather move of, I don't know, you got some real nice Olympics here. It'd be a real shame if things took a violent turn. Capiche? That's a real quote, by the way. You can ignore my crappy mafia impression. North Korea literally threatened the IOC with violence if the IOC didn't give in to their demands. Which is exactly what the IOC doesn't do. I mean, they don't give in to the demands, because they don't decide where to host the Olympics based on who threatens them the most. I think Kim Jong-il was just improvising as he went, hoping to keep that co-hosting window open, while also praying that South Korea could get hit by another wave of political instability and end the games. Bad news on that, because in 1987, an outpouring of pro-democratic activism dismantles the South Korean military dictatorship government, and instead of falling into chaos, this time it leads to a highly stable democratic government, the one that's still in power today. These are all really positive changes happening right in time for the Olympics, and the Kims handle this about as well as you'd imagine. They blow up a plane. On November 29, 1987, an explosive hidden on Korean Air Flight 858 is set off, taking the lives of the 115 people on board. The two North Korean agents who had planted the bomb were soon found. One didn't survive, but the other was restrained, and her name was, as you probably remember, Kim Hyun-hui. After leaving the North Korean child acting world, Kim Hyun-hui went to college at the Pyongyang University of Foreign Studies. She was then later recruited to the North Korean Intelligence Agency and assigned to the Korean air flight attack to, according to her, obstruct the upcoming South Korean presidential election and the Olympics, as directly ordered by the two Kims. And if you're curious where all the footage I'm using came from, it's taken from the 1990 dramatized movie of the attack titled Mayumi, Virgin Terrorist. Can you think of a director who would be gung-ho and insane enough to make a boundary-pushing, rules-breaking dramatized version of an attack from 2 years prior and name it Mayumi, Virgin Terrorist? Of course, it's Shin Sang-ok. Shin had gotten permission from the victims' families to make this film, probably hoping it'd get him back in the good graces of South Koreans through an anti-North Korean movie. Might have worked, but for God only knows why, Shin filmed the plane explosion scene, remember, full of South Koreans, as violently, gorily, and graphically as he could. There's these scenes where people are falling out of the plane and their skin is being ripped off, people are burning alive, a dude's eye pops out for no reason, and while all of that's happening, there are these hard cuts to actual footage of the victims' real families mourning the deaths of their loved ones. Jesus Christ, Sheen, did you think you were going to get into South Korea's good graces by showing 115 South Koreans getting viciously and gratuitously torn apart in a bombing from 2.5 years ago? This is cruel. As for the actual attack, Kim Jong-il denies North Korea had any involvement and demands that due to these unfounded and baseless accusations, Come on, man, it was 2 North Korean spies, come on. The Soviet Union and China should join them in boycotting the Olympics, as it's finally time for the South Korean 1998 Olympics. They begin, as all good Olympics do, with a tiger on water skis. And it gets better from there with a series of traditional Korean dances that could give the North Korean mass games a run for their money. But the real show starts when each of the participating countries enters the Olympic Stadium. First up was the USA, little plain. India, okay, I'm into it. Bahamas getting maybe the best reaction of the entire ceremony. After that is the Netherlands with umbrellas. Sure, I guess it rains in the Netherlands. Liberia, not too bad. The soon-to-disappear country of Yugoslavia. Boy, that is the that is the walk of a group of people who know their country is not going to be here for the next Olympics. A bunch of other countries, and then China and the Soviet Union, who decided that showing up at the Olympics was more important than listening to Kim Il-sung's stupid whining. Good for them. Each group then circles the center stage as the most 80s song you've ever heard plays. It's really a stark, memorable event, unexplainable animal suits and all. It's a major, touching moment in Olympic history. That's a little undercut when the Olympic fire is lit and a flock of doves gets cooked alive in front of 2 billion television viewers. They don't allow doves at the Olympics anymore. But ignoring that one snafu, the 1988 Olympics in Seoul were one of the most successful Olympics ever. Not the sports stuff, who cares about that? No, the event was successful because it had the world take notice of South Korea's rapid economic modernization. Immediately after, countries began pursuing South Korean trade deals, business partnerships, financial investments, cultural exchange. Even socialist countries like the Soviet Union and China started granting them diplomatic recognition. The 1988 Olympics were instrumental in taking South Korea's image from that war country from the 50s to a real player on the global stage. It was also everything the Kims feared would happen. But don't worry, North Korea is about to get their own shot at international recognition by hosting the 1989 World Festival of Youth and Students. And it went really well. Thousands of visitors from over 160 countries come to North Korea in the week-long event, kicking off in Pyongyang's new Mae Stadium, one of the largest stadiums in the world. The event was full of breathtaking international sporting performances, thrilling dances, cultural partnerships, circus shows, unpleasant hand-holding, boat races, paintings, condemnations of the Americans who established a fascist system to impede the revolutionary thrust of the people and cruelly respond to the broad masses of the workers. Also, calligraphy. That's pretty. North Korea even got 426 Studios to animate an entire 10-minute cartoon to play celebrating friendship, peace, and independence. They really gave up at the end there, didn't they? Most of the cartoon follows an It's a Small World-esque team of kids flying around Pyongyang to witness the city's great urbanization. Halfway through, an American allegory appears, but the kids use their dove beams to peck the evil imperialist eagle to death. Go, peaceful doves! Kill! Kill! Remember your well-cooked brothers! And the World Festival of Youth and Sports wasn't just for foreign visitors. North Korean citizens are given previously unheard of levels of freedom to come and interact with everything and everyone visiting. After a week of international camaraderie and performances, the World Festival of Youth and Sports concludes and is judged a well-organized, fun experience by both foreign governments and the North Korean populace. And it was pretty much all for absolutely nothing. First, spending $5 billion on a week-long event to encourage goodwill with socialist allies doesn't really do much when your socialist allies are vanishing. Several months after the festival, many of North Korea's allies in other socialist states begin to fall. Hungary, Bulgaria, Mongolia, Albania, Czechoslovakia, Romania, the Berlin Wall, it's all coming down. And maybe even more terrifying, the Soviet Union, which has its own mix of problems, cuts off North Korea from discounted trade and its loans wholesale. Second, the World Festival had been the last in a decade of things allowing wider foreign culture into North Korea's media. Shin Sang-uk's works, Changrang's films, co-productions with the Soviets, and of course a lot of interaction between average citizens and foreign visitors during that World Festival. Kim Jong-il held the event to ignite interest in North Korea from the world, without realizing it would also ignite interest in the world from North Koreans. possession of smuggled foreign media becomes much more common. So, to recap, North Korea is going broke, they're more isolated, socialism seems to be dying, and there are cracks in the leadership's ability to control information and the narrative. Things look a little bleak. Although you wouldn't know it from their entertainment at the time. In the early 1990s, North Korean media is about putting a smile on everything. Wang Jae-san and the Pachambo Electronica Ensemble are still together, and they're putting out some of their most cheerful, joyful, upbeat work yet, like the Days of the Week song. Oh yeah, that's the optimistic musical band-aid this gunshot wound of a country needs, and whoa! And who doesn't love a song that stops every 20 seconds to scream a day of the week? Especially since the song has nothing to do with the days of the week, it's actually a countdown song in the week of February to Kim Jong-il's birthday. And that's interesting, isn't it? Until now, Kim Jong-il had mainly been producing entertainment that glorified his father to take his father's cult of personality and turn it into a cult of near divinity. But Kim Il-sung isn't going to live forever, and the two Kims know that. In order to one day assure a peaceful transition of power to Kim Jong-il, he's officially anointed the successor of Kim Il-sung, given more power over the military, and starts making significantly more appearances, showing up in more military parades, in those on-the-spot guidance tours, and frequently being the subject of new musical releases. That was a short one. But Kim Jong-il is now fusing his status with his father's and elevating his own name, the one and only Kim Jong-il! And I'm not speaking figuratively about elevating his name. One of the peaks near Mount Paektu is literally renamed to Jong-il Peak. I can think of no higher honor than being the name of a mountain peak.
Paper, that's pun number 3. I am now ejecting the pun drum kit.
No, please. I have a joke coming up later about this fabric North Korea made called Vinilon, which is made out of limestone. It's a fabric literally made out of rocks, and then they made a song about the rock fabric, and I was going to say that the song rocks, and oh, god damn it, no! With North Korea's music, Kim Jong-il's also giving himself some of his dad's more mystical properties, like in the song The General, that's one of Kim Jong-il's names, The General uses warp. Warp is a translation of the word... Yeah, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. So it's a mystical ability to move at superhuman speeds or outright teleport. I'm inclined to think it was originally a magic power, but over time has been retconned into a metaphor, especially in recent years where North Korea has outright denied that the Kims were ever capable of it. I've also seen some people suggest this power has only ever been claimed by the Kims, but that's not true. Hugh Kyung-young, a South Korean politician and maybe cult leader, also claims he can use it. He also claims that he can levitate, that he has an IQ of 430, impressive, and that by looking at him in the eyes, you can become more attractive. He even has a song about it. Okay, first off, that's definitely the Inspector Gadget song, and secondly, why the hell am I making a video about North Korea? I need to make a video about this guy. I can't tell if he's serious with all this stuff, or if he's a joke, or if he's like a cartoon character that somehow crawled his way into our world, but I'm here for it. Let's get back to the, less bizarre topic of North Korean music, which wasn't all tunes about Kim Jong-il. There are even some love songs now. And I don't mean those old 50s and 60s North Korean love songs where Kim Il-sung wanted romance to be about banging a North Korean flag or something. These are real, actual, factual love songs, like the 1992 hit Whistle. On the surface, Whistle is about a guy who is in love with a girl. Every night he goes to her balcony and whistles at her, hoping for her attention. She usually ignores him and the flowers he tries to throw up to her balcony, but he's got weeny armsies, so she just laughs at him. Go to the gym! Go to the gym! It's flowers! You can't throw flowers to me? But since the guy won't take no for an answer, he stalks her at her job. Hey, it's me, you know, me, the guy. I'm the guy who stands outside your window every night, embarrassing himself. But again, she ignores him. The next night, he does manage to Kim Il flung the flowers to her second-story balcony, but he starts gesturing to her. It legitimately looks like he's telling her to jump. Jump down. I could go take the stairs. No, just jump. It's fine. Whistle is an odd song, but compared to the lack of romance from older music, it's something, I guess. It's objectively a song about a guy in love with a girl, but just because it's dropped the whole love for the country is the best kind of romance propaganda, that doesn't mean it's propaganda-free. The girl in Whistle and other love songs like it have to fit into a certain mold. They have to be chaste, rejecting any advances from guys, while the men in the songs, on the other hand, have to pursue the girl like a trophy, no matter how many times she tells you to get lost. Women love that, right? Girls in these songs also have to be diligent, hidden hero workers at whatever job they do, while avoiding any individual praise. Once again, as clinical and sterile as this romance might look, it is still an actual romance. So why did North Korea start allowing that in their music? It was likely a bunch of factors, changing sensibilities that were bleeding over from romance films, Kim Jong-il's interest in new forms of music, but I'd venture to say the biggest reason for this change was just necessity. Despite North Korea's increasingly strict laws about possession of foreign media, contraband music is continuing to get into the country, and North Korea's music creators, for the first time, had real competition now: K-pop. And for the small but growing number of North Koreans listening to it, it's mind-blowing. It's unlike anything they've ever heard. There are so many North Korean defectors who have said that exposure to this music, like exposure to Shin Sang-ok's films, had pulled them towards questioning elements of their entire society. I mean, like, nobody's hopping the fence because they heard a song they like, but these are the seeds of doubt that are getting planted. Facing this infiltrating musical menace, North Korea's leadership had two options. They could either lean harder into romanceless love music that nobody liked, or relax their own rules just a bit, hoping it would keep people's attention while still drilling the idea that North Korea is the best country, the best country in the world. Also, love is okay, I guess. Like in the song, My Country is the Best, with lyrics about a woman who's traveled all over the world, somehow, and she's seen other flowers, she's tasted other water, she's listened to other music, and she's here to tell you, nah, you don't need to go to those other countries. North Korea's the best. Seriously, don't leave. Seriously. Even animation starts changing up their game a bit to keep young people loyal and in North Korea. 426 Studios makes an animated North Korean original sequel to the famous Turtle and the Rabbit fable. But in this cartoon, it's their descendants competing. And instead of a foot race, Turtle and Rabbit are seeing who can first take enough water from the nearby pond and use it to fill up their fish statue. Turtle plays the game nice and slow, mindfully carrying one large bucket back and forth from the pond. But Rabbit speeds around with his two small buckets. Despite the fact that Rabbit spends most of his time mocking the other team and slacking off and doing little victory poses, it still seems like he's going to win. The Turtle team gets really upset, questioning why they're losing even though their guy is doing things the right way. Some of them are even thinking about leaving the team. Yet in the end, we see that the Turtle was actually winning the entire time. His clever water-carrying techniques allowed him to outplay a faster opponent, even when it looked like he was losing. The not-so-subtle message here being, kids, while it might seem like our side is losing, don't worry, it only seems that way. When all's said and done, it'll be clear that we were always ahead. Most of North Korea's cartoons in the early 90s are just like this, of coming out on top in the end and using brains over brawn or speed. Animations like A Radish Asked For by a Goldfish, or The Great Miraculous Peach, The Jade Stone, The Fountain of Wisdom, Boy Hunter, who's a boy who is a hunter. It's not like a boy hunter, it's a boy. Never mind. So a kid and his bear friend are trying to stop this big evil white tiger, right? And there's this really, really gruesome knockdown, drag-out fight. The whole brawl is vicious. The boy and the bear somehow manage to kill the tiger, and the music stops. And for a few seconds, there's a somber moment of reflection. The noble beast is dead, and while we had to kill him, we respect the fight he gave, for he was an honorable opponent. And then the kid just jumps on the tiger's corpse and starts cheering. Woo! Woohoo! The comedic timing of this is so good that I don't think it was intentional. As per usual, North Korea's animators are still releasing works with more classical themes, like wanna tie ancient Goguryeo to North Korea to demonstrate its legitimacy? Make more episodes of Young General or their beautifully animated Princess Hodong movie. Hoping to remind kids of how dangerous foreign powers are? Poisonous Fox will fit that bill. What I'm trying to demonstrate here is that it's not that certain stories are the only kinds of stories being told. It's that there's an ebb and flow in what state-sponsored media wants emphasized. And at this point in time, it wants to emphasize outplaying bigger opponents, but they're still making everything else. And that ebb and flow of certain ideas getting more emphasis applies to all of their media, especially film. From 1990 to 1993, North Korean movies continue touching on all the genres we've seen before, but there's a flow of more movies focusing inward on the country. That's a huge change from the 80s. Back then, there was so much international focus with foreign filming locations and signs of friendship with the world, but now there is a tangible, noticeable pullback from all of those ideas. Instead, we go back to film topics like North Korean industrialization, North Korean farming, North Korean daily life, domestically aimed films that are only there to remind the audience why they should be so grateful to Kim Il-sung and his family for their entire way of living. And the few remaining films that do dabble with international elements are always written to condemn those elements, not support them. Case in point, a new film franchise, Nation and Destiny. Nation and Destiny was planned as this epic 100-part film series to show North Koreans why life outside the country is terrible and inside the country is just the best. For example, parts 1 to parts 4 depicts the experience of Chae Dok-sin, a South Korean soldier who had been involved in some of the most brutal suppression of socialism in South Korea back under Syngman Rhee. Over these movies, he begins to wonder if he's been lied to about which Korea is the actual better Korea, even getting interrogated for having those thoughts. When he finally they're torturing him with ABBA music. It's Rock Me. That's Rock Me from ABBA. I don't even care anymore. Why is it always ABBA? Maybe it is always ABBA. Maybe I've gone my entire life thinking there were multiple bands and singers, but all music is actually ABBA. That's the only thing that could explain why North Korea uses ABBA music for all of its goddamn foreign soundtracks. They just realize it's all ABBA. It's all ABBA all the way down. And not just music, we're all made of ABBA. It's in our genes. It's all Other Nation and Destiny stories follow Korean composers, martial artists, political prisoners, but the lesson is always the same here. Life in North Korea is good, life out of North Korea is bad. Our culture good, foreign culture bad. Good, bad, good, bad. Got it, good. A different film series, but with a similar idea, is The Girls of My Hometown. The film starts with an astonishingly free-thinking conversation between three girls debating the nature of morality. But pretty soon it falls into bashing materialism and capitalism from the West before a title drop and the movie actually starts. This movie shows two sisters, Eun-ha and Eun-kyung, living in a rural town. Eun-ha wants to be a good, pure-hearted contributor to society, while Eun-kyung likes tight dresses, foreign music, and Western dancing. Eun-ha is set to marry a boy named Sung-chae, but he's tragically blinded during a construction accident. Eun-kyung pressures Eun-ha to drop the engagement because she thinks that marrying a blind person would be the worst thing in the world. And that's what Eun-ha does. She just ghosts the guy. Doesn't go to see him, doesn't call, just drops off the planet. Look, I'm not saying you have to marry the guy, but at least, tell him you're not getting married. But Eun-kyung's not done. She also convinces her sister they should move out of this dumpy village and go live in the city. You've probably noticed this, but Pyongyang is always portrayed as this shining city on a hill for North Korea, its cultural and economic centerpiece, constantly growing and morphing into a modern metropolis. But in Girls of My Home Village, wanting to go there, or one of the other smaller cities in the country, is portrayed as selfish. That's a theme that might sound familiar, but hold on, let's wrap the movie up. Sung-chae falls in love with another, more loyal girl, and the two get happily married. Eun-ha comes to realize the error of her ways and chews out her sister for all those corrupting foreign ideas about how girls should be. Okay, so Girls of My Home Village deals with a lot of themes, the main being the dangerous sway that foreign concepts have on everyone. Even the pure and righteous Eun-ha got corrupted. But this film is more than its condemnation of foreign contaminants. It also goes a long, long way to make life on a farm and villages look terrific, where you can come meet pretty girls, find happiness, and be satisfied, if only you'd go live in the countryside. Which is a really great segue to our next theme, go live in the countryside. This is a very close theme to what we heard back in the 80s with Abroad Bellflower, right? Abroad Bellflower's message was you should stay where you're born, whether that means a home village or maybe your home country. But now the message is a little different. It's if you're born in a farm or a village, sure, stay there, don't leave. But if you're from a city, don't stay there. Get out. Get out of the city, see the countryside, marry a farm girl or a farm guy, really get your fingers in some dirt and contribute to farming. Because by the early 90s, North Korean food shortages are getting severe. It's not a famine, not yet, but it's bad. The North Korean government starts a mass mobilization campaign to send people from the city out to farms and remote areas to join in agriculture. They even make movies about it, like Urban Girl Comes to Get Married. This romantic comedy follows the chance meeting of a fashion designer in Pyongyang and a duck farmer visiting the big city. And if you don't know what a duck farmer is, neither do I, but one of his ducks gets loose and tramples the fashion designer's workups. She angrily knocks the duck off a bridge, and the duck farmer dives in after it. The next day, the fashion designer and her coworkers head to the countryside as part of one of those mass mobilized farming teams, and surprise, it's the same farm the duck farmer lives in. Over the film, the two develop feelings for one another, and this romantic comedy doesn't shy away from showing some very light intimacy. In one scene, the pair are caught in a rainstorm, forced to dash up and hide in a little tree fort. They hold hands and touch their foreheads. That's like third base in North Korea. In the big climax, the fashion designer ultimately decides to stay in the countryside and marry the duck farmer. I really like this movie. It's got some sort of charm to it, but even I have to admit some of the film's dialogue feels less like conversations and more like declarative statements, shaming anybody in the audience who doesn't want to move to the countryside and walk torso deep in duck poop 12 hours a day. Another thing you're guaranteed to see in early 90s films are more stretched, uncomfortable smiles than in any point so far. Maybe you already noticed, but so many scenes from Girls of My Home Village and Urban Girl Comes to Get Married, and in films I haven't even talked about like Joy or Family Bright with Songs, people are constantly smiling no matter how difficult or horrible their conditions are in life. That's not new in North Korean films, but it feels more forced than ever. Whether they're working in a 100-degree factory or being forced to go farm or whatever, everyone is so goddamn fake happy. North Korean movies, and really all their media, is shoveling this idea to the audience, that the world over, it's still envious of the North, it's still envious of how everyone lives. Maybe South Korea's got money, but North Korea's got happiness. If you were a North Korean watching or listening to all this in 1993, you must have thought that everything was going to be just fine. And that's the moment that North Korea implodes. For all of Kim Il-sung's bloviating of being a self-reliant juche state, North Korea's economy had been on life support for years, held together by the duct tape that was Soviet and Chinese financial aid. Kim Il-sung had every opportunity to use that money to build a competitive economic state, yet he wasted it on heavy industry, an absurdly bloated military, inept farming directives, superfluous microphones, giant statues, and asinine movies to promote himself. The entire economy was incredibly fragile, and it was his fault. In 1991, the Soviet Union, which had once been one of the two great superpowers on the planet, the front leader of the worldwide socialist cause, the mighty Red Empire, collapses. The causes of the Soviet Union's tumble are a whole thing. Yeah, it's a long one. Okay, there we go. But with the Soviets gone, one of North Korea's two main sources of trade and security just pops out of existence. That's bad, but at least North Korea still got China. Except with the Soviets no longer bidding for influence in North Korea, China severely cuts its own aid and trade deals to the country. And now that North Korea is truly self-reliant for the first time, it just shatters. They can't afford to import oil, so they can't power machinery, they can't power factories, they can't make fertilizer, and so they can't make food, they can't do anything. There are some floods that make things even worse, but things were already pretty bad before that. Farms, state services, hospitals, factories, construction work, everything shuts down, and people begin to starve to death. This is known as the North Korean Arduous March, or the March of Suffering, a period of economic ruin, societal breakdown, and a famine that will last for years. We don't know how many lives are lost during this time, but it's over 1 million. Originally, my plan here was to read you some accounts from survivors who lived through the March of Suffering. I figured it would give an important human perspective on things. Then I started recording that and remembered how distressing those stories can be. And maybe, whoever you are, when you sat down and clicked on this video, you weren't signing up to hear stories like that. So instead, I'm putting a link in the description to some of those stories. I highly, Highly recommend you choose to read them, but fair warning, they are heartbreaking. But as the March of Suffering begins, in this moment of tragedy, the country looks for salvation from the only man who could provide it, Kim Il-sung, the supreme leader, the great protector, the hero that had saved North Korea so many times before. The man, nay, the kind of god who had expertly maneuvered, outmatched, and outwit every enemy and problem he had ever faced, all in humble service of his people. Yes, the country looks up to the only man who could steer this ship through the dark, torrential storm of famine and suffering. Kim Il-sung, always onward to victory, always forward to prosperity, always to a bright future for Korea, the only Korea. And Kim Il-sung steps to the plate and dies. He dies from a heart attack right as the famine starts, leaving the entire country to fend for itself. What a fucking asshole. There's a national 10-day mourning period, which looks like this. If you're wondering about whether or not these reactions are real, who knows? Some defectors describe it as competitive crying, the performance of being seen being sad. But most accounts I've read say that a lot of this, it's very real. Even for people who didn't believe in the Kim cult of personality stuff, and remember, there were and are a lot of people like that, they'd still been bombarded with this message that Kim Il-sung was the foundation of North Korea, structurally integral to the system. When he dies and society around them is literally coming apart, it really must have felt like the world was ending. So in this uncertain time and on the precipice of destruction, I guess somebody decided it was time to wrestle?
Collision in Korea.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Collision in Korea. I'm Eric.
This, look at me. This happened. This is a thing that happened in North Korea during a famine. Collision in Korea was a very real pay-per-view wrestling event broadcast straight out of Pyongyang. Okay, so does Collision in Korea represent some change in North Korea's entertainment values? Not really. No, the real change in entertainment was coming from Kim Jong-il. Technically, he won't actually take over until 1997, but basically, he's running the show as soon as his dad dies, and once in charge, starts scaling up his own cult of personality, doing it the only way he knows how. Movies. Oh my god. Kim. He looks like a pervert whose main fetish is getting his mugshot taken. He looks like he took this picture at a photo studio for dogs. This is the guy who's gonna save North Korea? Why are his lips purple? Even after the government publicly acknowledges that the famine is happening, early film references to the March of Suffering are pretty minimal. Instead, you'll see farming movies and comedies where everybody's got full plates of food and everyone's happier than ever learning the lessons of Kim Jong-il. Overall, it seems that Kim Jong-il and the PAD were consciously sidestepping the topic of the March of Suffering whenever possible. One way they did that was by releasing more films set in the past, usually Kim Il-sung films. The PAD, being terrible at their jobs, also releases new parts of Nation and Destiny. You know, the film series all about how life is so much better in North Korea. Yeah, they're releasing films about how great life is in North Korea during a famine. God. Early on, they also try some of those classic young hero in feudal Korea overthrowing an evil leader stories, but those have a problem too, don't they? Somebody notices that maybe a dictatorship showing an audience full of hungry people movies about a dictator getting killed by hungry people is not a direction they want to go. Good call. Speaking of the dictator, what's Kim Jong-il actually doing to solve the March of Suffering? Well, he makes an official request for humanitarian relief in 1995, which is met with a substantial outpouring of food and resources from the international community, including some of North Korea's most hated enemies. Out of the 15 million tons of food provided, over half comes from the United States, South Korea, and Japan. Japan would also pull some of its own aid because, while all of this is happening, North Korea begins firing some long-range, multi-stage missiles over Japan. Huh. Wonder what those are being tested for. But despite all of that and the fact that the economy was in a freefall, Kim Jong-il continues to spend his country's money on new music about himself. Because in 1995, Kim Jong-il is about to introduce a fundamental military shift in North Korea's ideology. a modification to Juche called Songun. Songun, which is not to be confused with Songbun, that class system we talked about earlier. No, Songun translates as military first policy. It elevates the North Korean military to the highest strata of importance in the country. It's the supreme priority. Kim Jong-il knew that in periods of turmoil, like, say, a famine, a military coup might overthrow him. But with this Songun military first approach, Kim was able to turn that around and build a consolidated power base in the military. The government takes what remaining resources, food, and goods there were and redistributes them to the military leadership. Why would they want to overthrow Kim now? They're living better than ever. Which is actually a pretty clever idea if your only goal is to stay in power. You gotta hand it to the Kims. They are survivors. But to rationalize this military first idea to the masses, Kim and the PAD have to start painting the military as not just critical for defense, but also as the organization that will save the people from the march of suffering. They'll farm for us, they'll labor for us, they'll rebuild the country for us. As part of this campaign, military parades are expanded. More marchers, more special effects, more airtime on television, more of everything. After watching like 30 of these military parades, I found that if you want to enjoy one, don't look at whatever Kim happens to be leader at the time. Don't look directly at the Kim. The Kim is going to be clapping or waving with his big beer gut hanging off the ledge. No, instead, look at everything happening around the Kim. Like their amazingly efficient system of getting flowers to and then away from the Kim. There's another much later youth military parade where the next leader keeps trying to make the kids next to him sit down, but they won't. Okay, kids. Okay, sit down. Papa Kim is tired. See, I'm sitting, so it's okay for you to sit down. Sit. How about you? Sit. I'm the supreme leader. I'm the supreme leader of this goddamn country, and I can't get these little two bastards to sit down. I'm not gonna keep saying it. Sit down. Although it's not always funny stuff in the background of these parades, here's a clip of a young girl who was there to hand over flowers to a different top official, not to Kim Jong-il, but then she sort of rushes up to talk to him right before somebody stops her and the camera cuts away. And when the camera cuts back a few seconds later, she's gone. Did she want to shake his hand? Did she want to say something to him? There's something about this clip. There's something about her face. Something's going on there, and it's very unsettling, right? Well, let's get moving on back to films, though. With Songun now the official policy of the country, we start seeing a massive surge in more military films. Now, obviously, the military has always been very important to North Korean cinema. We've seen that the entire video today. But Songun takes it to a new level. These movies take old military film ideas of patriotism, melodramatic camaraderies, self-sacrifice, and crank them all to Song-100. Especially self-sacrifice, it's really not a Songun film unless a North Korean soldier gets blown up for the nation, all followed by a ridiculous speech about how great Kim Jong-il is. How about the soldier who just died? Why yes, Kim Jong-il is amazing. Great comment. I was going to recap a few of these movies, give you a nice summary, a basic understanding of what you see, but the bottom line is, Songun military first films are, I think, the worst films the country ever makes. They're even worse than the DMZ conflict films. Remember those? Even more boring. A group of soldiers work together to protect or rebuild the country. One or all of them die. Someone gives a speech about Kim Il-sung. The end. Great. You've now effectively watched like 50 Songun films. Congratulations. Multiple films, this is not a joke, multiple Songun films have scenes where people find Kim Jong-il's tire marks, his car's tire marks, and these characters break down and cry over them. This sucks. Also, to take a step back from the content of these films, their very existence is frustrating. Surely Kim Jong-il should be taking the money that went into this film about how great he is and instead using it to feed people, right? Also, aren't you guys broke? How did you afford this? Pyrotechnics, battlefield scenes, naval battles? It's not like these movies are making any money abroad, since most of them are only domestic releases. North Korea will try to get some cash by redistributing some of their older works abroad through a shell company called Makron Video, but I don't think they're bringing in the big bucks here. Really, the only North Korean medium that's turning a profit in the 1990s is 426 Animation Studios. And if you want to know why, it's because they're about to get a little help from Cartoon Jesus. In the late 1980s, a few American and European companies began outsourcing their work to North Korea's 426 animation studios. You know how cartoon outsourcing works, right? Animation is very expensive, so some companies send their cartoons to be partially or fully animated in other countries where the cost of labor is cheaper, and 426 Animation Studios was cheaper. And as the march of suffering grows, North Korea's government is desperate to expand on this flow of income, so they restructure most of their domestic animation teams into outsourcing teams. They'll rename themselves SEK Studios, or the Scientific Education Films of Korea. And since the 90s, SEK Studios has worked on the animation of quite a few high-profile projects. The Simpsons movie, Futurama, Avatar: The Last Airbender, a French cartoon called Le Petit Wang, France, you're the best, and much more. But SEK's most lucrative partnership, by far, is the Italian media studio Mondo TV. Together, SEK and Mondo TV make hundreds of episodes of cartoons and films, many of which... Wait, hold on. Let's say many of which are heavily inspired from popular Disney franchises. Cinderella, Snow White, Robin Hood, Jungle Book, Pocahontas, Hercules, Hunchback of Notre Dame, Simba the King Lion, not a Lion King, but a King Lion. Look, I know Disney didn't invent most of those stories, we all know that, but Mondo TV knows what they're doing here. They're taking a bite out of the mouse. Although, as far as Simba the King Lion one goes, hold on. Let's say that Disney's The Lion King may or may not have been inspired by a Japanese anime at the time called Kimba the White Lion. This may very well be a huge coincidence like Disney claims, but either way, Mondo TV, no harm, no foul on Simba the King Lion. But they're still very clearly following certain trends and relying on SEK Studios to do it. Not that North Korea gives two juches about plagiarism, these projects are bringing in cash at a time where they need cash. So if Mondo TV wants them to animate a Sleeping Beauty cartoon with what looks suspiciously like Disney's Robin Hood characters and a bunch of... Christ, is that a bipedal dragon with a horn and chicken feet? Who birthed this? But if Mondo TV wants that, that's what SEK will do, and they don't care what the subject matter is. So when Mondo TV breaks into the Christian animated media industry, SEK is there for the ride. But after a couple of false starts, they eventually nail a strong and accurate depiction of Jesus Christ, bringing us one of their most popular series ever, Jesus, A Kingdom Without Frontiers. I'm not going to poke fun at this series because, one, I just made a nail joke about Jesus and I'm hoping you didn't notice, and two, I watched the entire 26-episode series looking to pick out strange animation hiccups or dumb directing choices to laugh at, and I couldn't find any. Jesus, A Kingdom Without Frontiers is a remarkably competent religious animation. I'm not personally Christian anymore, but I always respect good work, and this show was good work. In fact, while some authors I've read have suggested there's a dip in quality of SEK Studios' work during the March of Suffering, I don't know what the hell they're talking about. I think it looks better than ever, especially considering it's being done by people without enough food to eat. Because by 1996 or 1997, virtually nobody is unaffected by this famine, city or countryside, short of course, the absolute top leadership. And a lot of North Korean people, not the government, the people, are sick of it. There's this really unfortunate perception some people have that all North Koreans are completely brainwashed by propaganda, that they're all slogan-spewing robots that happily follow whatever rules the government sets, but everything about the March of Suffering shows that's not the case. When the food programs break down, North Koreans don't blindly put their trust in the system, they don't lay down and die. No, North Koreans do what they can do to save themselves. There are so many stories of North Korean ingenuity and resourcefulness of working outside the system. Government be damned. People farm small, hidden, private plots of land. People ration. People are eating books. Remember how I said in the 1980s North Korea was printing millions of comic books on rice paper and most of those books are now gone? That's because these very clever people found ways to rehydrate the paper, remove the ink, and eat those books. These are people that have figured out how to eat books to survive. They're amazing. They fished, they scavenged, they hunted, they adapted. And when these scavenged resources are brought back into communities, hundreds of unregulated, free marketplaces form all over the country where people can barter, trade, and sell what they find. These marketplaces become a lifeline to people hit by famine, and while they didn't stop the starvation, they did help alleviate it. But scavenging for food or using these marketplaces was incredibly dangerous because they were both against the law and carried risks of jail time or public executions. Luckily, the government's ability to exert social control was extremely weakened during the March of Suffering, and the regime understood these markets were often the only reason a lot of people were still alive. But a number of North Koreans took an even larger gamble, sneaking out of the country. The DMZ may be too dangerous and well-guarded to pass through, but in the 1990s, the border with China was not particularly well protected. So some North Koreans sneak into China, where higher quality food and supplies were more easily obtainable, and then smuggled those supplies back into North Korea. And they're all bringing in other stuff with them. In addition to food and resources, some smugglers are carrying in things they can barter with, like magazines, books, electronics, VHS televisions, and more. They're seeing, in large numbers, what life looks like outside the country unfiltered. But not everyone is crossing the border to sneak resources back into North Korea. A lot of people are crossing the border just to leave. Tens of thousands of people or more are crossing into the border with China and never coming back. The term North Korean defector is a little thorny because it suggests that all of these people are escaping over political differences with the country. But during the March of Suffering, most are motivated purely out of hunger and desperation. Except, even once defectors make it to South Korea, life is hard. Defectors from the North arrive and find that South Korean schools are hyper-competitive, finding work is hard, you're probably worried about the people you left behind, and you can never, ever go back. But I guess they're alive, and during the March of Suffering, that's a lot more than I can say about many people back in North Korea, where the PAD and leadership are struggling to handle the march. Smugglers and markets are completely ignored in North Korean entertainment. Total radio silence. And defectors, well, the PAD does breach that topic sometimes, but they're never shown as desperate victims of circumstance. They never even show hungry people. Of course, they're not going to show sympathetic defectors. Instead, defectors are always spies, traitors, or victims of South Korean kidnappings. Like in the film Two Soldiers. A pair of North Korean guards are captured by South Korea, and they have to go through their own personal labors of Hercules trials not to be corrupted by the evil Southerners. They fight back against temptations of money, food, South Korean music, pretty girls, and dirty magazines. Dude, all you had to do was give it back. You don't have to rip it. You don't have to rip it in half. And in the truest Songun-era fashion imaginable, the PAD has the soldiers drown out these trials, not by thinking of their families or friends or lovers. No, they do it by having them remember their military comrades and drowning everything out with very, very loud marching music. And it's very, very funny. But as we've established, the PAD is terrible at their jobs. They are the worst. So while Two Soldiers was meant to discourage defections, it's basically a movie screen-sized billboard depicting how great life is in South Korea being shown to a country of starving people. What are they thinking? That nobody would want to be offered rest, as much food as they can eat, boxes full of money, gorgeous women? They just made the world's best pro-defection movie. And I think they know they're bad at their jobs too, because after this movie, they stopped trying to put a spin on defections in films entirely. They just dropped the subject. Instead, they promote more films and media just telling people, yeah, life is hard. Damn those Americans and the floods.
When Korea was on an arduous march because of the US imperialist maneuvers and because of the natural calamities,
yeah, it's totally America's fault that a country literally unable to become self-sustaining has spent all of its money trying to be self-sustaining. And I'm sure Kim Jong-il would bring up sanctions or something, but modern sanctions on North Korea began in the 2000s, a decade after this famine begins. And there's a very reasonable argument to be had about whether or not those sanctions are ultimately harmful to the people of the country, but they are not the reason for the March of Suffering. And also, America's sending your country millions of tons of food during all of this. What are you talking about? Anyway, I think I had a point before this. Oh, right, so they're promoting films and media, telling people life is hard, Americans are bad, and we've got to smile through the pain and everything will be okay. But it's going to take a lot of work, and nobody is exempt from that. Except for Kim Jong-il. Let's look at Myself in the Distant Future. So, Myself in the Distant Future is filmed in 1997, the worst year of the March of Suffering. It follows Sin Jun, the son of an important party member who, in his youth, struggled to protect the country, but Sinjun, he doesn't want to go out and work hard and do great things. He just wants to play Game Boy and listen to music, living off the reputation and great accomplishments of his father. Yeah, there's nothing worse than somebody who lives off the deeds of his father, right, Kim? Kim? I think I already did this bit earlier, but it's still really hypocritical. One day, Sinjun falls in love with a girl who is going off to volunteer on a farm. Sinjun chases after her, getting a big greeting from the village. Okay, guys, please stop. Please help me, help, I'm getting Kim Jong-il over here. All throughout the movie, we see tiny references to the March of Suffering, like when a tractor runs out of oil and everyone is forced to go out with sickles. So we're seeing hardship, but it's the sanitized version of hardship. No matter what happens, everyone is happy to be farming for the country, and they've got so much food. If we look past those elements, though, as a film, this is not a bad movie. Actually, Sinjun undergoes personal growth to better himself and has a complex romantic relationship. The girl doesn't immediately fall in love with him when he's like, "Hey, I saw you in the rain one time. Want to live with me?" And she's like, "No, that's crazy, and also you're a bad citizen." But Myself in the Distant Future's background messaging is what interests me. There's a lot of potatoes in this movie. Like, if this was a capitalist film, you would think that Big Potato had spent a fortune on potato product placements, considering how often they appear. That was actually the result of North Korea's Let's Grow More Potatoes campaign, made to encourage people to eat less rice and grow more potatoes. One part of that program was to put potatoes in everything. TV dramas, cooking shows, movies, songs, like the now famous Potato Pride song. Yeah, that's enough, thanks. Or a few animations based entirely around showing how potatoes are just the best. Although there's, I don't know how I feel about watching sentient potatoes happily throwing themselves into a harvesting machine. Everybody loves us. We're so popular. Let's keep this party rock. Oh my god! There's a big, let's expand our goat breeding campaign. So, for a while, you can see mountain goats just everywhere in North Korean entertainment, even the ones that have absolutely nothing to do with farming, like their comedies. I guess I should say, yeah, they're making comedies during the March of Suffering. As a matter of fact, as odd as it sounds, some of the funniest comedies out of North Korea come from this period.
이 집안의 세대주가 누구요? 형식상으로는 그렇게 보이지만
Kim Jong-il was spending a fair chunk of change on new comedy shows, comedy troupes, humorous circus performances, TV comedies, and more to boost public morale and keep people distracted. So the quality of comedy kind of swings upward. Case in point, a family basketball team, which is the funniest goddamn movie North Korea ever makes. Okay, so there's this grandfather who converts his entire family into a basketball team, and anybody who wants to marry into the family also has to play basketball. And one of his sons brings home a girl to marry and gasps, she doesn't play basketball. So the grandfather freaks out and prohibits the whole marriage.
You can't play basketball? You can't play basketball? Get the f*** out of my family!
It's a cult. It's a fucking cult. Eventually, the grandpa lets her into the family after she wrecks his old ass in a soccer game, which is treated as this happy moment, but it's not, because now Sol Ulk's horrible life in this basketball religious movement begins. Also, the grandpa has so many children. That's so many kids and grandchildren. There are so many that when they play basketball games, he makes them all wear name tags identifying what member of his family they are. I love this. They're in jumpsuits with name tags. It's a fucking basketball cult. And the movie is full of these really strange but kind of funny scenes, like during a game where Solok accidentally pulls a dude's pants off.
Ah, she pantsed him. Look, she pantsed him. Freaking classic.
And this poor guy, he has his basketballs revealed in front of the entire cult, so his wife tries to make him feel better, but she's so, ripped and fit that she can't help but emasculate him, ripping a chicken into pieces with her bare hands and then making him suck an egg. I kept waiting for somebody to ask the grandpa about, food. Hey, Grandpa, we're really worried about feeding everybody here. There's a lot of children and...
Kids, I'm sorry. Maybe I took the basketball thing too far. How about this? I got a nice orange for you.
Grandpa, is it another basketball?
I'm not gonna lie to you, champ. It's a basketball.
It's so stupid. Oh, and if the idea of sending your own children to a collapsing North Korea undergoing severe famines in order to learn about sports sounds good to you, you can do that. At Songdaewon International Summer Children's Camp, campers can swim, go boating, enjoy trips to segregated beaches, learn traditional Korean dances, perform one of their country's cultural performances, and enjoy a ride down a water slide. She's coming in pretty hot there, isn't she? Kids can also play soccer, do the North Korean hokey pokey, see a show, or just enjoy a quick game of basketball. Basketball? Basketball? Oh god, Ivan, he's climbed into reality. He's here. Help! Help! Basketball. Basketball. Basketball?
Launching emergency evacuation.
Basketball! We're getting closer to the end of the March of Suffering, but before that, there's one last media development we need to look at. North Korean 90s television. KCTV begins airing some full-on televised dramas, like this 10-part spy soap opera called Even If the Stars Are Far Away. The story generally follows this guy, from his high school years where Korea was ruled by Japan, to the Korean War, to the DMZ conflict, to the modern age. And this middle-aged lead actor deserves some sort of terrible admiration for portraying his character at every age. There's so many scenes where he's a student in love with what is clearly a girl 40 years younger than him, and it just feels weird the whole time.
Hey there, girl. You want to come watch me play skateboard? Or, maybe check out the fidget spinners and... sorry, acid reflux. YOLO, Tide Pods, Vine. You kids still like Vine, right?
I don't know what those are. I don't...
Okay, later, girl. Take it sleazy.
I'm gonna marry that boy. There's a bunch of other 90s dramas I watched. There's this really depressing show called Love and Hate, which is set in the modern day, but it has an ending flashback to the Korean War, and let me get my censorship bars ready here. Okay, good to go. A girl is forced to play the violin for some US soldiers as they gun down her entire family, including her, and she's got blood all over, and cover it up, cover it all up. God damn, North Korea. But it's not only dramatic stuff. During the March of Suffering, there's more of everything. There's more news, more competitions on TV, and some official music videos for old Wang Jae-san and Pachambo songs. Some of the music videos are just clear propaganda of pretending food is plentiful and everyone's happy and everyone's leaving the city to go work in the farms because they want to. Obligatory goat appearances, and some sharp-looking 90s 3D graphics with Windows 98 screensavers. I'm a little surprised at how physical the romance in these music videos can be. Shots of men and women in bathing suits, grabbing each other and playing around, back hugs, side hugs, front hugs, whatever the hell this is. There's one scene where a dude is transparently trying to sneak a peek of some girl's changing and succeeds, and they notice him doing it, and it's all like a big joke. Like, oh, boys will be boys. Little pervert. And more North Koreans are becoming familiar with a TV announcer named Ri Chun-hee. You've probably seen her before, right? She might very well be the most famous non-Kim North Korean in world history, notable for her ability to talk with every human emotion possible all at the same time. And the news she's giving to people in the 90s is becoming more positive because the March of Suffering, it's about to end. Due to a combination of international aid, new trade deals with China, and there just being less mouths to feed, the strains on the food supply are reduced enough for society to function. Factories are slowly opened up, coal mines are restaffed, and the leadership officially declares the March of Suffering over, heavily promoting a return to normalcy as they continue upholding self-reliance, while still receiving international aid, mind you. So we get more Juche rhetoric, Songun policies, human rights violations, information control, and abuses of power. However, if there's anything even resembling a thin silver lining here, it's that after the 1990s famine, North Korea is a very different place. The North Korean leadership never, ever, to this day, fully regained the amount of social control it used to have over its citizens. It still has a lot of social control, but not nearly as much as before. The state class system is weaker, generational punishments are less common, the leadership even gives in to tolerating free marketplaces, opening government-backed markets in stores. Things aren't good, but things are better than before. There's a light at the end of the March of Suffering, and this time, it's not coming from Kim Il-sung, it's coming from South Korea. In 1998, South Korea elects a new president who wants to fundamentally change how South and North Korea engage with one another. He argues in support of more peaceful, open dialogue with North Korea and forging a constructive relationship with Kim Jong-il. This was known as the Sunshine Policy, and in the early 2000s, Kim Jong-il accepts the offer, which leads to a more positive period for North and South Korean relations. The two countries hold reunification events, letting families divided all the way back in the 1940s meet again. They enact joint economic deals. There's more investment and dialogue, even tourism between the two countries. At least, only South Koreans were allowed to go to North Korea and only in certain areas, but hey, baby steps. There are even new forms of pop culture exchange. A South Korean entertainment group, Iconics, approaches SEK Studios about collaborating to make an animated kids show together, Pororo, the Little Penguin. Initially, the group had requested that SEK do the series with hand-drawn animation, which they were pretty good at, but SEK came back with a different suggestion. Why not do CGI animation? This was a big surprise because nobody thought North Korea had CGI animation, but they did. For example, the North Korean cartoon Second Round. It used a combination of stop-motion and CGI work, and although the transition between the two can be a little rough, South Korea was still really impressed with the portfolio, so Pororo's CGI cartoon was born. Soon after that, another joint animated project was launched called Empress Chung, a fully animated feature-length film that was made by and released in both Koreas. Empress Chung was directed by Nelson Sheen, who had an extensive history of animation experience, including the original lightsaber animations in the first Star Wars films. Under Nelson's guidance, the South Korean creators would do the pre- and post-production work, while the North Korean artists did the coloring, music scoring, and main animation. In 2004, Empress Chung is finished and was a huge flop. Just a giant flop. $6 million loss. Utter embarrassment. Yeah, people did not care about this movie, and neither did anybody in charge of the film reels, because somehow Empress Chung is completely lost media. Nobody has a copy. It's just gone. All this footage I'm using, I'm just looping an old movie trailer. Fortunately, the Sunshine Policy was having a big impact on all of Korea's entertainment, not just animation. In the South, there's an explosion of media showing North Koreans in a much more sympathetic light. For example, Double Agent, a love story about North Korean spies in the South, or Spy, a love story about a North Korean who falls in love with a South Korean girl, or Shiri, a love story about... Okay, hold on, wait, Okay, yeah, it's pretty much all love stories. It's a whole North-South star-crossed lovers thing, but that's cool, okay. But how about the reverse? How's North Korean entertainment going to depict Southerners? Well, not romantically, that's for sure, but they do take a softer approach when writing those characters and giving them more nuanced motivations. South Korean characters in North Korean films, especially ones set during the Korean War, are no longer greedy traitors. No, they're just highly misguided, doing the wrong thing, but thinking it's right, believing that submitting to these bigger foreign powers like the United States will save the country from even worse treatment. North Korean films set before the division are doing this too. In stories where the antagonists are also Koreans, they're usually only villains because they've been coerced by Japanese pirates or something. Just like we see in the movie The Bloodstained Map. Set back in ancient Korea, there's a governor who originally shows up to fight some Japanese soldiers, but instead gets threatened into working for them. In movies up to this point, the governor wouldn't have been forced to betray his country, he would have done it out of greed. The governor does still get his comeuppance at the end, you gotta have comeuppance, but there's a slight tinge of sympathy the movie pushes. Of course, the actual big enemy at the end, Japanese monk. Sure, why not? This movie also has some of the best North Korean fight scenes I've ever seen. Maybe even better than the fight scenes, there's this one scene where the main character is like hunting and he sees a bear that he's chasing and it's so clearly a dude in a bear suit. This time it's actually a dude in a bear suit. But most of all, I think North Korean films liked concentrating on unified experiences shared by all Koreans, like 2000's Seoul Protest. This movie is a dramatization of the real-life sinking of a Japanese naval transport ship. As we talked about in the Chongrang section, Koreans living in Japan after World War II had been offered the chance to return to their homeland via boat. Tragically, one of those boats would suffer an explosion soon after its departure, taking the lives of thousands of Korean returnees on board. Japan maintains that the ship hit an American naval mine, but some in Korea still believe that Japan intentionally destroyed the boat to stop Koreans on board from telling others about their hardships or mistreatments in Japan. I have no idea if that's true, but that's the story Seoul's protest follows. And credit to North Korea, it's an impressive movie. It's huge in scope, it's got North Koreans' first use of CGI in movies, big explosions, over 10,000 extras to make the scenes look realistic, and at a time where North Korea is trying to appeal to South Korean audiences, it's a smart choice in subject matter, downplaying differences in Koreans while getting a couple of swings in on Japan. But why Kim Jong-il chose the topic of a sinking boat may have had less to do with fanning anti-Japanese sentiment in South Korea, and more about capitalizing on another big film success, Titanic. I say capitalizing, but maybe a better description would be unapologetically plagiarizing? Here, let's put them side by side. Shot of an elderly person remembering their time on a sunken boat? Check. I'm on top of the world scene? Check. Although that one might not be fair. It's a boat. There aren't that many places that don't have a railing and water, but conflict arising from class differences? Check it off. Folksy dance scene? Check-a-rooney. Tragic goodbye from love interest on icy water? Checkers. Soundtrack that sounds suspiciously like Celine Dion's My Heart Will Go On, the song from Titanic? Oh yeah, that's a check. The damn movie was directly marketed as North Korean Titanic in film festivals. That's the thing they put on the box. The only real difference between Seoul's protest and James Cameron's Titanic is that James Cameron's Titanic actually made money. Seoul's protest, on the other hand, crashed and burned at the box office in South Korea, and it probably didn't help that actual survivors of the boat criticized the movie for its worship of Kim Il-sung, which, come on, that's never going to go well in South Korea either. It doesn't matter how close the countries get. There are people alive in 2000 who remember Kim Il-sung's forces blowing their country apart. They don't want to hear about how amazing he is. But let me show you my favorite thing from the Sunshine Policy era, their musical performance exchanges. As part of building up more cultural connections, singers, bands, and genuine K-pop idols would travel from South Korea up to Pyongyang to strut their stuff in front of a live North Korean audience. Things start strong, nice big unified Korea in the background, the South Korean artists are all on stage singing Pachambo's reunification song, Glad to Meet You, all great, all wonderful. And things get even better from here with a kick-ass performance by South Korean singer Lee Sun-hee. I do think they kind of hurt the performance by sticking a busload's worth of cheerleaders behind her for no discernible reason, but still, I think Lee did a solid job. And it all comes crashing down when they bring out the K-pop idols. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say this is the sexiest performance that has ever been given in Pyongyang, and maybe North Korea just wasn't ready for it. But don't judge the North Korean audience too harshly on this. These people could be losing their minds internally, thinking this is the best music they've ever heard, but they can't react like that. You don't want to be the guy who's like, yeah, oh my god, South Korean music is so good. In a society where ownership of South Korean music is still a crime, they're not really free to express things if they're enjoying them. So the South Korean performance in North Korea could have been better, although Lee Sun-hee, you're amazing, never changed. But how about the North Koreans who then perform in South Korea? Who do they send? Pachambo? Wang Jae-san? A military band? I mean, it's not like, oh, it's talented North Korean children. Remember how in the 1970s and 80s, Kim Jong-il had been giving more funding to specialized performance schools. Those programs had slowed somewhat during the March of Suffering, like everything else did, but by the 2000s, they're back and more uncannily impressive than ever. I mean, there's the stuff you'd expect, the most awkward-looking, uncomfortable 3-year-olds you'll ever see, choruses sung in flawless harmony, all with top-notch showmanship and painted-on smiles, but around the 2000s, North Korean kid shows get kind of awesome? You want astronaut roller skating sparkly realness? You got it. Giant creepy heads that blink? Yeah, they're there. Track and field music numbers, a live action dance version of a hedgehog defeats a tiger with a busted ass tiger. That's a busted ass tiger. Orphan talent shows? Yeah, I hadn't forgotten about those. Those existed, and they're always followed by speeches about how they're not really orphans because they're the kids of Kim Jong-il. Ugh. I mean, for God's sake, they're doing hoverboard magic tricks pretty recently. North Korean kids' performances are something else. Oh, and these shows always transition between segments with a giant onstage treadmill, which is technically very impressive, but so slow. It takes forever. That's a really long slide. Hey guys, that's a really long slide. It's still going, and they can't turn around, they can't look away. They just have to look like statues. That's the weirdest thing, right? And when it comes to the kids that are performing in South Korea, they're gonna get the best of the best of the best. A group of about 30 North Korean children traveled to South Korea, and it's a major event. South Koreans, really trying to make this sunshine policy thing work, spare no expense in showing the kids, you're welcome here, lining the streets with students cheering for them, elaborate banquets hoping for hope and peace, old politicians kissing the children in a way that I bet isn't as weird as it looks, and even more. There are some really annoying reporters who were specifically told not to harass the North Korean kids with a bunch of questions, but they do it anyway, some clearly using hidden cameras to do it. I don't know what reporter was doing this, but you're a huge asshole. Like, really, you're a giant asshole. This really pisses me off. You were told not to harass the kids who are nervous, who are probably worried about being in a country that they've been told kidnaps people, who don't need random dudes coming up and asking them about politics. Credit to this kid, though, for instantly recognizing what was happening and being like, nice try, idiot. I know what a camera is. And this kid isn't just media savvy. He's one of the two most talented human beings on the planet. Let me introduce you to Rin Jin-hyuk and Kim Hyung-soon, two huge music nerds. See right there, that's not fake. That's not the artificial smile you see glued on most of these kids. That is two music dorks on stage and loving it. Look at him go. Look at him go. And then out of nowhere, Ri goes ahead and throws a boomerang over the audience and catches it. And as if to challenge the god of hubris to a boomerang pissing contest, he throws it again. And this time Kim catches it. They're amazing. And they're not even done. After this, the two kids go in the back and kick the other drummers out and then start drumming along. How does anybody follow up on this act? Trick question, they don't. These kids follow up on themselves with a dramatic and emotional duet about reunification. Look at that. You cannot teach that. You can't. These kids got star quality, baby. Star quality. They eat spotlight and poop applause. And as they're singing this reunification song to a crowd of South Koreans, many old enough to remember the hurt and pain of Korea's division, some start standing up and hugging the kids, shaking their hands. It's a heart-melting scene. And look, I'm not naive. Events like this aren't spontaneous showings of unified people coming together. It's for photo ops and PR for the Sunshine Policy. It's very tightly curated and controlled, but even then, I think there's a lot of beauty in these moments. North Korea also attracts a lot more foreign tourism. Now even Americans were allowed to visit. As long as you could get a visa and weren't a journalist, you could go. Obviously, visitors can't just travel anywhere in the country. Your entire trip must be organized through a third-party tour company. You've always got to be accompanied by a guide, and you'll never, ever see something the regime doesn't want you to see. But during the Sunshine Policy years, this was one way to slowly open North Korea up to international relations. And the other thing you definitely don't want to do is miss an opportunity to see the new mass games. These aren't your hyper-traditionalist grandpa's mass games. These are the Arirang mass games, with over 100,000 participants performing gymnastics, musical shows, flying symbolism, kids on unicycles, giant pigs giving birth, 4,500 colorfully dressed children doing perfectly synced cartwheels into splits, fireworks, more goats, trampolining, river dances, martial arts. If it's a physical activity any human has ever done, you can see it here. And if you're thinking, how did they make those giant TV screens in the background with text, images, and background sets? Look closer. 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 Yep, it's kids. The system is really clever too. Each kid has a book full of about 170 colored cards. All they have to do is know when to flip to the next page, and voila! And with such an amazing spectacle, you almost forget to ask the big question. Why is Kim Jong-il spending so much money on flashy gymnastics when the country is coming off the heels of economic collapse and famine? It's certainly not just for the show. Remember, North Korea doesn't do entertainment for the sake of entertainment. So there has to be some logic for all this glitz and glam. Can somebody tell this guy where to park his car? Who looked at this gorgeous, beautiful performance and was like, you know what this needs? A go-kart driving around like my grandfather in a parking lot. So what's the reason for all this? Some people will tell you it's for tourist money, but that's more of a side benefit. The majority of viewers are still North Koreans. No, there's a much more important goal of the renovated mass games: reasserting social authority. Like we covered, North Korea lost a lot of social control from the March of Suffering, so huge displays of uniformity and loyalty to the Kim regime might help get a bit of that back, which you're gonna need for the younger generation born in or after the March of Suffering. Although I feel like a stick in the mud with all these criticisms. The Arirang Mass Games are a hell of a show, and these performers, both the kids and the adults, deserve every round of applause they get. There's a fantastic documentary called A State of Mind, which follows the nearly year-long training regime of 2 kids in these mass games. The documentary was made by Koryo Tours, a company specializing in tourism to North Korea, and it very, very wisely takes a more neutral tone with all the DPRK history and politics, focusing more on the experiences of the 2 girls. Which makes it one of the most humanizing bits of media about North Koreans out there, and reminds you how much sweat and tears every single one of these thousands of performers are throwing into their practice. No matter what the leadership's goals are with these games, I have to respect that. While the kids and families in the documentary are definitely curating their behavior, it's still full of all these wonderful, candid moments that remind you that North Koreans are people. And while foreign influence is still being discouraged in North Korea, even the way it's discouraged comes across as cushioned. In the 2003 film Our Fragrance, we see Pyong-ho, a man from a very traditional household. They eat Korean food, they eat sitting on Korean mats, they drink Korean alcohol, and they watch Korean sports. Even the dude's job is traditional. He works in kimchi production. And he's hoping to marry this girl, Chaebol, a tour guide for foreigners visiting North Korea. Well, North Koreans pretending to be foreigners visiting North Korea. I really hate this guy, this Notice Me Kimpai dude, who ends up taking like 4 plastic bags full of kimchi, and he's gonna eat them all on the plane because he loves them so much. You know, not that I care what happens to you, but you can't eat 4 bags of kimchi on a plane. Your butt's gonna explode. Anyway, Pyong-ho takes his very traditional grandfather to come meet Chaebol's family, but the 2 of them are shocked to find Chaebol's family greets them with a handshake. They eat strange foreign food. They drink champagne. They wear modern clothes. They like international pop music. These bourgeoisie goblins sit on sofas, for God's sakes. They're animals. Like 5 minutes into meeting Chaebol's family, the grandpa's so sick of this house that he fakes a heart attack to get out of the house. This is the big one, Pyong-ho. This is it. I'm dying, Pyong. Get me the hell out of here. These people are freaks. Okay, but I told you Our Fragrance was supposed to show how foreign influences are discouraged more softly in North Korea, right? So far, the whole movie's been about condemning the encroaching evils of other cultures. How is any of this softer? Well, here's the twist. The traditional grandpa, the soju-drinking, kimchi-loving, heart attack-faking grandpa, used to live and work outside of North Korea. And he loved it. He loved his time abroad. The reason he's unhappy about this family's behavior is that he's worried that Korean culture might get forgotten or lost or destroyed, like it was almost destroyed under Imperial Japan, which was not that long ago for him. Sunshinier media like this is implying that other cultures are valuable. It's different, but it's valuable. Again, this is all, baby steps. Long story short, Pyong-ho and Chaebol are finally able to get married, while somewhere out there in the sky, there's a dude on a plane who just ate 4 bags of kimchi in one sitting, and now his butt looks like a North Korean fireworks show. Gross. Hey, let's talk about cartoons. So we already discussed those international co-produced animations like Pororo and Empress Chung, but how are things in SEK's domestic work? The last time we checked in on that was during the March of Suffering back in the 1990s, and while it looked pretty good, only a few years later, their animation for domestic audiences starts looking amazing. Really, look at this stuff. Is this radically different from animation quality in the West in the early 2000s? Where'd this North Korean stuff even come from? It's actually an unexpected benefit to their outsourced animation. When a foreign company pays SEK to animate something, SEK studio artists aren't just sent a box of storyboards and told to get to work. No, those foreign studios also have to send a few of their own top artists to help guide the project. So North Korea has a rotating staff of highly specialized animators coming to their cartoon studio and essentially training their artists for free. This leads to a very quick jump in the overall quality of North Korea's domestic work. There's also a big improvement to cartoon subject matter. It's becoming almost singularly focused on educational content, on social development, and on teaching kids to follow safety rules. Yeah, you'll still occasionally spot historical works based around fighting off Japanese bandits, folk tales about the dangers of greed, animal allegories, and farming stories about who cares, but they're less common. Instead, we see animations like Let's Follow the Traffic Regulation series. American metaphors, long speeches, dead twitchy leg dogs? Screw that stuff. This show has one message, and that message is, hey kids, don't get smeared on the highway, huh? Whoever wrote this show was trying to traumatize kids into never even coming within 30 feet of a car. In every single episode, there's at least one scene where a kid gets turned into a human Go-Gurt. Of course, it always turns out that the kid is actually fine and just almost got killed, but the way the scene plays out, you legitimately think they're dead at first. It's a bit like Clever Raccoon Dog though, because pretty soon the animators obviously ran out of traffic laws to lecture kids on, so they have to start getting creative. Between you and me, I think the show really jumped the shark once they got to, hey, don't practice your juggling on snowy curb barriers or you might slip off and get hit by a bus. Is that really a problem, North Korea? Is there a juggling-based, what am I trying to say? Is there like a juggling-based snow-related epidemic of kids getting hit by buses, or are you just out of ideas? This sort of real-life, practical educational content goes way beyond traffic, though. There's cartoons on brushing your teeth, not overfeeding animals, how medicine is good for you, the way electricity works. Yeah, there's the accordion scene. Gotta have that. Cartoons can now be about anything. It's hard to say if this move away from violent allegories was a direct result of the Sunshine Policy, but it seems really likely. And one change that was definitely a result of the Sunshine Policy was more North Korean films being screened abroad, like the wonderful film Diary of a Schoolgirl. The movie shows the life of a teenage girl named Kim Soo-ryun, who lives with her sister and mother in a rundown house in the countryside, while their father spends months away from the family, working on some unnamed research project for the country. Soo-ryun grows to despise her father for ignoring the family's needs, even when the mom gets deathly ill. The movie's full of stale, routine propaganda and songs about the great Kim Jong-il and how amazing he is, and the ending predictably sides with the father for his dedication to the country. But under all that hot old garbage, there's an incredible movie here, seizuring to get out. All the daily life dialogue between the family members is organic and natural, and often really funny. And the film sometimes gets downright clever with how it delivers propaganda. Like, Soo-ryun doesn't say, oh man, foreign music is great, I sure do love ABBA. No, instead it uses visual cues to show her negative feelings about patriotism. There's a flashback where she's running around with a Mickey Mouse backpack, an American character. And Soo-ryun's not this one-dimensional cardboard cutout of a human. She's complex. She's confused about things. She both misses and hates her father for not giving the family attention. And I think that Mi Hyung-pak, the main actress of the film, gives one of the best performances I've ever seen from North Korea. Sadly, there have been some unverified rumors that Mi Hyung-pak was imprisoned and passed away several years after this film premiered, which I really hope isn't true. And it might not be true because stories of North Korean celebrity deaths are often greatly exaggerated. Which very neatly brings us to the infamous story of the musician Hyung Sung-wol. By the mid-2000s, the two electronica bands, Pachambo and Wang Jang-san, were losing a lot of their popularity. That's partly due to foreign music coming into the country, and mostly due to people getting sick of the same two bands for 20 years. But despite the band's slipping popularity, one Pachambo member manages to stay in the public eye, Hyung Sung-wol. Hyung here continues releasing successful solo music like her 2005 industrial slapper, Excellent horse-like lady. Because every girl loves being compared to a horse. But a few years later, some South Korean newspapers report that Hyung had been publicly executed by machine guns for the crime of producing, video content of ill repute? This shocked a lot of people around the world, but nobody was quite as shocked to hear about this as Hyun was. She was still very much alive, showing up on television to prove it soon after. Oops. It's always good to check multiple sources for a news story to make sure you're not getting duped. If only there was a place where you could do that and be grounded in your news. Your grounded ground news. Ground.news/paper. I'm sorry. That was pretty smooth, right? Okay, back to the sunshine policy stuff. Zooming out for a second, all through the early 2000s, it's surreal to see how optimistic the world is with North Korea at the time. Things weren't perfect. The North still had economic problems, a fragile food system, most of the same human rights violations as before, but there were also all these little threads being connected, tying the people in the DPRK to the outside world. For global relations with North Korea, the future looked bright. Really bright. That's really bright. That is so bright. What the hell is so... Hey, remember this little gem from the 1960s? Kim Il-sung tells America, hey, you can't put nukes in South Korea. You promised not to do that. And America's like, what are you gonna do about it? Spend decades of your country's budget, get a bunch of foreign loans, smuggle in imported weapons technology and develop your own nukes? Yup, that's exactly what they did. It took them nearly 50 years and cost them who knows how much money, resources, and ultimately relationships with most of the world, but in 2006, North Korea successfully tests their first nuclear bomb. Combined with the missile tests they've been doing since the 90s, this terrifies the rest of the international community. And for good reason. There's now a nuclear-armed, unstable dictatorship constantly on the edge of societal collapse that's actively telling its citizens to be prepared to go back to war at any moment and has a notable history of committing acts of terrorism purely out of spite. There will be some attempts to persuade North Korea into disarming, often with aid or resources, but it never really sticks. South Korea would ultimately reevaluate their entire approach to the North, ending the Sunshine Policy in 2008. So the world drops the carrot and moves on to the stick. Asset freezes, trade restrictions, and severe economic sanctions are put on North Korea with the goal of restricting or cutting off revenue that funds their nuclear program. Those North Korean sanctions are a hotly debated issue, though. Some think it's necessary to curb a dangerous country from continuing its weapons program. Others think the sanctions have failed and ultimately only hurt North Koreans' food and medical instability. I'm not really qualified to weigh in on any of this, but I can tell you that with these sanctions, there were immediate changes to North Korea's media. North Korean films mostly go back to portraying South Koreans as cowardly and traitors. Cultural exchanges like with Baby Vox and Lee Sun-hee are done. SDK Studios outsourcing almost entirely evaporates, and international media trade deals hit the rocks. All the progress from the Sunshine Years ends by 2009, and North Korea returns to being as isolated as ever. This takes us into an odd period of North Korean entertainment when Kim Jong-il is just throwing spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. Hoping to replace Pachambo and Wang Jae-san, Kim tries to reboot the North Korean music scene with two new bands, the Unhasa Orchestra and the Samjian Band, neither of which are electronica bands. Thank God. And unlike Pachambo and Wang Jae-san, who seem to be getting a little desperate to stay popular, what are you guys even doing anymore? These two new groups would serve very different purposes. The Samjian Band is labeled as an early response to South Koreans' K-pop boom. They aren't exactly idols, but you can see some similarities here. On the other end of the spectrum, the Unhasa Orchestra is presented as a more refined, cultivated, sophisticated, high art presence in their media, a sign of prosperity and financial success, real or fake. But neither Unhasu or Samjian achieved the level of success as previous groups, so this attempt at a musical reboot didn't really work out. They tried starting a cruise line with that same boat Changrong used to use, but it's terrible and soon ended. Audience rates in movie theaters are also really low for a few reasons. One is that average North Koreans are watching more foreign movies smuggled in on DVDs and USB sticks. Still very illegal, but a lot of people are doing it. Another reason is all the North Korean movies are kinda cheap looking. Like there's a film called Bomb Disposal Officer about soldiers who go around removing old bombs from the Korean War, but the movie has, let's see, 1, 2, 3. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 0 explosions. Not a single explosion in a movie about bombs. Instead, all we get are sound effects and smoke machines. The film studio also makes a fighter jet movie called Wild Flower Girl, but the plane scenes are all, again, stock footage and embarrassingly bad CGI. It's gotten worse. These movie budgetary problems are likely brought about by the economic sanctions on the country, so that's not entirely North Korea's fault, but the quality of the writing absolutely is. By 2011, it feels like North Korea's film industry is just dying. And so is Kim Jong-il. In December of 2011, Kim Jong-il passes away. According to North Korea's news agency, he suffered a fatal heart attack brought on from years of stress of working to improve the country with revolutionary zeal, giving essential guidance to the people, and not taking enough care of himself as he took care of his millions of children. I'm going to toss an additional idea into the mix there and suggest maybe his death had more to do with being an overweight 70-year-old chain-smoking cognate addict, but either way, he's dead. So, how do we judge Kim Jong-il as a figure in North Korean history? Well, a degree of credit has to be given to him for his impact on North Korean entertainment, mainly the better funding and education for directors. Who cares? The dude was still a monster. He oversaw an objectively evil regime with torture, kidnappings, and public executions. He cut off resources from the people who needed it most, and then imprisoned the people who were starving when they scavenged for food because of the policies of him and his father. This dude. The only small upside to him living until 2011 was that he was around to see his biggest rival, South Korea, take the entertainment world by storm. He died a failure in every sense of the word. All of his lifelong attempts at international acclaim, relevancy, and awards failed. That said, the guy could take a great picture. Still, it was time to choose a new leader based on their experience, their skills, it's Kim Jong-il's son, Kim Jong-un. North Korea is basically a Juche monarchy at this point. So, who is Kim Jong-un and where was he this whole time? Well, he was born in North Korea in 1982, or 1983, or 1984, there's some debate, but he went to school at an international academy in Europe, getting a fully westernized education. Kim Jong-un was just a regular kid. He got average grades, he liked action movies, he hung out with friends, and he played basketball. After the March of Suffering, Kim Jong-un returns to North Korea as a young adult, showing up in North Korean news, events, and propaganda. Kim Jong-il dies, and Kim Jong-un is quickly declared the new leader. In some ways, life in North Korea under Kim Jong-un continues much the same way as before. Juche Sungun nuke ambitions, anti-foreign diarrhea. However, although a lot of the previous evils of the government remain in place, Kim Jong-un is generally considered a less cartoonishly evil leader than his father or his grandfather. It's a low bar, admittedly, but he's better. Kim Jong-un also introduces some economic reforms that encourage developing nuclear weapons and the economy equally, not just nuclear weapons, which has led to a slightly more robust, consumer-based economy and more urban recreation centers, water parks, theme parks, and shows. There's also a maid cafe that serves hamburgers, which you would think would be the strangest thing in this video, and I don't even care. But how about that zoo, huh? You like fish? They got fish. Turtles? So many turtles. Alligators, snakes, birds, bears, elephants, even the more exotic animals like cats, and so much more. There's even, according to some reviews from TripAdvisor, there's a smoking chimpanzee. I thought that was like a joke or something, but no, there's a smoking chimpanzee. You throw cigarettes in and he smokes them. But don't worry everyone, officials at the zoo have clarified that it's totally fine because the chimp doesn't inhale. How do you know that? How are you checking that? Also, the fact that it's a chimpanzee with cigarettes in his mouth, that itself is not great because I'm pretty sure he's eating them. That can't be good for a chimpanzee. Animal treatment isn't radically better over in the circus because yeah, they're still doing bear shows. There's something wrong with humanity where we see the majestic bear in its natural forest habitat and we're like, yeah, that's cool, but can it dance? But the circus has more acceptable stuff too. There's flying acrobats, more juggling, there's that AK-47 pole dancer. I'd laugh, but this is it's legitimately impressive he can do this. But how about some of their magic shows? Back in the 1970s, Kim Jong-il had tried to organize his own school of magic specifically for North Korea called Juche Magic. What does that mean? What does Juche Magic mean, Kim Jong-il? You're gonna make a sandwich disappear? What? But in the 2000s, North Korea finally gets a nationwide magician society. While some of the tricks can be somewhat dated, like the divided woman trick, does anybody in the world not know how this trick is done? Those legs look like they're made out of cardboard. But you know, it doesn't really matter if a magic trick is boring when the performer on stage is engaging and light. And I gotta admit, North Korean magicians are kind of engaging and light. We all know what this dude is doing, but it's kind of fun, so who cares? This guy's doing CD-ROM magic. You ever see CD-ROM magic? I haven't. And the audience loves these shows. But to be clear, despite these recreational improvements and minor economic reforms, when I say Kim Jong-un is a better leader than his dad, I am in no way suggesting he's a good leader or a kind leader. There are still forced labor camps you can be sent to for speaking out against the government or owning foreign media. Defector escape stories remain heartbreaking. The government spends a lot of time talking about ending their enemies in nuclear fire, and their food system, to this day, remains dangerously fragile. But generally, the quality of life for the average North Korean is better than it was under previous leaders, and so is their entertainment. Kim Jong-un puts his sister, Kim Yo-jong, in charge of the propaganda and agitation department, and together, the two of them do a respectable job of taking the country's media, keeping what's good, fixing what's broken, and dumping what's terrible. For instance, they mercifully stick a knife in North Korea's film industry, which has been on its deathbed for years. Under Kim Jong-un and Kim Yo-jong, North Korea has only produced about 7 new films in the last decade, which is crazy considering North Korea used to put out 7 films a year. But they do make 2 new international co-productions. The North Korean-Chinese co-production was Meet in Pyongyang. The movie's about a Beijing dancer trying to learn a traditional Korean dance in Pyongyang. The film is very slow and meditative, taking a lot of time and care to build the relationship shared by the dancer and the North Korean she meets, a neat parallel to North Korea and China's own efforts to resume friendly relations. While China had cut a lot of its aid in the 1990s, they've since returned to being a major trade partner for North Korea, although never quite as closely as it used to be. On the absolute flip side of that movie is Koryo Tour's co-production, Comrade Kim Goes Flying. It's a North Korean girl power comedy about a coal miner who wants to join the circus and be a trapeze artist, but she has a fear of heights. And it has these phenomenal, beautiful socialist realism animated transitions, and the main character is infectiously charming and doesn't take crap from nobody. But these kinds of films are rare, and I think Kim Yo-jong is done using films to hit ideological messaging, instead putting increased focus on big, showy performances and celebrations, and the oh my god, look at him go. Dozens of shows have been added during her tenure as the PAD leader, celebrating holidays and New Year's and national anniversaries. Love her or hate her, and I love her, nobody can deny these shows are something else. And these shows are no longer just seen by the Pyongyang elite. They're also being televised nationwide because in the 2010s, most families in North Korea have televisions, which, unlike films, are still considered a viable path for North Korean propaganda. One of the things Kim Jong-un has really focused on is building support from the next generation of North Koreans. So in television, there's been a big wave of lighter, funnier dramas with more teenage protagonists. Not young protagonists declaring how they want to die for their country someday like we used to see. No, they're just kids. They struggle with school issues and navigating friendship. It's all done in a really shallow way, but it's being done. The main plots are usually tied to something educational, but you can still see some very, very, very light romantic elements in play. For the even younger viewers, you'll see things like storytime shows. I really like this one, hosted by a kindly old grandpa in leopard print. He tells the kids tales of old historical figures and fables, and while a TV show about an old guy in leopard print might not sound super interesting, leopard print grandpa makes it all really mesmerizing. Although every now and then you'll get some, we'll call it minor anti-American sentiment. But don't worry about that. Look, mini leopard print grandpa. I don't know why it exists, but it do. It do. I also used to like a TV series called Our Neighbors. It follows some families living in Pyongyang, most of which is so story-focused and not propaganda-y that it would be indistinguishable from like an early 2000s South Korean drama. But there's an episode that kind of ruined it for me. I think it was episode 8 or 9, and a kid passes out and gets hospitalized, and all the characters are really concerned and worried, but then vroom! Off the road the emotional weight goes, because everybody get in here! North Korean missile test! Look at it go! Patriotic music! Go missile, go! Yeah, screw our sick kid, it's time to dance! I hope that missile drops right on their friggin' house. Is your kid alive? In addition to launching missiles like they're going out of style, North Korea also launches a couple of different live streaming TV boxes. Now anybody can watch sexy scenes from the Tale of Chunghyung with their families, or check out a live stream concert of Unhasa or Samjian, or the newest North Korean music craze. You know what? Let's do this. And no, you're not losing your mind. You're watching a group of North Korean women perform the most American song ever, the Rocky theme, as Rocky plays in the background, which is then quickly followed by a rendition of Disney's It's a Small World. And we haven't even gotten to the weird part yet. Bring 'em out! Bring 'em out! Yes! Yes! It's all your favorites! It's all your favorite Disney characters! Mikey, Minnie, Benny the Pooh, Tiger, all the classics, all dancing around on stage in a way that suggests that even the notion of choreography was never considered. There's a lot to unpack here, so let me explain. All of this is the premiere performance of Moranbang, North Korea's all-girls rock-pop fusion band built from the ground up to appeal to North Korean young audiences. Moranbang's all about taking old dogma of North Korea and giving them a whole new poppy spin to compete with South Korean K-pop. A lot of people say that Moranbang was Kim Jong-un's direct response to the global super popularity of Psy's Gangnam Style video, but actually, Moranbang's debut concert came out a week before that song dropped. And under the tutelage of the excellent horse-like lady herself, Hyung Sung-wol, Moranbang becomes an unparalleled cultural hit. A big part of that success is that Morangbang's got some Morang bangers, like Let Us Go to Mount Paektu. This is great! Like, you know I have a thing for power vocal divas like this, so it's wonderful they're finally letting North Korean girls sing a few high notes. They also give the instrument musicians times for things like riffs and personal glory and spotlight time, which is something you never saw in the more collective music from before. Ooh, I'm about to hop the DMZ if you don't quit it, girl. Them bass beats too slick. But as always, the PAD can't help but do something wrong because their best songs, Moran's best songs, are often interrupted halfway through by a Kim portrait appearing on screen. The girls have to stop singing, turn around, and point at it like a bunch of jackasses. Really, that's a helpful reminder that no matter how catchy Moranbang music is, the propaganda is baked right into the crust of every song. Sometimes they'll straight up just put a plane on the stage or do winter concerts with inflatable snowmen holding missiles while they sing songs about eliminating the Yanks. Kim Jong-un would also authorize another similar group called the Chongbang Group. In terms of sound, the main difference between the two is that Chongbang doesn't use as many electronic instruments. Like here's them singing a Korean version of Oh Susanna. A little weird, but also kind of charming. However, Moranbang is still the far more famous group internationally, especially thanks to the internet. Oh, and speaking of the internet, North Korea has it now. Kind of. It's not really the internet, it's actually an intranet, a closed-wall web where users could only access a small number of sites within the system. It's mostly North Korean news sites, weather reports, cooking recipes, and some basic social media stuff. In fact, the amount of tech North Korea is developing itself can be really impressive, even if a lot of it is just for show.
What? What the hell is that? And why does it have hair?
That's a really good question. Maybe giving it hair makes it more relatable?
Does that look relatable to you, Paper?
Maybe we should get back on topic, huh?
But I don't understand what a...
Beep cut!
Wait, what?
The Propaganda and Agitation Department has also set up its first foreign targeting website, and they post media like music and clips from North Korean TV and original content, but they also post flash games. From what I've been able to tell, the website hosted somewhere between 9 to 14 flash games over the last 20 years, 7 of which remain playable, and only 2 of which I can show you without some form of censorship. A Korean geography quiz, and a really fun and difficult train puzzle game, which I played for like 3 hours. It was actually, I've gone back and played it again. It's hard, but it's fun. And then I played the other games. Okay, DaVinci Resolve, let's get that mosaic blur ready. So there's a whack-a-mole game with South Korean politicians, not so bad. A Swat the Flies game, but the flies are various world leaders. Poor taste, but still fine, I guess. Then we get a couple of games with really harsh, racist Japanese caricatures, which may have been more shocking to me in the past, but by this point I'm just like, yep, it's North Korea. What are you gonna do? But the final game, which I only got running while doing a research live stream with like 200 people watching, went a little something like this. I don't know, but it's working now. Okay, some text. I'll send that to the Korean translation team. Because what the f? What the f? Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ, North Korea, what the f? But North Korea's internet foreign propaganda work doesn't stop at this one website. Remember Chongrong, the North Korean organization for Zainichi Koreans living in Japan? Well, that group's somehow still around and uploading as much pro-North Korean content as they can find, launching a web service online called Erufa TV. Erufa TV uploads North Korean news, webtoons, cartoons, original documentaries. They even host a live stream of North Korean television. They're also making a lot of content about those pro-North Korean schools they set up. Around 2010, Japan's government begins putting restrictions on Chongrong schools, removing them from tuition waiver programs. Some students from one of those schools even tried to drum up public support against these schools being targeted by making an original song and music video in protest. And watching this video, it's really conflicting, right? On the one hand, yes, North Korean-aligned Zainichi Koreans deserve a way to preserve their community, and Chongrong schools provide a safe, discrimination-free place for kids. While attitudes towards Zainichi Koreans and Korea in general have vastly improved over the years, Zainichi Koreans still face some challenges. But to look at it from Japan's perspective, what if there was a country that regularly declared its desire to destroy you and your country, that sometimes fires rockets over your population, that's kidnapped your citizens, sometimes kids, and your tax money was going to fund that country's organization in your country for their schools? How would you feel? Because that's what Japan's dealing with. It's not cut and dry here. So, I don't know how I feel about all of this, but I do know that it's unfair that innocent kids are being caught in the political crossfire. As for Erufa TV, I've heard they hosted some Flash games, but I wasn't able to confirm that. And as for other less North Korean games, here's a quick breakdown of the country's general gaming options. Here's some alleged footage from a 2005 online game based around the young general. I say alleged because there's some games out there that have been modded with North Korean characters, so it's hard to verify what actually was made by North Korea. But here's one. Koryo Tours distributed a driving game to promote tourism to North Korea called Pyongyang Racer. In 2019, the country also announced it had a new health device called the Moranbong, which looks suspiciously like a Nintendo Wii, but even more suspiciously like a Wii knockoff called the Sea Dragon Cassidy G80. But Flash games, tourist games, and console knockoffs don't fairly represent modern North Korean gaming. North Koreans aren't playing games on websites and TV, they're playing on their phones. In 2008, basic mobile phone services are introduced into North Korea, which begins producing its own smartphones, usually running on some modified version of Android. As of 2023, it's estimated most North Korean families have at least one mobile device. See this performance? These aren't LED lights, those are people recording on their phone. Although, of course, there's one butthead with his flash on. Turn off your flashlight, you moron! It probably goes without saying, North Korean phones can't be used to contact outside the country or access the full internet, but they can play games. There was even a Young General game, but footage of that game is hard to find. So I knew the only way I could do a proper review of the game, and of a North Korean phone, is if I bought one. So I did. Well, let me clarify, I paid for a North Korean phone through a now pretty recognizably shady website, and the phone never showed up. Yeah, thanks, guy. Hope you got something nice with my money. So, my dream of playing Young General on a phone is dead, but consolation prize, they made a second season of the show and it looks amazing. And the action's great. And while their CGI work can be a little hit or miss, you'll also see gorgeous stuff like Okso defeats a devil. There's even a chance of more joint animated projects with South Korea. In 2017, South Korea elected a new leader, Moon Jae-in, who attempts a return to the Sunshine era of inter-Korean politics. He wants to do Sunshine 2.0. That means discussions of denuclearization, reducing DMZ issues, and maybe even a formal declaration of peace at some point in the future. And that's all lovely, but you know what I'm excited for, right? South Korean K-pop idols are going back to Pyongyang, and this time, instead of super sexy K-pop, the performers lean more on ballads, ensembles, and a pretty kick-ass performance by the group YB. These guys deliver such a good show that they're able to get a call and response with the North Korean audience. Even Hyung Sung-wol's like, look, she's like double clapping, she's into it. The show coordinators even brought back Lee Sun-hee, but as much as I love seeing Lee back, my favorite moment is right here. A singer from Red Velvet is talking to the North Korean crowd, but she's so nervous that she has trouble talking, and the crowd, I think, spontaneously applauds in support for her. I've never seen that in a Korean music exchange. I've never seen that in any North Korean show. That's just really nice. Whether or not these projects and attempts at a new sunshine policy will work, whatever that would even mean, is up in the air. Really, we don't even know what people in North Korea think about it. And there aren't that many new defectors to ask because under Kim Jong-un's rule, border security has been dramatically increased. That means more North Koreans might be trying to leave the country and aren't able to, so we can't hear their stories. Instead, we're hearing the stories North Korea wants us to hear.
Hi everyone, I'm Yumi from Pyongyang.
Hello everyone, I'm Song-Aim from Pyongyang.
Hello my dear friends.
Hello everyone.
안녕하십니까?
大家好.
안녕하십니까?
안녕하십니까?
Welcome to the new age of North Korean entertainment. The PAD has been using state-sponsored social influencers who are there to promote the image of the country as a happy, free, and prosperous place. English, Korean, Russian, and Mandarin Chinese-speaking vloggers have been appearing all over the web, claiming to be everyday average North Koreans who support their infallible government.
And everyone is just fine.
This isn't meant to imply that the people in the videos are nefarious or evil, they're just playing a part, they're actors. But the producers behind these videos are getting better and better at mimicking real vlogger content. What used to be awkward staged tours of factories are being replaced with videos of girls in their pajamas talking about cactuses, or visiting the park, or drawing a picture, or going fishing while subtly mentioning how generous the government is, but mostly focusing on the fishing. I can imagine a point not far away where these videos get so good that people will start believing that they're authentic, believing that North Korean citizens are free to make content like this when they're very much not. North Koreans can't access the internet easily, they can't upload content to online platforms, and they definitely can't speak their mind on issues publicly like this. But how should online platforms handle this kind of content? Do they just leave it up and hope people figure out they're watching propaganda? Do they have a responsibility to flag any video that's too pro-North Korean? Or what about the channels that the DPRK creates that they use to upload their old movies or TV shows or news reports? Should those be up, even if they spread propaganda? Personally, I don't like the sound of removing video content just because it's disagreeable or propaganda. And it doesn't seem like online platforms have a good solution either, because whenever a pro-North Korean linked channel gets noticed, they're usually just wiped. Total scorched earth deletion. And look, I've spent the last 18 months up to my forehead in North Korean entertainment, and it sucked most of the time. If there's anybody that would want to see all of North Korea's entertainment thrown into a giant fire pit and burned to a juche crisp, it would be me. But I don't. Despite its curated and filtered appearance, North Korean entertainment humanizes North Koreans. It does. It really does. It allowed me to think of North Koreans not as statistics and numbers, but as people who, despite oppressive control over their media, are often filled to the brim with artistic potential and only held back by that regime. And if you don't believe me that North Koreans are incredibly creative, well, let me prove it. 2, 3, 4. This fuzzy-haired teddy bear rock god is Japanese musician Funky Sueyoshi, longtime performer in the band Bakufu Slump. Funky had spent a lot of time in the countercultural Chinese rock world of the 1990s, but in the mid-2000s, he gets an interesting offer to go to North Korea and teach kids how to play music. The person who invites Funky is his also Japanese friend, Masayuki Aramaki. Aramaki had for years and years traveled back and forth as a visitor of North Korea, filming life there. Not for any particular project or goal, he just enjoyed filming life there. Aramaki had developed a really positive reputation with his guides, earning him permission to do something most tourists could never dream of, walking up to random North Koreans and talking to them. He doesn't try to trip them up on hard questions or breach difficult political issues. Aramaki will just walk up and be like, "Hey, what you doing?" So he's able to get his guide's permission to bring Funky to North Korea and do some music lessons at a local Pyongyang school. One of the first events Funky does is with a kindergarten, and I think it's fair to say the kids look a little nervous with him there, right? After all, Funky is Japanese. These children have grown up on a steady diet of being told Japan is not to be trusted, and yet, after like 3 minutes of Funky just being funky and friendly with the kids, all that disappears. Look at the kids! Look at them! But most of Funky's visits aren't to kindergartens. They're to a Pyongyang's high school music club. Officially, the reason was to teach these kids how to play some instruments, but Funky doesn't do that because they already know how to play instruments. They're North Korean children, they're already professionals. Nah, he's there to teach them something they don't know, a form of music that, if not outright banned in North Korea, is highly discouraged and never performed. Rock music. Arriving at the school, Funky finds that, yeah, the kids are still going to be a teensy bit apprehensive about this Japanese guy coming in. But just like with the kindergarten, there's something about music that can tear those walls down. Keep your eye on this girl, the drummer of the club. As soon as Funky starts doing some free rock percussion, she lights up. Funky asks the girl to try copying his rock percussion, and yeah, she nails it. This repeats over and over, Funky showing a student some rock music and then they perfectly emulate it like it's no big deal. The best one might be the bassist because he does some playing and he's like, "Hey, can you do this?" And she gives him that that face of like, oh, I'm sorry, were you talking to me? Were you asking me if I can play your little goofy finger slaps? I don't know, can't look at me, Funky. And over the course of these videos, you see the kids really building a connection with Funky, joking with him and learning from him. So, Funky gives the music club a task. He wants them to create their own original rock song with lyrics which he will record. And you're gonna love it. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's so good! Original North Korean teenage rock music right here, and it's great! Oh, and ignore the music for a second. Check out the lyrics. Lyrics the kids wrote. They have this unexpectedly rebellious and heretical vibe to them, all about loving questioning things in the pursuit of knowledge and opening up secret doors with a key of doubting things. In the entire video, have we ever talked about a North Korean song based on questioning reality and ideas? That's amazing. If you ever run into someone who thinks North Korean artists can only perform works that the government writes, that they can only create media solely about criticizing their enemies, or that North Koreans can't think for themselves, show them that video. Show them the video about a time a bunch of North Korean kids developed a friendship with a Japanese guy, a guy from one of their most hated enemies, and then wrote their own rock song about questioning reality. And I'm not trying to wrap this video up on a positive note just for the sake of being positive. I hate that. Things in North Korea are still bad. It seems likely that human rights abuses, resource scarcity, dogmatic education, widespread corruption will continue for the foreseeable future, and entertainment made by North Korea even today is incredibly manipulative, revisionist, dictator-mandated propaganda that isolates their people. But it's still nice to see that when North Koreans are free to make what they want to make, they're just as creative as anybody else. And I hope we get to see and hear more of that in the future. Thanks for watching, everyone. Good night. Hi there, thanks for watching the video. A few things. First, final thanks again to Ground News for sponsoring this video. I know I said this earlier, but I'm really happy to have them as a sponsor for this video. It is such a good fit for my channel, and I'm really hoping to continue working with them. So that's ground.news/paper. Get 40% off your Vantage plan, link in the description. Further thanks to my patrons on Patreon. Thank you. Every time I sit down and I try to record this, I feel like I can't actually express how thankful I am because, like, thank you. I was able to dramatically cut down on my bartending work and focus exclusively on this video full time, and that would not have been possible without that support. So, thank you. And I said thank you weird. Thank you. There we go. One special thank you to Paul for his consistent and generous support. Like, really generous support and all the work he's done to help this channel grow. In fact, if you look hard enough, you can find several Easter eggs in this video I put in just for Paul. There was going to be like a prize or something to the first person to find all of them, but I've been editing this video for like 6 months, and I kind of forgot where I put a few of the Easter eggs. There's more than 5, so if you find more than 5, that's probably all of them, maybe. And if you're in a financially stable place and would like to help donate to my Patreon, please do. You can find behind-the-scenes stuff and updates on the channel, and even if you can't donate, that's fine. The Patreon content is all set to public, so check it out. Okay, let's do the project thank yous. Thank you to Carson for his work as the Ivan character. Some of you might remember Carson as my very good friend from the research streams. To AceDog11, Wild Sage, Bang the Banger, Streeter Sweeper, and Sir Ad Revenue for their research help. To everybody on the volunteer team who helped quality check this video. To Eric, Jacob, Julia, and Noah. And especially to Hassan for driving all the way up to a university to track down a single DVD for me that I could not find anywhere else on the planet. It was very cool of him to do that. It was very much appreciated. Thank you. To In Contrast Films for their help in basically every aspect of this video, especially listening to me vent when I got fed up and tried to quit. To Aspen Arc Studio for their help with the audio. Lena for helping me fix my terrible audio balancing and doing a ton of audio work behind the scenes. They did a tremendous job. Thank you very much. Big thanks to Kirin Song, who helped fact-check this script, and it was a very long script, and it was a lot of work, and he contributed greatly. So again, Kirin Song, here's his name on the screen. Bam. There you go. He's the only guy I know who finished his Master's of Business Administration with a paper on the North Korean market. He and I are even considering maybe, possibly, potentially someday soon writing a book together, which, if it panned out, that would be super, super weird, but exciting. Shoutouts to a few channels, Jesse and North Korea Uncovered, who helped me in the early stages of this video. He really, I think, helped set it in a good direction. There's also the fantastic channel DPRK Explained. That's a really unique channel that I recommend because they steer clear of political debate and controversies in the country and instead focus entirely on being informative and covering topics that nobody else is really covering on North Korea. I appreciate work like that because I think it again helps us focus on the human element of North Korea, which does not get enough focus. Also, Streeter Sweeper's channel, which has a video that gives a superb overview of academic research on North Korea and why it's so easy to misunderstand the country. I cannot recommend that video enough. It's wonderful. He's also just like a really nice guy. So you can see his channel, link, all these links, all these channels down in the description. Check them out. Finally, this video's ending song is The Entertainment Made by North Korea, a real song that I had commissioned, written and performed by Sherelle, whose Instagram and Fiverr account are in the description. She did an incredible job. I texted her and I was like, hey, I need to make a song about North Korean entertainment, and she's like, yeah, I can do that. And I'm like, no, it has to be like in Korean because it has to be like stylized after K-pop. And she's like, yeah, done. And then she did it, and it was wonderful. Thank you again, Sherelle. So anyway, thanks for watching, and I will see you all in the next video.